seat. Good morning again. Thank you all for being with us today. I'd like to invite to the podium for the opening remarks Christian Halvorsen, Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Norway in Athens, Faye Kutsoukou, Deputy General Manager from SolidarityNow on behalf of Active Citizen Fund Greece, and Valery Pazarov, Program Manager from Workshop for Civic Initiative Foundation on behalf of Active Citizen Funds, Bulgaria. Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for inviting me to the opening of this conference. Also, hello to those who follow us online. Very happy to see so many faces, unfamiliar faces too, and knowing that you are working on important issues in your respective countries. And if I'm not mistaken, it's not only people from Greece here, but also from Bulgaria, Croatia, Romania, and maybe even Norway, in addition to myself. So great to have this mix of people from the different corners of Europe. And it's also a reminder to us, I think, that the topic of the conference deals with social and economic challenges that are not confined by national borders in Europe. Their effects are shared and they are felt across many countries. And there are many experts in this room on trafficking in human beings, and they will give you much more insight on the issues and the debates than I am able to give you. But I thought I will not be an expert. I'll just share a few Norwegian reflections on the topic, and one of them is, of course, something that all of you also experience, I believe. That is it's very hard, it's very complex, it's very hard to find the best ways in tackling this type of what is organized crime. It's hard to identify the victims, and some don't even accept that they are victims, and it's difficult to organize the work as you are working in so many different sectors and aspects of life. And this is something that we also feel in our society. Regional cooperation, and not least what is permanent structures, are very important. We'll hear from the Council of Europe here today. I would also mention the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Important permanent structures that are working on these topics constantly. And just to underline the importance of regional cooperation, the Nordic countries will actually establish a working group later this year between the Nordic countries. Cooperation among state and non-state actors is critical, and I think this conference here today is a perfect example of that. But above all, handling or tackling trafficking in human beings, it demands political will from the top. It's not only about helping victims, but we also need to see a political will to look into the root causes. And one of them is, for instance, the demand. There is a demand. Why is there a demand? What can be done with that? Why does somebody want to exploit people for cheap labor or for forced prostitutions? And these demands, or this demands probably other different approaches. That is the topic of this conference here today. But I think it's important not only to focus on easing the pain for victims. From our perspective, we are also very, very concerned about the effects the war in Ukraine and the earthquake in Turkey and Syria might have on putting vulnerable people in an even more vulnerable situation. So it's timely that you meet to share experience, to look into cooperations. And as a representative on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway, I'm also very happy that we can be your sponsors to bring you together. And we do that through the EEA and Norway grants. I'll share just a few sentences on that. The grants, they represent our contribution to reducing social and economic disparities in Europe. And that doesn't mean all of Europe. It means the EU member states, 15 of them, and the donors are, in addition to Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. And our contribution for the current period has been 2.8 billion euros. Now we invest those in many different areas, but here in Greece we have made investments that are relevant for this topic today. We work closely with SolidarityNow and the Budosaki Foundation that are operating our fund, Active Citizens Fund, and support numerous NGOs working on the ground here to combat trafficking. I'll just mention a few of them. For instance, we have been working with governments institutions and reached out to more than 3,000 unaccompanied minors since April 2021, and most of them were living in precarious conditions or out on the streets. The Norwegian Refugee Council have worked together with the National Center for Social Solidarity to make sure that the response system here in Greece to protect trafficking survivors works as it should. And I could have mentioned more. And these are just small and humble contributions from our side, with an impact, of course, for those who we have been able to reach. But the challenges, as I said in the beginning, they are enormous. And that just brings me back to what I said earlier, that it is very timely that you meet here today. I wish you all the best for today's conference, and looking forward also to read the summary of how the debate will be going through the day. Unfortunately, I'm not able to stay here for the entire conference, but I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to today's conference, Counter-Trafficking in Human Beings in the Context of Forced Migration. As it was said, the conference is a regional activity jointly organized by the Active Citizens Fund operators from Greece and Bulgaria, which we have the pleasure to have with us today partners and colleagues from the ACIF programs in Bulgaria, but also Romania, Croatia, Poland, and an expert from Norway. The Active Citizens Fund in Greece is supported through a 13.5 million grant from Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein. as part of the EA grants financial mechanism for the period 2014-2021. The program aims to develop the sustainability and capacity of the civil society sector in Greece and to strengthen its role in promoting and safeguarding democratic procedures, active citizenship, and human rights. For Greece, the fund is managed by Bodosaki Foundation in collaboration with SolidarityNow. As the program is closely coming to its end at the end of 2024, we are proud to have supported so far almost 200 organizations across Greece, mainly NGOs, but also their partners from the academia, the local and national authorities, and the private sector. At the ACF, we believe that cross-sectoral partnerships are key to increasing the impact of civil society. Among the organizations that have been supported through the ACF Greece is A21, who received funding through the program in order to implement the project Awareness Actions for Trafficking in Human Beings. And they were specifically supported to develop a TV and radio spot that was produced and widely disseminated to promote the National Human Trafficking Hotline, 1109, while public events and educational workshops for first-line professionals were organized in 7 cities across Greece, with the participation of over 2,000 individuals. Trafficking is particularly important for our 2 neighboring countries, Greece and Bulgaria, with sexual trafficking being the primary form of exploitation. Bulgaria is mainly a country of origin of human trafficking, while Greece is primarily a transit or destination country. Refugees and people on the move, especially women and children who travel alone, are particularly vulnerable to all forms of exploitation and abuse, including trafficking. An individual becomes vulnerable to trafficking when they are exposed to risk factors like instability, violence and abuse, poor education, substance misuse, poverty, homelessness, unemployment, and isolation. This was also true for the women and children who left Ukraine the previous year to temporarily relocate to other parts of Europe, including Greece and Bulgaria. And this is how this idea of organizing this conference actually originated some time ago, back in 2022. It should be noted that in the Greek National Referral Mechanism report for 2020, out of the 167 reported victims of human trafficking, 74 were children, 35 girls and 39 boys, with 33 of them coming from Bulgaria. I will not say anything further. We have with us today experts on this field from the academia, the civil society sector, UN agencies, as well as from state authorities from Greece and Bulgaria, who will share with us their knowledge and expertise on the matter. So on behalf of the Active Citizens Fund Greece, I would like to welcome you all, and let's have a good conference ahead. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valery Panjarov. I represent here the Bulgarian Active Citizens Fund, namely one of the organizations which comprise the fund consortium, the Workshop for Civic Initiatives Foundation, for which I am currently working. The Bulgarian consortium, the Bulgarian Active Citizens Fund, has now implemented 6 calls for proposals as part of the grant scheme. Also worked on the several components of the program, and we are currently in the peak period of the implementation of the program, with more than 200 projects funded under the grant scheme, only under the grant scheme. So let me first express my pleasure for being able to participate in this conference. And on behalf of the Bulgarian group, I would like to express our gratitude for the joint organization of this meeting, for organizing it jointly, for our collaboration, and for your cooperation and hospitality. So thank you. today's topic, the topic of today's conference is extremely important. It's of crucial importance for both Greece and Bulgaria. And talking especially about Bulgaria, it has been increasingly on the media attention, on public debates, on the government policy about how to deal with this issue, which has provoked so many debates and so many arguments about the government policies, about how the government is acting, what the government is doing or it is not doing properly, about how to cooperate both state and non-state actors, all the stakeholders, how they can coordinate their actions in favor of the increasing number of trafficked people through Bulgaria and from Bulgaria across the borders. Over the last year, and especially over the last months, we have witnessed a number of cases and a number of accidents involving illegally trafficked people, including lots of casualties, tens of casualties. Tens of migrants and asylum seekers have lost their lives on different occasions. Different cases has taken place, and it's a big issue about how to deal with this problem. Also, we have a number of cases involving also policemen. 3 policemen lost their lives in traffic accidents over the last several months. So you see, it's a very important issue, and I very much hope today we can come out with a number of working decisions about how to cooperate, including our cross-border cooperation and organizing different actors in a most appropriate way. A few words about the Active Citizens Fund. We have 6 program outcomes in the grant scheme, of the fund. Through all the program outcomes, we have included also funded projects addressing specifically migrants and asylum seekers. Through all the program outcomes, with a number of projects which predominantly address and target asylum seekers and migrants, but also exclusively target such migrants and asylum seekers, a number of such projects. In addition to that, last year, shortly after the war in Ukraine started, we have launched a special call for proposals, specifically addressing the support of Ukrainian refugees, who increasingly were entering Bulgaria back then in the spring of last year. So we launched this call for proposals with shortened deadlines and also a shortened process of assessing and contracting with the project proposals. So currently, 31 projects under this grant scheme in particular, this component is under implementation. They started in June, July, and August last year. Some of them are now under completion, but most of them continue to work with such target groups. Currently, our group comprises here, the Bulgarian group, include representatives of organizations. All of them are grantees under the grant scheme of the Active Citizens Fund. They have a lot of experience with dealing with asylum seekers and migrants. They can share their experience. Their experience is both working directly with migrants, but also working in the field of advocacy and lobbying. And they can get in more details about these issues which I mentioned, and who can provide their valuable input and contribution to coming out with working decisions in view of cross-border cooperation and cooperation with various actors and stakeholders, both state and non-state actors. So I wish you good luck with the forum, and let's hope we'll come with some good working decisions and solutions of this particularly crucial issue to be resolved. Thank you.
Our first keynote speaker for today is Dr. Iraklis Moskov. For the Greek audience, he needs no introduction, but for our guests from other countries, let me just say that he's the Special Secretary for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors at the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, and has also served for more than a decade as the first and only national rapporteur on trafficking in human beings. Dr. Moskov is an accomplished diplomat and an expert in the field of migration policy, known for his commitment to human security and the safeguarding of human rights. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. I don't deserve them, but one thing is for certain, that I'm the institutional memory of anti-trafficking in Greece, and have been following this issue for more than 20 years. So it is time, to take stock of our experiences so far, because we are a very strong global alliance, and with that I would like also to welcome our colleagues from Bulgaria, with Antoaneta Vasilova, who will take the floor, virtually after me. We have been working ever since the early 2000s on bilateral and multilateral partnerships, because it is a very important issue because this is a cross-border human security issue. You can only tackle it if you try to emulate what actually the criminals are doing. They are very well organized. They are not recognizing borders, security, laws. Their only incentive is profit. So you must be able to be resourceful, to be extroverted. And this is obviously one of the problems that we are facing, that our systems are still working in a very conventional way, very inward-looking. We are having very hard times in trying to penetrate the logic of bureaucracies and try to put forward interagency collaboration between different ministries, let alone collaboration between ministries and civil society. And thank God we have a very strong institutional framework. We have very strong legal and political commitments in all the international legal instruments that we have signed and ratified. Greece, Bulgaria, Norway, basically the whole world is a global alliance against human trafficking with very strong institutional response to that. We started with the Palermo Protocol, which is the UN Convention Against Organized Crime. Then we had the Council of Europe Convention. We had the OSCE Alliance. We had the UNODC. Several different international organizations joined forces, and also powerful countries like the United States with the TIP report, which is always a point of reference of how all our countries are coping with the minimum standards against trafficking. Despite all this global alliance, I'm afraid that 20 years after, we cannot be proud about the results that we have achieved. Still, this is a rare and invisible crime in criminological terms. Only about 1 in, thousands of victims is rescued, identified and rescued. And by the same token, only 1 in every thousands of perpetrators is brought to justice. So we have to face a culture of impunity. This is how we call it, a culture of impunity. So impunity, because there's no real justice, but also a culture, a narrative, a demand, clients, money, profit, a system. This is something that we should uproot. And obviously this is not, we don't have the magic stick for that. And that's why our response should become more radical, if I may use this word. We should unite and do something different. What we want is the so-called national ownership. We want to own these best practices, this good legal framework that gives a very good protection regime for the victim, a very inclusive identification regime for the victim. But in essence, this doesn't happen. We still work in a very conventional way. Still, we have a law enforcement bias. This is the exclusive prerogative of the prosecutor or the police. Of course, they're trying. I don't have any reason to doubt that they are good professionals, but it's not that simple, I'm afraid. What we should do is to bring in more stakeholders in identifying first-level exploitation, which means exploitation before it is unfolded in a very, it manifests in the textbook case of a victim like a Hollywood movie, taken, you know, abducted, violated, raped. It's not like that. It is like that, but it's not always like that. What lies before that is the most important. How exploitation is built, how manipulation is built, how trust is gained, and what is the role of all the other professionals, like corruption, for example. So what we need is to train, basically, but train in a scale that is unprecedented, and it doesn't happen nowadays. So, for example, we should bring in more professionals, frontline professionals, like professionals who are working in the medical sector, in hospitals. Imagine that they come across victims every day, victims that are suffering in silence, so they can identify the indicators. So this is another key term, the indicators. What they do, how do they respond? Because usually they don't self-identify. They don't come forward and say, I'm a victim, save me. It doesn't happen this way. This is why I say that we still have a conventional approach, which means we wait for the victim to testify, to come forward. It doesn't happen in this way. It does happen 1 in 10 times, but 9 out of 10 doesn't happen this way. So we need to shift the emphasis on prevention, because we have this 4P approach in trafficking. We have prosecution, obviously, a strong deterrent with court cases that should deliver justice and give strong sentences to the perpetrators. But you cannot have prosecution unless you have good protection. As I said, you need a victim that is willing to testify. So you need psychosocial support, administrative support, legal support to the victim. It doesn't happen. You need, obviously, this is protection, a more inclusive identification regime. You need prevention, which means training like we do now, but also awareness-raising campaigns, not just something, naive about slogans, something more targeted. Awareness-raising, for example, with students, with schools, how to somehow affect the way they think, the way perhaps that they will not become victims in a few years, or they will not become clients or perpetrators. And this is something that has to do with schools. Also, the private sector. Think about the so-called due diligence. Think about the corporate social responsibility world, how the private sector, if they would able to make sure that their supply chains, their procurements, is free from slavery, and obviously this is not going to be a revolution, but at least it's going to be a big step forward to try to have like an ISO accreditation that our procurements, our supply chains are at least doing the minimum standards to exclude services or products that may come from victims of exploitation. And it's going to be a huge awareness-raising campaign with the consumers as well. Think about zero tolerance of the consumer towards things like that. So private sector is another example, and public procurement as well. I would also, I said about the medical sector, I would also add the labor inspectors, all the people who are responsible for the normative aspect of how laws should be enforced in terms of work and employment, not just the police, you know. Larger public administration, all these people who come across victims and can identify indicators. Public transport, think about airplanes, trains, buses, taxis. There are victims everywhere, and there are people who can help. The cultural sector, how we can reflect upon, for example, when we organize, we have organized festivals through our National Coordination Authority. It was amazing. Even the police told us that they had more calls, more telephone calls after these festivals, that we had people from the arts, from culture, from cinema, from theater, to organize plays, to organize, this is a means to reflect upon our own responsibility, both because we may be indirectly involved, or obviously directly as well, but also, being not knowing this, this banality of evil, as it is said in philosophy, that you see something and you don't recognize it as it is. You say, okay, this is something that has to do with bad employment, or it's a hard day's job. They have signed up for it. They deserve it. Why don't they leave? It is obvious that you cannot leave when you are subjugated to such an emotional and psychological violence. And this is actually one of the strong points about the international legislation. For example, the Council of Europe Convention is that they say it is irrelevant. Freedom of movement is irrelevant. You may have freedom of movement, but you carry your chains with you. You may have consent. You may know that, for example, I'm going to work as a prostitute, or I'm going to, suffer in difficult working conditions, but this doesn't mean that I have subscribed to be a victim of trafficking. So there are so many things that could be done. On our part, I will just give two examples. One deliverable from my former duty as a national coordinator and rapporteur. This was the national referral mechanism, a hub for coordinated action, for training, for identification, for referral, something that unites all the different stakeholders. And they have increased the referrals that they receive because they do this proactive work. They receive information from frontline professionals that came across something which did not lead to a prosecution, but it was something that we could save somebody there. We could identify the indicators and offer some support. And the other is the National Emergency Response Mechanism. It is interesting that the one is NRM, the other is an ERM, and it's what we do now in the Secretariat for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors. And this is exactly, we have dedicated teams, mobile units, information desks, street workers, emergency accommodation facilities, and a hotline for what? For children, minors, who are living in precarious conditions and in homelessness in Athens and Thessaloniki and other places. This is one step before trafficking. This is exactly the kind of integration that the trafficker would offer to this kid, unless it was for this mechanism that interfered and rescued 3,000 kids already. It's a big number. Obviously, this is not an easy job. It's an expensive job as well, and we're grateful to our partners from EA grants, from European Commission, from everywhere. And obviously, the Greek civil society was very powerful, and kudos to SolidarityNow and all the other NGOs, A21, who's here today. They're doing a great job. And they have been instrumental because, if it wasn't for them to uphold human rights and be, honest brokers of good ideas, the political will not be strong. Not that it is very strong, but it has been strong enough to make all these institutional steps forward. So I'm not going to tire you anymore. Thank you for your attention, and I'm wishing all the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all these remarks. I hope that the link and all the connection is now ready, because our next keynote speaker, Ms. Antoaneta Vasileva will join us remotely. Okay, everything seems to work fine. So it is a great honor to introduce you to Ms. Antoaneta Vasileva. She's the first vice president of the group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, more commonly known as GRETA. GRETA is the monitoring mechanism on human trafficking established by the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings. She has over 18 years of experience in human rights and combating trafficking. She has also served as Secretary General of the National Commission for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings under the Council of Ministers of Bulgaria, and has worked as trainer and consultant with expertise in direct work with vulnerable groups such as children and Roma population. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners in the fight against trafficking in human beings, I'm honored to address this regional conference today, as its focus on countering human trafficking in the context of the forced migration is of a great importance, and it's, I would say, right on time, as we see a growing pressure in the migrant flow from Turkey border and from Africa. I would like to congratulate the organizers for placing the vital role of the protection of victims of THB through analysis of existing protection mechanisms and the application of victim-centered approach, which is the core and underpins the Council of Europe Convention against Trafficking in Human Beings. I'm looking forward to join the discussion on the best practices of prevention and obstacles to victims' access to justice online. GRETA paid a particular attention to interface between trafficking in human beings and asylum, dedicated a thematic section in its 5th and 10th report to a number of issues related to the identification and protection of victims of trafficking amongst asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants. Since then, GRETA country reports have examined in detail the measures taken by state parties to combat human trafficking in the context of unprecedented surge of asylum applicants in Europe. In June 2020, GRETA issued a guidance note on entitlement of victims of trafficking and persons at risk of being trafficked to international protection. Early identification of victims of trafficking is central to ensure that they receive appropriate protection and assistance. The victim's identification process is independent of any criminal proceedings against those responsible for the trafficking. GRETA urged the authorities of several countries to pay increased attention to the proactive detection of human victims of trafficking amongst asylum seekers, in order to improve the identification of trafficked persons among asylum seekers and prevent vulnerable persons from being exploited. States need to implement a formalized framework for multi-agency cooperation by setting up national referral mechanism and adopting guidelines on how to proceed when a presumed victim of trafficking is detected in the asylum procedure. And here I have to share with you some examples. In Bulgaria, GRETA welcomed the update of the NRM, which provides a framework for multi-agency cooperation and involves a state agency for refugees and civil society actors. GRETA also welcomes in the latest report the developments in Greek NRM managed by ECHA. The Italian Ministry of Interior, together with UNHCR, developed and published guidelines for the identification of victims of trafficking among applicants for international protection and referral procedures in 2017, which was updated in 2021. The project REST, implemented by NGOs in 6 European countries and co-funded by the Council of Europe, describes as a promising practice the launch of a pilot procedures for identification and referral of potential victims of trafficking amongst persons seeking asylum at Madrid airport. When asylum officer detects signs of trafficking among those applicants for applying for asylum in the airport, the Red Cross and specialized NGO meets the presumed victim, assess her or his situation, confirm if there is evidence of trafficking, and inform the person about his or her rights and options for support. Another example, in North Macedonia, faced with a sharp increase in the number of migrants and asylum seekers in 2016, the national authorities have developed, in collaboration with UNHCR, indicators for identification of victims of trafficking in mixed migration flow, SOPs with focus of foreign nationals and accompanied and separate children. In Estonia, migration board officials dealing with asylum application and staff of reception centers have at their disposal guidelines for detecting persons with special needs prepared by the European Asylum Support Office, which includes indicators for identification of victims of trafficking. In order to detect situation of trafficking during asylum interviews, several states like Austria and Slovak Republic have developed guidelines for interviews, including specific questions related to trafficking. In addition, several countries have set a focal point specializing in identifying possible victims of trafficking within the asylum system. By way of example, Finland appointed an expert on human trafficking to the asylum unit in the migration service. France appointed specialized contact person for trafficking in human beings within the French office for the protection of refugees and stateless persons, who assist the officers examining requests. In Germany, every branch office of the Federal Office for Migration and Refugee has a trained case manager who acts as a special representative for victims of THB and serves as a contact point to all matters relating to human trafficking. Poland also appointed a special coordinator in the Office of Foreigners, which is within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the particular responsibility to identify possible victims of trafficking. Greta stressed the important role of NGOs in the identification of victims of THB and has repeatedly recommended that the national authorities ensure access of NGOs to asylum facilities and immigration detention centers, as well as to provide sufficient funding to NGOs to enable them to carry out visits to such establishments, which are often located in remote places, as you know. In order to improve identification, Greta recommends setting up and periodically updating the NRM and strengthening the training of relevant officials. Another example in this respect are Bulgaria and Greece. Bulgaria developed its own NRM almost 13 years ago and had involved the NGOs as parties in the informal identification of victims. Since then, the main focus of identification efforts stays with the Bulgarian victims mainly. Unfortunately, Bulgaria still fails to identify potential victims of trafficking within the migration flow, especially when it comes to third country nationals. Apparently, last year, Bulgaria, as many other countries, have done successful outreach to the Ukrainian refugees in order to prevent human trafficking and different types of abuse within the migration flow. Those who flew to the country were not only supported with housing, food, transportation, medical and sociological care, help, education of their children, vocal training for the parents, but they were also provided with all needed information about the risks of trafficking and how to avoid them, including online risks, especially for children. 2 three-country nationals, potential victims of trafficking, were supported, protected, and sheltered by the National Commission last year. 1 Ukrainian woman vulnerable to sexual exploitation, and 1 Filipino possible victim of labor exploitation. Unfortunately, none of these cases were prosecuted due to lack of sufficient evidence. Greta did a roundtable on Bulgaria's progress for the fight of human trafficking in January, with more than 60 representative Bulgarian government agencies, public bodies, and civil society. Special attention was paid to victims' access to compensation, assistance, and reintegration. The punishment of the offenders and the indication of victims of trafficking amongst asylum seekers and migrants were also a main focus. Another positive forthcoming is the development of the new strategy for combating human trafficking of Bulgaria, and an extended focus on training and capacity building that the National Commission envisaged in order to foster the investigation, prosecution, and identification of victims of trafficking, including third-country nationals, something that Greta has the really strong recommendations in the third evaluation report to Bulgaria. Greta notes with concern that not enough funding is allocated by the government for the implementation of the national program, and hope that current government will take the needed steps to ensure the capacity of the National Commission. As my distinguished colleague, Mr. Moskov, shared a few minutes ago, some essential developments in Greece and thoughts, which were very motivating, I would say. I would like to add to what he said, that Greta welcomes the adoption of the National Action Plan 2019-2024 of human trafficking. However, the Greek authorities as well should ensure sustainable long-term funding for the anti-trafficking activities in the country. Greta also notes that the entry into force of the national referral mechanism is a positive step, and it has started to produce data which is useful for analyzing trends and designing policy measures. The inclusion of series of public bodies and NGOs as the reference actors is also a very positive development. However, the identification procedure requires rethinking of order to make it more effective and to ensure that presumed victims of trafficking are promptly identified. Continued efforts must be also made to strengthen the detection of victims by labor inspectors and to train staff working in the centers where asylum seekers and irregular migrants are placed. In its third evaluation report, Greta is publishing next week of Greece. Greta notes that Greek authorities should continue paying particular attention to detecting victims of trafficking among migrants and asylum seekers in the reception centers and persons detained as irregular migrants, and also to provide continuous training to all staff who come into contact within such person. Another important issue, as mentioned earlier by other distinguished guests, is the situation that came out with the war in Ukraine since 1 year. The house generated by war has always been an opportunity for traffickers to target vulnerable individuals, but last year we saw unprecedented flow of internally displaced persons in Ukraine or seeking refugees in other countries. Right after the beginning of the war, NGOs and journalists sounded the alarm over suspected cases of THB. Greta and other international organizations call on states to act urgently to protect people fleeing Ukraine from human trafficking. We saw a high level of awareness raising on the topic in the European Union, activated the 2001 Directive on Temporary Protection. Officials and Safely Go roads were established for people fleeing the conflict, offering them a comprehensive set of assistance measures. 1 year after the beginning of the war, the number of reported cases of trafficking in relation to the war in Ukraine remains low, and no case has been confirmed by judicial proceedings yet. It may be a sign of a success of the prevention measures taken so far by governments and NGOs, but trafficking in human beings has always been considered as an invisible crime. And the growing trend to use the use of digital technologies to facilitate trafficking makes it even more invisible. So, how many Ukrainian refugees have been trafficked? Probably, we would not know for years. That's why it's so important states to continue their efforts and to allocate additional human, financial, and material resources to the border guards, asylum officers, law enforcement officers, labor inspectors, and to strengthen their capacity to proactively detect exploitative situations and identify presumed victims of trafficking among people who are fleeing the war in Ukraine, but not only. States should provide law enforcement and all relevant specific training on the vulnerabilities and risk of people on migration route, red flags and indicators of human trafficking, and more important, how to refer presumed victims to assistance and protection. It is crucial to continue to raise awareness among all frontline responders and professionals, as was previously said, assistance and integration to be provided to them with easy guidance, tools and indicators on how to detect potential victims of trafficking, notably among children, and how to react in such cases. Greta puts a really strong emphasis on ensuring that the national referral mechanism is applied in all cases where presumed victims of trafficking are detected among persons fleeing from the war in Ukraine, but not only. Many countries in Europe already developed their national referral mechanism and included standards, operational procedures in their everyday work in order to keep high standards in the identification and protection of victims. And while Greta urged some countries for not having NRM, other countries go further. Take an example from existing online platform in Italy. Bulgaria created online NRM, a platform which includes service mapping, guidelines, relevant reports, tools, and materials. Everything that is needed to facilitate an adequate referral of victims to people with risk to existing services. I believe you will hear more about this from Nadia Kožuharova from Animus Association, La Strada, Bulgaria, later today. One very important thing, because the previous speakers mentioned several times the importance of political will. And I fully agree with them that political will is much needed now when it comes to fighting human trafficking. Because when we talk about policies, I would like to recall that the Council of Europe Convention puts the protection of the rights of the victim at the heart of the anti-trafficking actions. Ensuring that the human rights of victims of trafficking are at the forefront of combating human trafficking is crucial to all aspects of Greta's work, because state parties have an obligation to identify victims of trafficking and to adopt measures to assist them in their psychological, and social recovery, taking into account their safety and protection needs. The effectiveness of these provisions can be increased by including victims in the process of policy development in implementation. And at the end of my speech, I would like to remind to you that Greta has decided to focus on ongoing third evaluation round of the convention on access to justice and effective remedies, as is contingent to the fulfillment of a number of preconditions, including prompt and accurate identification of victims of trafficking, the provision of recovery and reflection period, the availability of material, psychological, medical, legal assistance, access to translation and interpretation when it's appropriate, regulation of the victim's stay and right to seek and enjoy asylum, and full respect for the principle of non-refoulement. I would like to, as a way of example, I would like to draw your attention to a case. It's called VCL and AN versus the United Kingdom in the European Court of Human Rights, examined for the first time the compatibility of the prosecution of victims of trafficking within Article 4 and 6 in the European Convention on Human Rights. The case concerned two Vietnamese nationals who were minors at the time they were arrested, working at the cannabis farm in the UK. Both were charged with drug offenses and received prison sentences after they pleaded guilty on the advice of their initial lawyers, despite the strong evidence and concerns raised by the UK Border Agency, Social Services and an NGO that they were or may have been victims of trafficking. The Court of Appeals subsequently rejected their appeals. Greta made a third-party submission to the court in the case of, and Greta stressed that to protect trafficking victims, it is of utmost importance to properly identify them in a timely manner. Greta also considered that the prosecution of identified victims of trafficking for offenses which they were compelled to commit in a trafficking context may amount to a violation of a non-punishment principle ensured in Article 26 in the Anti-Trafficking Convention. You all are aware of this article. This principle aims to safeguard the human rights of trafficking victims and to avoid further victimization. Criminalization of victims controvert the state obligation to provide services and assistance to them and to discourage them from coming forward and cooperating with the investigation to those responsible for their trafficking. The court awarded the applicants 25,000 euros each in respect of the non-pecuniarity damage and 20,000 euros each in respect of costs and expenses. Finally, I believe we must address the challenges, as my colleague Mr. Moskov said earlier, in the medium and long term. Attention must be paid to all forms of exploitation, that is set not only sexual exploitation, but also labor exploitation and domestic servitude, among others. States should ensure work opportunities for all people entitled to international protection, set up job placement schemes, counseling and vocational training, and to encourage employers to recruit qualified workers among refugee population. Due to the language barriers and lack of recognition of skills, migrants are more likely to turn to high-risk sectors such as agriculture, cleaning, domestic care, food delivery, construction. They should be targeted action by labor inspectors to monitor high-risk sectors, as well as proactively monitoring of the internet and screening of job advertisements and sexual services website. Last but not least, information and communication technologies are increasingly used to commit human trafficking offense, including recruitment of victims, advertisement of services, sexual exploitation via live streaming, and control and monitoring of the victims. This creates difficulties in detecting and identifying victims, investigating and prosecuting human trafficking offenses, as well as international cooperation. At the same time, ICT creates new opportunities and can play a significant role in data gaps, leading to more effective use of the resources and better cooperation between the countries. I would like to know that we, Greta, issued a report on online and technologies facilitated trafficking. followed by recommendations to state parties, and I invite you to read the summary of this report and research, which can be found on our website. Dear partners, I believe it's our collective duty to ensure that the fight against human trafficking remains at the top of the political agenda. The unprecedented situation stemming from the war in Ukraine and increased use of technology-facilitated trafficking must be an opportunity for states to design and implement comprehensive strategies to deal more effectively with the risks. Furthermore, comprehensive policies should be put in place comprising effective and sustainable actions that save lives and prevent abuse and exploitation. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful discussion and exchange. I'll be following with you online.
First panel discussion, and I'd like to invite the speakers to take their seats. Meanwhile, I can introduce the panel facilitator, Ildiko Otova, a highly accomplished scholar in the field of political science. She represents Foundation for Access to Rights with a PhD from New Bulgarian University and specialization in Belgium, England, and France. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the table. Her research focuses in migration, integration, refugee policies, populism, and the far right, while she is the co-author of Migration and Populism in Bulgaria, published by Routledge in 2021. Her skills have earned her the position of an external expert to the European Commission, where she continues to make valuable contributions to the field. Please join me in welcoming Ildiko Otova.
Okay, good morning. I'm really happy to be this morning here with you and to have this task and privilege to moderate the first panel of this nice event. Actually, event, it's the first word coming in mind, but I would prefer to call this meeting more kind of a forum in this ancient Greek understanding of forum as a place where people or citizens gather to discuss topics of common interest. And this is the place as well to say thank you to the organizers of the Bulgarian and Greek active citizens, and I'm stressing on active citizens fund because, you know, yesterday we had a nice discussion of the NGO sector and the professionalization of the sector. And of course, being professional when working in this sector is quite important. But what, from my point of view, it's even more important is to be citizen and to being active citizen, because engagement, and when I'm speaking about citizens, I'm not meaning this legal link between the individual and the political entity, but especially the engagement part of citizenship. And I'm also sure and convinced that this is as well the way to combat even trafficking in human beings and as engaging more people to be active in the field. But as someone already present me, I'm a university professor, so I can continue speaking for the next hour and a half, but I don't want to take all the time, so without further ado, I'll give the floor to the first panelist, my lovely colleague from Bulgaria, Daniela Dimitrova for Dignita Foundation, with just stressing on dignity, coming from dignity. Exactly. And yeah, let's also stress on this word in the coming hours today we'll spend together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, dignity is like the feminine form of dignity, which is very important, knowing that we work mainly with women. Thank you very much for introducing me, and thank you very much for this kind invitation to be here today. Thank you to the Greek organizers and the Bulgarian organizers. We're here a great group from Bulgaria, and I'm really happy to be among them. Thank you for inviting Dignita Foundation. Dignita Foundation is an organization working in the field of human trafficking, apparently, with a focus on prevention and support to victims. In the last year, we changed our focus dramatically after the start of the war in Ukraine. So our main efforts were dedicated to work with Ukrainian refugees, and I guess many of you can say the same. I have prepared a presentation. I will try not to be too long. I just wanted to have the device. Thank you very much. In the middle. Okay, thank you very much. So I will start with following. As this panel is about protection, of course, I will speak about protection, but before I get there, it's inevitable not to go through the identification aspect and process. Therefore, I will start with our experience in the last year on the field with working with the Ukrainian refugees in the context of identification first. Let me give you just some quick insight of the situation in Bulgaria. Since the beginning of the war, more than 1 million of Ukrainian refugees, mainly women and children, crossed the borders of Bulgaria. More than 150,000 refugees registered officially and received temporary protection by the state. Out of them, in the meantime, 2/3 have left. And for the moment, just a little bit above 50,000 Ukrainian refugees are left in the country. According to data by the state institutions, around 11,000 of them are accommodated in state-owned bases, hotels, or other facilities supported by the state. Last year, in the end of last year, our organization made an analysis about the vulnerability of the Ukrainian refugees. So we went through different documents, analysis, and researches also by other organizations, UN and EU institutions. And of course, we all have reached the same conclusion that these women and children are extremely vulnerable to human trafficking. Ukraine is known to be a country with severe problem with human trafficking already before the war, having a lot of victims inside and inside the country and beyond its borders. And now having this huge conflict, things of course get much worse. According to different institutions, but I have quoted here Europol, the highest risks that the refugees can face during their fleeing from the conflict is at the times when they're actually looking for safe or free transportation, accommodation, and employment along their way. They are vulnerable to meet people, criminals who might, of course, use their vulnerability to get them into an exploitation or trafficking scheme. According to most organizations and institutions, still the main risks of human trafficking are in human trafficking with the purpose of sexual or labor exploitation with highest risk, and of course there are also other risks such as illegal adoption or surrogacy or other reasons for trafficking and exploitation. During our work on the field with the refugees, we were, of course, observing and researching how things are going the moment they enter the country and they try to integrate, and of course, during their attempts to find an accommodation or job, and some of them did face exploitation schemes. What happens then when it comes to identification of these cases? Several reasons we discovered during our work. Of course, a big problem is the language barrier. Most refugees don't speak Bulgarian, obviously, or English. That is why their communication with the Bulgarian institution is very difficult. Among all, it's not just a problem in Ukraine, but most post-communist countries, Bulgaria included, we have this common society mistrust towards the institutions. We don't believe that we really might receive help from them. So there is kind of reluctance of going to the institutions when there is an issue. And we have we have discussed with Ukrainian women who are saying also that they are scared that they would be discriminated if they go to the police because they would complain, they will file a complaint against the Bulgarian, and they think that rather the police or the Bulgarian authorities would support the Bulgarian person. We had such cases of Ukrainian refugee women on the Black Sea coast who found a job during the summer season in different hotels, some with a contract, some without a contract. Even with a contract, they faced exploitation, being forced to work more than 40 hours per week, not receiving the payment they were promised, and then when they were trying to leave, there were cases of employers who kept their documents. They didn't want to give their documents back. They couldn't leave, so they were really in a very traumatic situation. So finally, they managed to leave. They took their documents, but when we asked them, did you go to the police? They said, oh, no, no, no. First of all, we don't know to whom and how to go. Second of all, they will always protect the Bulgarian hotel owner and not us. So this is a big issue. That is why during our work for the past year, we have tried to improve, of course, with whatever we can, these early identification processes of cases. We have had trainings with volunteers who work on the field. We went to the Black Sea coast where there is a big amount of refugees, and we had trainings with the volunteers, explaining to them about the human trafficking and exploitation risks. What is it? The red lamps that they have to be careful about, and if they have a case or suspicion of a case, to whom they should turn, and how to also advise the potential or victim. Of course, already when the conflict when the refugee wave started, we tried to introduce some questions in the registration form that all the refugees are filling in once they arrive in Bulgaria, in order to already through their entering to have some initial information about their vulnerability, about the risks, if they already have met such on their way. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to do that. It was refused, these questions to be entered in the form, but later we managed to insert some questions, these questions actually, in other forms that were given to refugees already accommodated in the state bases to fill in. And as far as I know, the results of these surveys are now being analyzed, as far as I know, from UNHCR. So I really hope that soon we will have some results from this. And of course, we have worked and we continue working with the refugees directly. We organize the so-called women's circles, and thanks to Active Citizens Fund in Bulgaria, we managed to continue this good practice. So we work with Ukrainian refugee women on prevention and empowerment in order to give them the opportunity to integrate in the socioeconomic life in Bulgaria, because for us it's a natural prevention against human trafficking and exploitation, knowing their rights and having the opportunity to find a job. And of course introducing them to the risks of human trafficking and the protection mechanisms to whom they should turn if in case they are themselves or they are witnesses of such schemes. So here are some pictures from some of our, seeing this picture I forgot to mention, of course, trainings with police officers. This is a picture from a training in Varna on the Black Sea coast with representatives of the law enforcement authorities who need to be sensibilized about the specific risk of trafficking for this specific group. And since I was mentioning the direct work with refugee women, here we come to the next topic, the topic of protection, and what protection mechanisms exist in Bulgaria. Ms. Vasilieva already said that we have the so-called national mechanism for referral and support of victims of human trafficking. This is a very, very positive step towards effective implementation of protection in Bulgaria. I will just go through the main aspects of this national referral mechanism, because here we have representative of Animus Association, which is the organization which in 2010 actually drafted this referral mechanism along with all relevant stakeholders. And I'm sure that Ms. Kožuharova later will tell you more about it. So I'll just go quickly through the main aspects of it. The national referral mechanism was officially adopted by the government in 2016. And its main objective is to coordinate the institutions to fulfill their duties to take care of the victims, and to guarantee their human rights protection and their access to support, no matter if the victim is identified officially or it's just a potential victim. The national referral mechanism has, of course, the main aspects of the official definitions of THB, which are the main participants and the lead work principles, and it states all the standard operating procedures when it comes to human trafficking case. It follows all the steps of identification, of the identification process, of all the interventions in terms of protection and support provision, and the following social inclusion, support, and reintegration of the victims. The victims in Bulgaria, they have the rights as any other victims of crime, which are, of course, to receive the information about their role in the criminal process, the right to have free legal assistance, the right to have safety and protection, and the right to receive compensation. The victims of trafficking, though, they have also other special rights, such as to be accommodated in a safe place, a shelter, to have a reflection period, whether they want to testify and the right not to be investigated and convicted for criminal acts that they might have committed as a result of the trafficking. The provision of protection services in Bulgaria, according to the NRM, and what the state can offer, is supposed to offer, must offer, to the victims or the potential victims of trafficking is, as I said, the provision of safe accommodation for the victims and protection and social services also for their children, if there are any, legal support and consultations and support during the penal proceedings. We have amazing legal experts here from Bulgaria today who will speak later with a lot of experience. Humanitarian support, food, clothes, and whatever is needed for the person. Very important psychological and social support, access to medical care, administrative assistance with all needed documents or whatever is needed for the access to institutions, and assistance to integrate in the socio-economic life again. In terms of the facilities that are available in the country, there are, so the National Commission of Combating Human Trafficking is the one responsible for the coordination of the NRM. And under its umbrella, there are 3 shelters in Bulgaria for accommodation of victims of human trafficking and their children, if any, 1 in Sofia and 2 in the country. There is 1 long-term reintegration center and a shelter for crisis center for children. This is what the state offers. They are run by NGOs, though. Along with that, in the country, there are many NGOs who work with protection of victims, and they run crisis centers for victims of violence, but also where they can accommodate victims of human trafficking. So as a conclusion of, I hope that I was not too long with the time, I would say that on paper and this national referral mechanism is a huge important step in the coordination and obligation of all the institutions to fulfill their duties towards the victims and their human rights. Another story is how well it is implemented. We heard also before that, of course, we need to improve all these efforts and the coordination and the knowledge of the institutions about actually what are their duties in order to increase the identification and the protection of all the victims. So I will end here, and I hope that later we can continue discussing with me and with my colleagues from Bulgaria. I hope that we will be useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela, for this very well-structured and informative presentation on the situation in Bulgaria. You know, this year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, and I'm asking myself, what's the improvement for these 75 years? And I'm moving for the next lady on the panel, Aneta Ostash. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly, from UNHCR. Actually, when established, UNHCR was established with a mandate for 3 years. And today, it's the work done by UNHCR is still or even more needed. So please, Aneta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers and also for the participants who have taken your time to dedicate this day to this very important topic. My presentation will focus on asylum seekers and refugees and how they have been affected by trafficking. As you know, in situations of war in displacement, in situations where there's chaos. This is also an opportunity for criminal groups to take advantage of the most vulnerable, and this is what we see worldwide, unfortunately. In Greece, UNHCR has a presence at the land, sea borders, and urban areas. At the sea borders, we have field offices in Lesbos, Samos, Chios, Kos, also covering Leros, and at the land border in Evros. We also have offices in Athens and Thessaloniki, covering the urban areas, and we monitor the mainland accommodation sites and collaborate also with several municipalities in the rural areas. To share some trends and figures from the arrivals of last year, the top nationalities from the land arrivals were from Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Eritrea, Morocco, Iran. And the top from sea arrivals, Palestine, Afghanistan, Somalia, Syria, Sierra Leone, Eritrea, Yemen, Sudan, Egypt, Iraq. To mention that almost 50% of these arrivals are women and children, while 54% are men. And Greece is a transit country, so many of these individuals are passing through Greece. Among the arrivals of last year, we have 2,500 unaccompanied children that have arrived in Greece last year alone. The majority, 84%, boys, and the main countries of origin are Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Syria. I wanted to take a minute to speak about the arrivals of women specifically. As we know, women and children are often the most at risk of exploitation. The top trends for the sea arrivals last year, almost 30% from Somalia, followed by 20% Afghanistan, Palestine, Sierra Leone, Eritrea, Yemen, Syria, DRC, Ethiopia, Lebanon, and other. And this group of women, they face various risks in transit, and also upon arrival in Greece, noting that not all of these nationalities are recognized as refugees. Many of them do receive rejections, and our teams on the ground speaking to these women have recorded their pleas for protection. And women saying, please, we do not want to return to doing that, to being exploited. We want protection, especially those who have received second instance rejections. I wanted to make a point of this, as there is a lot of work to be done to be able to somehow find solutions for this group as well. In Greece, UNHCR is focused on prevention and response of trafficking under our gender-based violence programming. On prevention, we are coordinating closely with the police, specifically the anti-trafficking, domestic violence, and cybercrime police, to deliver information sessions directly to refugees in their languages of origin to raise awareness and to build rapport so that refugees, asylum seekers know that they can report to the police, know that there are specialized departments that can respond and can support them. And this includes also refugees from Ukraine, with whom we have established cooperation with many of the community-based and refugee-led organizations from Ukraine. Regarding response, our main GPV partner is DOTIMA, and they provide legal response, mainly for trafficking victims, but also case management, psychosocial support, emergency accommodation, and this year have included an element of integration. We also have partners GCR and Metadrasy providing legal support. But I also want to note A21 as being the actor with the most holistic and specialized support to trafficking victims in Greece. Among the other activities, we also train border guards and include elements of trafficking in the training and other frontline staff. And our colleagues, our field staff, are actively identifying and referring victims of trafficking to the response services, including the national referral mechanism in Greece. Last year alone, we have identified almost 70 individuals suspected of being trafficked, the top nationalities being Sierra Leone, DRC, Cameroon, Guinea, South Sudan, Iran, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Afghanistan. So you can note that most of these nationalities are from sub-Saharan Africa. Some challenges in the institutional context, disclosure and identification. It was mentioned that victims of trafficking are afraid usually to report or do not know how to report. Also, due to the fast-track procedures now on the islands, there isn't usually a thorough vulnerability assessment. Access to asylum is another concern, and considerations of trafficking in the asylum claim. Are the right questions being asked to identify whether the individual has been trafficked during the asylum? Is there a harmonized, unified approach by all of the asylum staff doing the interviews? Timely reporting and response as well. We mentioned the fast-track procedures. Very quickly, individuals are moved to the mainland and lost. So if we do not have timely reporting and response to protect those individuals, they are unfortunately often lost to us. And then also protection of victims of trafficking from re-exploitation. An observation that we have is that as individuals are arrive in Greece, they may have been trafficked in transit. They may feel or have been informed that they're looking for other work, job opportunities in urban Athens and onwards, only to be reactivated by the trafficking networks that continue to monitor them. So there is a high risk of re-exploitation. Greece is also a transit country, so onward movement into other EU states. And then the access to the protective status, specifically the protective framework for victims of trafficking, which does exist in Greece, but is not always accessible, not always applied. Sorry. So we've been asked to focus a bit on eligibility of trafficking victims for refugee status. And some victims of trafficking may fall within the definition of refugee according to Article 1A of the 1951 Convention. The claim can arise in various circumstances. Someone may be trafficked abroad, outside of their country of origin. They may escape and seek protection. They may be trafficked within their country of origin, within their national territory, and flee that country for protection. Or they may have a fear of becoming a victim of trafficking in their country of origin, and they may flee abroad to seek international protection. What is key here in terms of eligibility for refugee status is whether they have a well-founded fear of persecution. And on this note, persecution needs to involve a serious human rights violation, including a threat to life or freedom. In terms of trafficking, some forms of persecution include exploitation, abduction, incarceration, rape, sexual enslavement, enforced prostitution, forced labor, removal of organs, physical beating, starvation, deprivation of medical treatment. All of these are human rights violations that do amount to persecution. What's important in considering also persecution is to see who are the agents of the persecution. Usually, the agent of persecution is the state, the authorities, but they can also be other community members, as well as criminal enterprises within that country, and we're talking about the country of origin. And if the operation of these individuals is tolerated and the authorities refuse or are unable to effect protection, a huge consideration here is also stigma that individuals might face upon return to their country of origin. Stigma faced by their community, also efforts to re-engage them in trafficking forcefully. So it's always important to examine whether the authorities are willing or able to protect that individual in the country of origin, even if there are laws in that country prohibiting trafficking. If these laws are not enforced, if the individuals are unable to access protection, if they are victims of trafficking, there may be there grounds for persecution in this regard. The location of persecution is also important to consider. If there is no well-founded fear in the country of origin, and we cannot show that there is a fear of persecution, the requested claim for asylum may be rejected. Okay, so the persecution must be in the country of origin. As other colleagues have already noted, children are at very high risk of trafficking, and we have observed this over the years in Greece as well. We can also take note of the best interest assessments that many of our child protection actors have been doing over the years, and during this process have identified children who have been victims or signs of trafficking therein. Within this, we had the relocation exercise under the voluntary relocation scheme, which actually started in 2020 with the first relocation of unaccompanied children. And I want to make a note of relocation because it is a mechanism for safe onward movement for children. And it is very important for states to be able to assure the safety of children within their territory, but also for the safe onward movement of children. During this process to identify and also refer children for relocation, many best interest assessments were done, and part of the process, UNHCR developed a guide for social workers to identify the signs of trafficking amongst children. For children, we do have a safety mechanism in place in Greece, as was mentioned by the Special Secretary for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors. The National Emergency Reporting Mechanism, which was established with the support of UNHCR, has trained professionals on trafficking and GBV who have the skills to also identify any signs of trafficking and respond to make sure that children are protected within holistic services. So I think this is really to highlight that this mechanism is a success, a best practice for Greece to assure the protection of unaccompanied children from exploitation and from trafficking. And I mentioned already safe onward movement, which is important as a protection mechanism for children who are in transit to ensure their safe onward transit on their journey. Happy to take any questions now or later. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette, for this interesting presentation. I would propose to collect the questions at the end of the panel if it's okay for everyone. So maybe we'll keep this for the end. But if there are questions, of course we can as as well take some now. I don't see hands. Okay, so we are moving to Dimitris Kontoudis. Okay, I'm pronouncing this correctly. Thanks. Perfect. Education director of A21 Greece. I know A21 started as a small NGO in Thessaloniki, but now is presented in, if I'm correct, in more than 14 countries globally. So this is amazing, and I'm really interested to hear your story and the story of this success as well. Thank you, Dimitris.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share each one our experience, which is very important for each one of us. So I didn't prepare a presentation because I knew that several others would say common things. So I don't want to put emphasis to things that already other people said. I agree with everything that was heard before, and I will enhance this. So I'll try to put some points out of the experience of A21 in Greece. And for whoever doesn't want to know A21, I don't want to advertise. Our colleagues did a better advertisement, so I don't want to share more about A21. The only thing is that we started in 2008 in Thessaloniki in Greece, because at the time, before migration, before people coming from other countries, we had trafficking here. And we usually had people from the Balkan area and former Soviet Union countries. So the need was already there, and there was nothing specific for human trafficking in Greece. There were several organizations that provided support to GBV victims, but nothing specifically for human trafficking. So our founder wanted to focus solely on human trafficking victims. And that's why all these years, whatever we do is go around 3 goals against human trafficking. The one is the raising awareness and empowering vulnerable population how to avoid the traps of human trafficking. The second part is to act against human trafficking, which all our spearhead was the 1109 hotline that started in 2012. It's the only hotline about human trafficking in Greece. And it operates since 2012, every day, 24/7, since now, receiving either calls for information about human trafficking, or suspicious about trafficking incidents, or in a very small percentage, victims themselves asking for help. And through the hotline, we built a network of cooperation with several organizations, like UNHCR. I had the privilege to go all of these islands where UNHCR is there in order to cooperate in trainings and reaching to vulnerable population to educate them about human trafficking. And these are cooperations that still exist. The thing is that, okay, I'll mention that later. So what I want to share mostly is a story. Usually we try to find the best practices. For me, the best practice we've seen is the reaction we had in Greece about the Ukraine refugee problem. Because in a few weeks, the government, the authorities, international organizations, small NGOs, united and did whatever they knew they could do in order to reach the refugees in the borders. And it's very important that, for example, a flyer that the offices of Thessaloniki and Ukraine that was relocated from their country and were in another country to provide support to victims of human trafficking, they helped to create a flyer that UNHCR brought to the borders of Greece. And we had a separate entrance for people that are coming from Ukraine to receive all hotlines, support, information, anything on how not to become victims of human trafficking. The sad thing is that Greece, the population that came to Greece is a very small number from the millions of people that left Ukraine, okay? So imagine that from the 3rd day of the war, we had all women and children alone in the borders of Ukraine, in countries that we know that are wrecking with human trafficking, like Moldavia, Romania, and from then on we receive a lot of information that recruiters were on the borders providing food and shelter to women with children. So the reaction in Greece with all the actors and the government, with policies from the government, created a quite safe environment that the rest of the migrants and asylum seekers from the previous years were failed by us. And now we try to cover the bruises and cover the gaps that exist. We now have so many thousands of people inside Greece from the previous migrant and refugee asylum seekers that they're not even registered anywhere and they cannot find help. With what happened with the Ukraine crisis, we knew everything. We created online platforms. And that's the best practice. And for me, the best practice is this. All of us together, despite of what we are doing, to move together and do something and force the policies of the government, of the authorities, to help us bring the help to the people that are needy. This is the best example. This is the best practice we can follow. And I hope that from now on, we can have this example and continue with that idea. Personally, and through A21, our goal is always cooperations. We have 19 offices in 14 countries, not because we want to have an office in any country, but we try to cover the gap. When we started in Greece, we received at the time a lot of people from other Balkan countries as already being victimized. So the next step for us was how we can reach them before they're victimized. So the first next office was in Bulgaria, in Sofia, where we had mostly raising awareness to the population and to the vulnerable population that still follows to come to Greece and being exploited in all three major trafficking forms that we see in Greece, which is sexual trafficking, labor trafficking, and forced begging. We have specific locations in Bulgaria that we hear victims coming here. So from one hand, the cooperation between organizations, and the second, the cooperation of the organizations, the NGOs, and anything with the authorities. With the police, we have excellent cooperation with the anti-trafficking police divisions, both in Thessaloniki and Athens. Actually, I am invited by the police from Thessaloniki to cooperate in train police officers. And when the police, one of the police officers from the anti-trafficking police department wants to introduce A21, they say this phrase, A21, unfortunately, is an NGO, but they are not an NGO. And Greeks, you can understand that. NGOs has come with a very bad name, that they are all for the money, or they are part of the exploitation, and this goes around the whole, Greek mentality, like they always say, every time we hear something about human trafficking, the police is behind that. These are all stereotypes that needs to not exist anymore. So when we cooperate in that level, and this was built through cooperation through the hotline all these years, because we send information, the information was true, and many people were rescued by the authorities, and then we were there to take the victims into our care and cooperate in any other opportunities. So cooperation and breaking the stereotypes. The words are already heard many times, identification of victims, and to make it more plain, identification of victims means education about what human trafficking is. All authorities, all professionals, either first responders or further, we've seen with the migrant and refugee crisis that initially we were on the islands and we tried there to reach to the population who were, let's say, trapped there for many months, many times among their traffickers. And then they start going to the mainland slowly, and now they're mostly in the mainland, and then we see municipalities reaching to us because now they had the problem. They had to deal with that. So in that case, we start cooperating, and we're still cooperating. I very much enjoy every time we have cooperation with UNHCR, and also we have several cooperations with IOM and the National Referral Mechanism together, the three of us doing training to professionals. So this is the key for us as professionals, but further the key is identification, identification, identification. Victims of human trafficking has different conditions, has been through different things than any other situations. They need totally different approach, totally different support. If we look to psychological essays about works about human trafficking, which unfortunately are very few and usually not Greek, you see that now they start talking about, we talk about trauma in a victim, any kind of victim, but when we talk about human trafficking, they start talking about multiple trauma, which is a totally different condition, a totally different reaction to that. So we need to educate the professionals, and sometimes we do, we do some trainings to a specific city, and we say, okay, we train them. No, we've seen a lot of times that the people who are working in organizations are moving, they're going to other places. So we need constant training, and especially, and most of all, to the authorities, the police officers, the law enforcement. That's why, as A2A1, we cooperate now in a training target to labor inspectors and police officers together, because they cooperate. They normally should cooperate in cases of human trafficking in Greece. So we try to bring them together and bring the know-how and everything in order for them to be able to do that. So identification, and the other word that was heard was the victim-centered approach. Victim-centered approach for professionals is a very specific way we deal with the survivors. But victim-centered approach is also to break the stereotypes. And again, 3 types of trafficking in Greece. Forced begging, sex trafficking, labor trafficking existed even before migration. The Greeks have a specific mindset about that. These are people who are poor, who doesn't have any other option. That's why they do it, and we Greeks allow it. All these are women that they want to make a lot of profit, and prostituting is an easy way to do that. So we don't do anything about it. No, that's wrong. We need to change the mindset. And we do that with doing specific events of awareness, not just reading what human trafficking is, but sharing stories, but sharing the reality, sharing that there is hope for survivors of human trafficking to be able to be empowered and return to a normal life, if you can call that a normal life. So I don't want to share any more. I think that any questions or any discussion will be much more fruitful. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dimitris, and thank you for stressing on how important it is to tell stories. And I'll come back later on this, but let us move to the next and last presentation from the panel for the first panel for today, from Ada Angelaki, child protection specialist from UNICEF Greece. And thank you for being here, and hope this will be an interesting presentation, putting children in the core of this discussion.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. I know I'm probably the one keeping you away from coffee, so please bear with me. So I will be advertising UNICEF a little bit in Greece, because I'm not sure everyone is aware of our presence. We have been present since 2016 as the refugee and migrant response, so focusing on the needs of refugee and migrant response of the refugee and migrant children in Greece. And in the end of 2020, the Greece country office was established, expanding basically our mandate for all children in Greece. So we did a situation analysis of children and youth in Greece at the end of 2020, and this informed our country program that lasts until the end of 2026. And why I'm saying this is because one of our main areas of priority is violence against children and women. So there's a lot of reference on trafficking in human beings, prevention and response when it comes mostly to children and women. So at UNICEF, while recognizing that violence against children and violence against women may require different policies and programming, we cannot but highlight the intersections that mainly have to do with harmful gender norms and power inequalities, but also some strategies that they have in common in mitigating the risks, such as service delivery, awareness raising, and capacity building to those in the front line. Now, in this context, we have been involved since 2017 in the provision of prevention, risk mitigation, and response services through women and girls safe spaces, and SolidarityNow has been our main partner in this effort, and Melissa also, that I see here in the room, and on the islands of Lesbos and Samos. And everyone mentioned how important prevention is, and if you don't create a trustful environment where women and girls can feel safe to report, reporting will never happen. And then we have also been supporting the provision of interpretation services, tackling the language barrier, as was mentioned before, to survivors of violence across Greece, including child survivors of trafficking in human beings, as we are often called to support the houses of the child, the ones that have been established, and the Greek police in such cases through our partner Metadrasi. Now, when it comes to awareness raising, we usually organize campaigns, and we had the No Child is for Sale campaign with the National Rapporteur and the NRM, where professionals were sensitized to facilitate activities with children and women for the purpose of producing drawings that then participated in a contest to become posters for this campaign. And on the other hand, we have also developed some teen fiction in 4 languages spoken by the refugee population, tackling the issue of child marriage, and then a facilitator's guide on how to facilitate such activities in the context of classrooms to raise awareness amongst adolescents. Now, at UNICEF, one of our main programmatic strategies when it comes to child protection is evidence generation. And based on the evidence we produce, we then shape our programmatic guidance for those in the field that are in direct contact with people at risk of trafficking in human beings or those that are survivors. Now, in this regard, I would like to focus on a global resource that our office has adapted into the Greek context, that is the GBV Pocket Guide, and then 2 resources that UNICEF has developed at the regional level, and our region is Europe and Central Asia, including with the participation of both UNICEF Greece and UNICEF Bulgaria. So the 2 remaining resources are both available in Greek and Bulgarian, so they may be helpful for your staff. So I will start from the most recent undertaking, that is the GBV Pocket Guide that has been adapted to the Greek context. It's a digital app with all the information that someone needs who comes into contact with a person that has survived GBV in order to respond in the best possible way. So the app is now available in Greek. Greek is the 12th language in which it is available. And it's addressed to non-specialized professionals that may come into contact with the GBV survivor, and it's based, most of you might be aware of it, on a psychological first aid framework. It contains do's and don'ts, and the reason why I'm mentioning this is because in advising professionals on how to prepare, it includes an information leaflet that professionals need to fill in by identifying services available in their area, and of course the national helpline 1109 is included there. And there's also, in the download section, there's also an information leaflet by the Greek police providing information about trafficking in human beings. And I should, of course, mention that this adaptation and the launch of the GBV Pocket Guide has been carried out in partnership with the General Secretariat for Demographic and Family Policy and Gender Equality, and we're glad that the state has adopted this tool and it's available on the national websites as something that may be useful to many non-specialized professionals, be it the police, health professionals, social services, so, or anyone actually that may come in contact with a GBV survivor. So if you don't have it, I urge you to download it, because I think, you know, it can happen to anyone. Now, the next resource was developed along the same lines, and it's along the same idea of the GBV Pocket Guide, but now focusing on boys and young men. And, you know, men are often not considered as being vulnerable to sexual violence. They're mostly seen as, you know, the ones perpetrating. But evidence shows, you know, that, for instance, in a clinic on Lesbos led by MSF in a period of 5 months, actually 28% of the survivors of sexual violence were men. So what this guide provides is tips on how to support refugee and migrant boys that may be survivors or at risk of sexual violence. It gives concrete examples on how to do programming on this area. And of course it does so by recognizing the barriers that young men and boys might face in accessing the services. And this can be negative attitudes and practices by service providers. It could be limited training or limited entry points to the system. Now, it also identifies and points to particular categories of male survivors, that males that are vulnerable to sexual violence, such as unaccompanied boys or boys in institutions or boys with disabilities. And of course it does so by focusing on international principles and global guidance, such as mentioned before, the survivor-centered approach or the do no harm. So this is also available in, of course, English, but both Greek and Bulgarian. Now, last but not least, there's a third resource, an analysis note on the identification of unaccompanied and separated girls in Bulgaria, Serbia, Italy, and Greece. This is also available in both languages. So basically what we did here is, you know, recognizing that human trafficking is indeed a gendered phenomenon, and that females, you know, make up to 95% of documented victims of sexual trafficking in Europe. So looking at the evidence that is available, but also collecting evidence ourselves, we saw that unaccompanied and separated girls usually go under the radar. There are challenges in their identification, so it looks like they often have limited access to information, the fact that they may be married or pregnant or having children may lead to state agencies not to register them as adults, or they travel alone and they join accompanying families, and the members of these families are very rarely interviewed separately. So what this analysis shows, apart from the challenges, is how to support identification. And apart from training that, you know, most of the colleagues here have mentioned, information provision is of course very important. But also I would say, and you know, I'm feeling very strongly about this, is creating trustful environments and creating safe spaces where women will feel comfortable to report. And then it comes also with a tip sheet on 10 signs that may indicate that a girl is unaccompanied and, or separated. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ada, for another very interesting and insightful presentation. And before giving the floor to the public for questions, you know, in this field we are very often speaking about data, numbers, and of course this is really important. Evidence are important in science, but as well in policy making. But I often say this about the so-called Syrian refugee crisis. It's not a crisis of numbers, but a crisis of narratives. And actually words are creating realities. Words are creating social realities, and words are changing mindsets. So from my part, the question will be, and I'll be really happy to hear a bit more about your work on creating new realities by words and by telling personal stories. Because behind the numbers are human beings, are persons, just like all of us here today. And telling their stories is really the way not only to change the mindsets and the way society is dealing with this problem, but as well to empower the victims themselves by sharing the experience of others. So I'll be really happy to hear more about your work on, and this is as well the moment to congratulate all of you for the amazing work you're doing. But I'll be happy to hear about the way you're working to sensibilize societies and empowering the human beings behind the numbers. And of course, we'll be happy to take the questions by the public.
Okay. From the beginning of 821, the story was the power behind it, because the story is what, you know, money moves the world. Anything needs money in order to accomplish stuff we've heard before. And so stories show you why this needs money. So from the beginning, there was a policy with 821 that for survivors that finished our program, we will ask them if they want to share their story. So we will write down basic elements of the story because we want to show what happened, not with details. Or we do combined stories of different persons that we use them either to show to the people what happens because they do not hear. Lately, it's the last 5 years we hear stories in the news in Greece about human trafficking and blown up by the media, which they make a distorted picture of what's happening. So with their permission, and sometimes their permission will be limited for specific years or a year, we follow with that. So we use these stories in two ways. One way to professionals, when we do trainings, everything we share as a possible red flag or anything, we bring a story with that. A small part that this happened to a real person, and this is how someone understood that this is human trafficking. And when we share the stories, I've done this since 2017. I haven't seen any training session that when you share the story about a red flag, people will start talking to each other because they remember something. The shocking was when we have, you know, material for school for first level and second level education in Greece, and we visit schools to speak about human trafficking. I still remember the same sense I was doing a presentation to high school kids, and when I shared some signs with some stories, I saw two girls start talking about a third person. That was the most shocking. I've heard a lot of things, but when I heard in a Greek high school, someone listening to red flags and thinking of one of their friends, that was totally shocking. The second way we use the stories is when we started with Active Citizens Fund, we had an idea how we can have a more storyline approach to how we inform general population about human trafficking. We have tried with a cooperation with a bishop in Greece. We organized an event, and we tried this. We narrated a story, a real story of a person In between, we had information about human trafficking, what happened, how this person could reach for help, or anything like that. So through the story, the people were getting the story, and with the remembrance of the story, they knew details about human trafficking. And they knew about the hotline because we had visuals, we had music behind that, so we had a holistic approach. And after that, we had a lot of feedback from people about this. So we start doing that. We exercised it in 8 cities in Greece, and we've seen the same response. Also, other organizations were very interested to implement similar ways, because the story is the reality. Numbers is for us, again, you know, the NRM and a whole gathering of cases, although it's a small number, is very important because before that we didn't have anything. 821 has different numbers, the police had different numbers, the hospitals had different numbers of victims of human trafficking. Now we have a general number, we have the statistics and the opportunity to grow more. But stories is what move people. Stories is what moves us in order to do our work, and we all know that we have so many negative experiences and many bad things with a lot of work behind it, but every time we have a success story, which the success could be just someone finishing the program. This is what drives us to move further.
If I also can share some experience, I'm thinking about trainings that we've had with police officers, and as you earlier mentioned, there is very often this stigmatizing of the people, and when we were having these trainings and suddenly when we were speaking about the specifics about the Ukrainian refugees groups or the migrants from Afghanistan or Syria or elsewhere, and we're saying that they have to be treated with respect to their culture and respect to the specific situation they're in, and so on and so forth. And suddenly it was becoming very lively in the rooms, and some of the police officers were trying to convince us that we don't know. And actually, the Ukrainian refugees are in Bulgaria just to go on a vacation. They are using the situation to be on the Black Sea coast. I know the migrants from Afghanistan or Syria are actually criminals, and they come here with knives to kill us and so on. And then it was super loud and lively, and big discussions were starting every time. It's the same experience every time. But then in the end, after we all discuss and exchange and share stories, some of the police officers were coming to us in the end of the trainings and were thanking us for bringing up the topic, because they actually, this made them think about it, made them think about these people in a humanized way. So it is very important indeed to have the right words and to make people think about the migrants and refugees as humans indeed.
Yes, I have a very different angle, actually. So as UNHCR, we are accountable to displaced persons. So we regularly engage, listen to asylum seekers, refugees, including persons who may have been trafficked. And we ask them for their recommendations. What do they need? Upon arrival in Greece, for example, how do they need to be protected? What do they need from us, from the UN, from NGOs, from authorities? And we include this in our programming, in our response. This really guides our response, the voices, the recommendations of individuals, and it also guides our advocacy to the government. It's not just looking at the procedural or institutional gaps, but listening from displaced persons themselves. What are the challenges that they face in accessing protection? And then for us as an organization to use their recommendations to guide our programming and to guide our advocacy. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to build on Aneta's point, and when we hear about evidence, evidence is not just numbers or data; it's also qualitative information. And this is basically the inputs that we need when designing guidance for people in the field. We talk to the survivors themselves, of course, following all ethical processes in order to do so, in order not to expose them to further harm. Now, when it comes to stories, I do ask you to read, it's called The World Anew. It's this collection of stories of different girls faced with GBV, including child marriage, and I think, you know, it's true that stories have immense power in, you know, attracting the attention of those that may be at risk. So in this book, there's also information on how to reach out to services. And then one last comment, you know, because you said language builds realities, and I'm totally in favor of that. And this is why, you know, we like to call people survivors and not victims. I think it's very important, you know, to be focusing on this empowering notion and not treating them as, you know, people that don't have the means to survive. They are survivors. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we do agree that words are important. So you have the chance to take the floor and to ask questions. I think there is a mic in the middle, and okay, it's Lena over there. Yeah. So if you feel free to participate. Yeah, I see a hand over there, and yeah, second row there, Nadia. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Nadia Kurukharova from Animals Association from Bulgaria. My question is more to our Greek colleagues. I want to help myself to understand better how your system works. So you have two referral mechanisms. One is the national referral mechanism, and the other is the national emergency referral mechanisms. I would like to ask you who is coordinating both mechanisms, and how you make all the institutions and all their local structures to follow these mechanisms, because this is a problem in my country. We also have two mechanisms. One is the national referral mechanisms for trafficked persons, where children and third country nationals are special subgroups, but also we have another referral mechanism for unaccompanied children. The first one is coordinated by the National Commission for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings, and the second one is coordinated by the State Agency for Child Protection. And also, I would like to ask how you collect this common database of trafficked persons, how you manage to coordinate also this process, which is another big story, and how successful is this? Thank you.
I'll start and colleagues can complement. This is a question for the Greek authorities, actually, as both mechanisms are under the Greek authorities in Greece. The NERM, the National Emergency Response Mechanism, is for unaccompanied children, and it is under the Special Secretariat for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors, of which Mr. Moskov, who spoke earlier, is the Special Secretary in this regard. And it is only focused on unaccompanied children who are homeless in precarious conditions. Previously, we had issues of children being in detention. This has been abolished in Greece. So this is a mechanism only for children under the SSPUAM. The other mechanism, the national referral mechanism, is similar to what you mentioned on trafficking. It's specifically on trafficking, and also previously it was Mr. Moskov who was overseeing it. And this is specifically to coordinate the response on trafficking. It is under the Ministry of Labor, under ECA, but perhaps my colleagues would like to say more on this?
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to explain the process.
Yes, go ahead.
So the idea is, if we share, the whole name is the National Referral Mechanism for the Protection of Victims of Human Trafficking. So the idea behind that was to at least have statistics about human trafficking. It's under the Office of the Rapporteur for the Protection of Victims of Human Trafficking, so it was something that has to be done in Greece. We are of the few countries that we didn't have any referral mechanism related. So we started initially with the people who were working in the National Referral Mechanism to create data. So they have reached to all NGOs, organizations, hospitals, government officials. They have focal points in several places of, that provide social services or anything like that. And they are the ones who will report any suspicion of a trafficking situation. So there is a specific codified 16 pages of report that becomes anonymous. It had this code name that the people in the National Referral Mechanism cannot identify as a person. But this is a unique number that they follow with the case. And the National Referral Mechanism, when they receive this report, they try to see if the person who is reported receives the support they need, the social, psychological support, or shelter, or anything like that. And if they don't, they try to communicate with actors who are inside the National Referral Mechanism in order for them to be able to provide.
So each case is inserted in this database?
Yes, and with this codification, even over than one organization identify the same person, it will take the same number, so it will be a unified report. So far, yes, because before, this started in 2019. Before that, each organization had a totally different number, so we didn't have an idea of the, still the numbers are not high, it's very low, but it's more, it has the potential to become a very good tool and see not only how many, but what types of trafficking, what types of recruitment, which locations, or anything like that. That's why it's so extensive in the details.
Ada, you want to add something? Or?
No,
Hello, I'm Paulina Cara. I'm a lawyer. I'm a training support officer. I work for the NRM, so I thought I should step in because you asked whether it works well. So for 2022, 2021 and 2022, the referrals that we have received, so the cases that have been reported to us have doubled since 2019, 2020. And in a way, we think, of course, that it works well because of the numerous trainings that NRM provides to authorities and NGOs as well that are partners. Another thing I wanted to add is that, as Mr. Kondoudis already mentioned, the NRM helps with developing and providing statistics in order for policies to be improved or new policies to be developed, but it also focuses on the protection of the victims by coordinating all NRM partners. That is actually, as we already mentioned, public authorities, international organizations, and NGOs, again through the provision of trainings, through collaborative meetings, and raising awareness campaigns. And of course, the function of the NRM itself with the reporting system of the cases and the monitoring of the cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for the so interesting information and presentations. My name is Plamena Nikova, and I'm a representative of the National Network for Children Bulgaria, which is an umbrella organization working mainly in child advocacy and child welfare. And through our member organizations, some of them are going also to present today. We're following the topic of migrant children and especially unaccompanied minors. And it will be very interesting for me if you can share more about how, what are the challenges and the difficulties with supporting these children with the access to education, healthcare, and other social services, because this is a great problem in Bulgaria. And also a detail about what happened in Bulgaria after the start of the war in Ukraine. As Daniela mentioned, we had, in a very short period, we had very large numbers of migrants coming from the north. We kind of separate them, migrants from the north being the Ukrainians and migrants from the south being the refugees from Middle East and African countries. So these migrants coming from the north, they received, of course, the ECU temporary protection, under which unaccompanied minors are not the procedure is not the same for the children coming from the south because of the great number women and parents coming with children. Anyone who would say that this accompanying these Ukrainian children would be eligible to be their representative, so to say. And in the same time, for the children coming from the south, even if they're accompanied by their grandmother or uncle, they are still unaccompanied minors. So this is a difference, and also the crisis in Ukraine kind of withdraw a lot of support because of the organizations don't have like unlimited resources, including human resources, and the state wasn't very helpful at the beginning. So it kind of withdraw this support and protection for the children coming from the south and put them in an even more discriminative situation as they already, for many reasons, are in Bulgaria. So it'd be interesting for me to share more about how is the situation in Greece. Thank you.
If I may, I mentioned previously the relocation exercise that we had from Greece to other EU member states. The biggest challenge we faced at the time was the identification of homeless children, unaccompanied children, specifically for the homeless in the ECA database under the Ministry of Labour. There were 1,000 children as homeless, and only a fraction of those were ever found once we actually started looking for them with child protection actors. So finding these children in the urban framework where children are afraid, were previously afraid to step out because they were afraid to be detained. Another element is that many are also working irregularly in rural areas or urban areas. And how do we find them? This was the biggest challenge faced at the time, which has been since, I would say, largely resolved by the establishment by the National Emergency Reporting Mechanism. Once children are identified, and children are identified not just by NGOs, but also by citizens, by Greek citizens, who call the helpline and flag that there is a child in this locality. And then the mechanism is activated to reach the child, to make sure that child is registered, has access to accommodation, education, shelter, health. So this mechanism has really proved as a solution for Greece, for unaccompanied children in Greece. Other issues that I would say still exist is the issue of guardians and also age assessment. But those are issues that require a wider discussion. Thanks.
I would also like to add, like on the children from Ukraine, I mean, we have very few identified as unaccompanied, right? Very few. And I would say that with the Ukrainian women and children arriving in Greece, the response and the prevention, basically, of abuse is a bit more difficult. They are more dispersed. The good thing is, of course, they have stronger communities to rely on, but it's a lot more difficult because basically the state-run services do not really do outreach, or not even for the Greek children and women. So I would say reaching them with services and providing basically more prevention support is more difficult than with the other refugee and migrant experience we had before.
Thank you. If I may actually add on this point, the NERM was also active on the Promahonas border point during the emergency from Ukraine, and they were actively identifying children who were separated or unaccompanied. There were very few. More children that had arrived in Greece as separated than unaccompanied, but the state is tracking these, which I think is important to note in Greece, that there is a mechanism to actually track and provide any support that is needed, also to the children from Ukraine with the protective status.
My experience is not with minors, so I mean in SA21 we deal with only adults, so I think they are better experts than me.
There is a question over. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone, first off, for all the information you provided today. I wanted to ask from, the Greek colleagues a question more on, I'm interested to understand how, within the specific Greek context of how we see people lack the access to territory, pushbacks, and violence, how do you frame the counter-trafficking trainings with border guards or police in this specific case, for example, on the islands, I'm thinking? And I'm saying this because I'm from the International Rescue Committee, and last time we were doing research in Lesbos, we had a lot of sub-Saharan African women, survivors of trafficking, and then also survivors of pushbacks and sexual violence during those pushbacks. So I'm kind of wondering, how is that training framed, or is there additional training, or how does that kind of work in these, with border guards and maybe also police specifically? Would be appreciated.
As we know, pushbacks is not part of a policy. So we train them on how to, when they reach a person, how to help them, identify them, and go to the specific authorities to provide support. So it has to do with the mentality, whatever, to the specific person in the audience. So some people will follow with the training just because it is mandatory for them, but others, sometimes because of stories, because of real things that happen in Greece, they start discussing and then start addressing the problem. But we cannot do anything specific for that. Our training is specifically for general authorities, police officers, border police, or anything like that, to be trained how to identify victims of human trafficking. There's no other way we can show them something else. This is a it's an international policy that forbids that. So you don't have to train them about it. They're supposed to know it.
But do they know it?
That's a very big question, because there's many times, that simple facts like a victim of domestic violence that goes to the police doesn't have to pay to the police in order to do I'm not good with legal terms. Yes, the report. And the police will say, no, you need to. And we receive calls in the hotline about that. And at the same time, you can be in a meeting with someone from the authorities and saying that, no, these things are not happening. So it's not something you can deal with that. You go further hoping that your message will be stronger.
Do you ladies, I know we are in a delicate position, but do you want to add something, or?
I think just to add on the content of the training, and I think A21 has excellent trainings with the view of really focusing also on the soft skills of disclosure. For example, if you have a group of women or a group of individuals together, traveling together, how are the police able to identify the signs of trafficking and identify who is the individual controlling that group? I think this is really key for the authorities to have these skills, and at the front line, because this is where individuals need most help and might be in an actively being trafficked. And I think it's also important to flag the difference between smuggling and trafficking, because we have a lot of smuggling coming into Greece. Not all individuals are being trafficked. The majority might have paid smugglers, but some are actually being trafficked, meaning their documents are being withheld. They are not free to leave, and they are being watched by the traffickers. So I think this training, this awareness of the frontline staff, so that they are able to identify and intervene immediately to rescue victims of trafficking, is really key. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, there's a question.
Hello to everyone. My name is Salabas Vasiliki, and I'm working as a lawyer now in the Home Project. We have shelters for unaccompanied minors. Before that, I used to work as a lawyer in SolidarityNow in specific refugee camps in Thessaloniki. And actually, my question is maybe more practical. As far as I'm concerned now, all the NGOs and IOM has left the camps, and I'm really worried about how it's going to work from now on, because when I was working, we had some specific trainings about human trafficking in order to provide support and identifying the victims. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I repeat again, there are not even lawyers in the camps, and I'm quite worried about how it's going to work, specifically because, you know, in refugee camps, there are so many vulnerable cases, separated minors, and maybe single mothers. So I don't know if you have any information about it, or just to bring to your notice. Thank you so much.
I mean, of course, you know, the decreasing level of services, especially in open accommodation sites, has been a concern during the past years. We see services for people decreasing. On our side, you know, what I can say is that we do carry out and support the Ministry of Migration, and especially the Reception and Identification Service, in carrying out this exercise that is called the checklist towards child-friendly sites, which provides space for a dedicated discussion on services for children in the context of different axes that the camp actors are contributing to. So basically providing evidence on what is the situation in every camp. Now, of course, you know, in Greece we talk about evidence-based planning and policies, and it sounds a bit weird because people don't understand why evidence is important. So, you know, it's a way of actually trying to inform them and try to, you know, support the state in understanding how they can actually identify these gaps in case they are interested of doing something about it. Just a point for myself.
I just want to share that, you know, all these years we have built a community and knowledge that is available from all organizations. So it is there. We all are available to provide it. So it's an opportunity. It's on the hands of the government, of the authority, to use this richness and knowledge and strength of the community that already provided what we were able to provide. So it's not, we are here and we see that with the national referral mechanism. Mr. Moskov, he created a lot of opportunities for many actors to participate together. So that exists. It's on the hands, on the decision of everyone to use that in order to make better with this change.
Aneta, you want to? Yeah. Communities are easily built around lunch tables, and I know lunch break is approaching, but I think we still can take one or two more questions.
Hi, this is from IOM, so I thought of quite answering on the question before. I think Ada gave a good answer, and also Mr. Dimitris the same. It's true that there are capacities built right now in the sites, and at the same time there is a handover going on from IOM to the national authorities. And we do consider that there are going to be gaps, and we do see what you mentioned, that without lawyers, there are no lawyers. That's it. But however, there are different structures right now in the sites. One is the national authorities themselves. There is site managers. Like, the realities right now in the site is much more different than back in the days where IOM and everyone had a lot of staff working in the field. And we also count a lot on the newly deployed staff of EUAA, that they are supposed to take a lot of the responsibility that comes with whatever has to do with legal procedures. But my advice to everyone here working in Greece is always to document what's going on in the sites, and always document what are the gaps in our effort also to make these issues notable to whoever should know. And at the same time, just to a note here that IOM will continue operations until June. So yes, indeed, we are decreasing a lot of staff, but together with a lot of partners, including, I see here very familiar faces, but including UNHCR, UNICEF, and all the organizations that are already in the sites. I do believe we will continue to monitor the situation. And where there is a gap, I think that at least until June, we have some space to continue the discussions with the national authorities.
There is a question here, and yeah, one more there.
Good morning, everyone. Jessica Copeland. I'm the Human Rights Officer at the U.S. Embassy here in Athens. Thank you all for organizing. Just wanted to say that building capacity around trafficking in persons is one of the major goals of Mission Greece in its entirety, including our consulate in Thess, and a major concern of the ambassadors, and of course as mine as the Human Rights Officer. I have several, I think, questions that I'd like to ask throughout the day on different phases of the protection cycle. Hi. But one of the things I wanted to ask is there a way to engage the sex industry? I don't know how it is in Bulgaria, but certainly in Greece. Is there ever a way that it could be useful to build allies within the sector of lawfully operating brothels? Can they be a part of the solution, or are they always a part of the problem? And again, this is not a leading question. I am entirely open to your thoughts on the matter.
Can I give some numbers just to have a picture? So if we are talking about legal brothels in Greece, the estimation in Athens is that exist over 400 brothels. Out of them, 2 are legal. Right now. When I started doing the trainings, it was about 16. But we talked with the anti-trafficking police department that regulates with that. And what it means legal means that they have the papers to work as a store for providing sexual services, hygiene, a fire department, 200 meters away from churches, schools, hotels, hospitals, which means in a large city you cannot have. That's why in the villages it's usually the outskirts of the village. And also 1 sex worker for an 8-hour shift. Okay, so this is the legal prostitution. So this means the person, the sex worker, in order to work, they go to the police for the permit, they go to a hospital, a public hospital, to check for STDs and AIDS, and they have a health book. For every 2 weeks they need to go there to check themselves, and they go to a psychologist who just makes sure that they are sane. No one is asking if they do it voluntarily or not, and even if they want to, usually they don't speak the language. So someone else is interpreting. Now, this is brothels. We don't talk about massage parlors, strip clubs, advertisements on Facebook, on news sites, or whatever. So, and I'll give you just some numbers of official research from Pandio University in Athens in 2010, if I remember correctly. It talks about 1 million clients per year for the legal prostitution. And if you think that Greece is all about 11 million, 45% is male. If you take out the older and the very young, you talk every 3 or 4 men are entertained with illegal prostitution. They have over 3 million visits, and I think that the profit is about 1 billion euros per year. So in this situation, we have sometimes cooperation with organizations like Red Umbrella, but there is always difference between all social workers, the difference if we should ban prostitution or empower as the sex worker. There's always a conflict, and there's not a specific way so we can approach the problem. For us, the main thing is, since Greece follows the German-Dutch model, which supports and empowers the sex working, the laws should be more clear. Just an example of what happened with the lockdowns. All the legal brothels were closed by the government, but the employees, the sex workers inside there, their tax office number never came up in order to receive the payment that all the other stores that closed, the employees were receiving. So suddenly a person who is a sex worker, they close the only place they can work legally, but they're not getting paid the money that everybody is paid. So this needs to change.
Does someone want to add something, or no? Then I propose to take one last question here on the 3rd row. Yeah.
Thank you very much for extremely useful information. My name is Silviata Bushka. I'm from Romania. I've been looking into this field for about 20 years, doing a lot of research. We are looking into good practices in what you have done in the previous crisis. And our challenge, not only in Romania, but in other countries like Hungary and Poland that hosts a lot of, mainly Romania and Poland that host a lot of Ukrainians, we see that the entire focus is on protection, but not much on human trafficking. We know that the human trafficking rings in Ukraine and also in Romania are very powerful. We had a case of human trafficking based on Loverboy in the 2nd day of the conflict. Also, being in this field for a huge time, I would say, I have never thought that UN agency can play the role of agency in commas, play the role of human trafficking ring. We identified in Romania an NGO that is linked to the Italian mafia based on our open data information that requested 200 unaccompanied children in Romania, Ukrainian children. Their logo is very similar with UN agencies. We had a huge number of UN agencies coming in Romania. It's very difficult. I teach international organizations, so it was very easy for me to know among the 30 UN agencies is not such a one, but they had fake passports, diplomatic passports. They have a logo that is very similar with the UN agency, and they requested a very large number of Ukrainian refugees in Romania. What we see, as you mentioned about the indicators, is the fact that we see potential cases of human trafficking, but most of the Romanian authorities and also frontline workers, because they are not aware about human trafficking, they are not trained, and also the focus is not on human trafficking, but mainly on protection, we see this risk quite growing. And I'm not sure if you faced this situation in the first period of the crisis, and if there are any lessons learned, how we can raise more awareness and more interest from the authorities' part into this field of human trafficking. Thank you very much.
You have raised a very severe gap that exists in times of crisis, large displacements anywhere in the world. But referencing the recent Ukraine emergency, I was personally at the border in Poland, the largest border crossing point in Medyka. And the situation there was chaos. We had volunteers, international, national Ukrainian volunteers from all over the world, including from the US, Canada, coming to the border, aiming to help individuals. You have a woman who has just been separated from her husband with her young children, with no place to go, searching for accommodation, livelihoods, anything. Who will take the first helping hand? And volunteers, I mean, 9 out of 10 wanted to do good, but you always have those individuals with bad intentions. And unfortunately, these individuals were not only at the border points, but at the reception points. They were circling, trying to find individuals, and it was talked about. Everybody who worked, every volunteer, NGO, UN agency at the border recognized that trafficking was the top risk at the early stages of the emergency, and I assume this is for all of the countries bordering Ukraine. It was the top risk at the time. I can confirm that at the crossing point, the Polish border guard had a leaflet on trafficking for every single individual. We as UNHCR had huge banners, anti-trafficking banners, meaning only accept accommodation, transport from people who trust. It is free. Transportation was free at the time of the emergency. But the scale of the number of individuals crossing daily and the number of volunteers, it is something that is impossible to control. It is impossible. And the state authorities there, I mean, they were available in case there were any reports of trafficking, and they did take action. What was really difficult, and I think this is a larger issue, was even though we have the Interpol, Europol, police, local police databases, if you check somebody's name on these databases, unless they've actually been convicted for trafficking, you will not find them. So very often, even if there were suspicions of traffickers, if they weren't found, they were released. So there were several layers of risks at the time. I can speak about this for hours, excuse me, but it doesn't just happen with the Ukraine, but anywhere in the world where you have large displacements, chaos, criminal organizations take advantage of the vulnerable. So it is really a huge task for the international community and especially for law enforcement to be able to have the resources, because it requires huge resources to be able to address this. Thanks.
Just focus on things that are within our limited control as UN agencies, is to at least check our partners and the organizations that we partner with, and ensure there's a working group of UN agencies on protection from sexual exploitation and abuse. There is a course that is available in Greek in UNICEF Agora platform on PSEA. I mean, of course, this is a drop in the ocean, but at least, to the part that we are accountable, we do do a risk assessment of our partners, and we do expect all employees employed by our partners to make sure that they take this training. I mean, I know this doesn't face the problem, but within the control of UN agencies, there's so much you can do.
I would also just want to give an example from Bulgaria, even though it's not very successful, but still. When the Ukrainian refugee crisis started, the government back then started a task force under the Council of Ministers, which gathered relevant institutions and NGOs, which was gathering once per week, and all the NGO sector had direct access to the institutions, and we could exchange on the fast developments during the refugee crisis. At the same time, when it comes to trafficking, there was a subgroup organized under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Interior, where again NGOs were gathering on, let's say, every 3 weeks with the representatives of the Deputy Minister of Interior, the representatives of the relevant authorities, police, and so on. Yes, there was some reluctance from the authorities really to participate in that, but they had to. And it was very good because we were pointing their attention to this topic, because everything they were telling us, there are no signals, there are no cases, nothing, but at least we had direct access to them and we could point their attention. And if there was something, we could very easily signal them. But unfortunately, the political situation in Bulgaria is very unstable, and now there is a new government which didn't continue this group, so they're down. But it was a good idea to gather NGOs and authorities on a regular basis.
Okay, exchanging is important, and can we take one more question, or? Yeah, please.
Okay, it's not really a question, it's just a quick comment. I'm Piotr Wagner from Lestrada, Poland. And would like to say that, okay, obviously the situation on the borders were really difficult, and over 10 million people crossing the borders. But a lot of effort was put to help these people somehow. But the side effect of that is that all the people brought to Poland from Latin America was left, and these are mainly the victims for now in Poland of human trafficking. There were not enough forces to help them, and we are trying really, really hard, but like this is the main problem, the people from Latin America, and for us this is like a real problem, because people from Ukraine, they know the language, they know the reality. Usually they have some friends already in Poland, so for them it's easier. But for the people who speak only Spanish or even don't speak fluent Spanish, the situation is even worse.
I hear you, and I think it's an issue also to be raised with I would say donors, and how they are accountable in creating different streams of responses to different groups. So for us, this is part of internal advocacy also to our offices and our donors, because at UNICEF we say a child is a child, but no, it's not a child. There's Ukrainian children, and then there's the rest of the refugee and migrant children. So it is a point of advocacy on how you should be addressing and supporting state structures to respond to all survivors and not having particular streams of response for specific groups.
Okay, so let me first thank our panelists, but then most of all thanks all of you for being active and for creating this space for discussion and debating important issues. I'm sure we could continue this around our lunch and of course this afternoon with the next panels. Thank you all for being active.
Hello again. For our next panel discussion, titled Best Practices for Prevention and Relapsing to Trafficking, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Konstantinos Kolovos from DRC Greece, the panel facilitator, a dedicated social worker and social and cultural anthropologist, and a trainer who has been working in the humanitarian sector for the last 15 years. Konstantinos has extensive experience supporting migrants, refugees, and frontline workers in areas of mental health and psychological support, gender-based violence and prevention and response, child protection, trafficking, and e-trafficking. Currently serving as a protection specialist focusing on gender protection and empowerment at Danis Refugee Council Greece, where he was central in Free-to-Living project aimed at addressing e-trafficking, Konstantinos continues to demonstrate dedication to improving the lives of refugees and marginalized groups.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks, Lina, for the introductions. With pleasure, I will call our speakers for this panel with the title Best Practices for Prevention and Relapsing to Trafficking. I will call to the panel Ms. Diana Dimova, Ms. Nadia Kozhurogava. One more time, I will try. Kozhukharova. It's okay. Ms. Vasilis Fragos and Fotini Pandopikou and Tomomi Sinozaki. Yes. Can you? So before introducing our first panel speaker, as we will speak about good practices for prevention of and relapsing to trafficking, and in an attempt to very briefly connect this panel with the previous one, I will say that we speak a lot about good practices and promising practices in different fields, in health, in housing, in education, in vocational training, employment. There are new projects also on reintegration the last years. What we should all agree, I think, and I guess and I hope that everyone is on the same line, we should focus and discuss on how these prevention programs will be sustainable in the long term. We're not looking only for short-term capacity building or awareness raising projects. We have to work on sustainability of these projects, and it is very interesting that we will have the opportunity on this panel to discuss about practices and projects and interventions from Bulgaria and Greece. We have to keep in mind how these projects will be accessible for all victims of trafficking, how we will take a gender perspective into account, and having an empowerment strategy in the focus of our interventions. We have to agree on with taking a human rights standard as a basis, in particular access to basic social services that sometimes are not there, and I guess this is for sure the case in Greece sometimes, and I'm curious to hear about Bulgaria as well. What was also highlighted and by Mr. Moskov and other respectable speakers is how we will all work together to build positive collaboration between state stakeholders and CSO and non-government organizations. And what we have to keep in mind is that we have to show respect for diversity. That means to result in tailor-made support as well, because all the trafficking survivors are not the same, all GBV survivors are not the same, so we have to take into account these different vulnerabilities or needs to work on prevention and response projects. So I'm happy to introduce our first panel speaker, Ms. Diana Dimova. She's the chairperson of Mission Wings Foundation in Bulgaria. She's representing an organization which employs many social workers, psychologists, cultural mediators, etc. She has a background of social work with many years, nearly 24 years in the NGO sector. She has project development and implementation experience in many projects in the areas of social work with vulnerable people, advocacy and empowerment and human rights. And she has also served as a full member in National Council for Child Protection at the State Agency for Child Protection and in the Public Council for the National Ombudsman in Bulgaria. So we'll start with her presentation with the title Working Solutions on the Front Line with Asylum-Seeking Refugee Children and Adults. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. For me, this is a great honor to participate in this conference. Thank you so much. And first, I want to apologize in advance about my level of English. I really hope that you will understand me. If there's some doubts, just give me a sign. I will use my friends to help me with this. And second, I will try to be short and a little bit more emotional than I wanted, because during the lunchtime, one of the investigators that we work with in our police in our region called me because they identified one of the body of unaccompanied minor who died in one of the last accidents in our region. So really, this topic is so important for our organization and for me personally, and I never imagined in my life that like a social worker, I should work with stakeholders to identify children who died. So I really hope that in the end of this forum, we will share some ideas for real future cross-border partnerships on the topic, which really, believe me, it's very necessary for us. So, okay. So I'm honest with you. Of course, this is my point of view. But the territory of Bulgaria, which is a transit country for those who is seeking international protection, is extremely dangerous. You know that Bulgaria is a transit country, but unfortunately the institution doesn't have enough procedure to protect the asylum seekers during their road. And I will share with you a few pictures that I wanted to show you the reality. Today's conference is taking place against the backdrop of the brutal road accidents in my country over the past month, in which 19 young people from Afghanistan, one of them a child aged around 6 or 7, have died while being illegally trafficked through Bulgaria. 18 of them suffocated in a truck that was abandoned near the capital, Sofia. One later died in a serious road accident near the town where I live and where our organization's head office is, Stara Zagora. This is in the middle in the country. Some of them are still unidentified vehicles with asylum seekers, mostly from Syria, Afghanistan, and Morocco, are found and detained on a daily basis. So this is some of the trucks that they found the bodies. This was a few weeks ago. Human Rights Watch shared their last two annual reports about Bulgaria, and they indicate that nearly 45,000 people are forcibly turned away to Turkey to Turkish territory every year. Humiliating practices being applied to these people are shocked: physical violence, harassment of police dogs biting people, stripping in their underwear, which has absolutely shocked us, robbing of personal belongings and valuables, phones, clothes, imprisonment for several days in unregulated premises of the border police without food, water, and any kind of basic living conditions. Even rarely reported, but there have been cases of sexual violence inflicted on them. About unaccompanied minors, I wanted to share this data with you. For last year, this is only people, the children who was registered from the State Agency for Refugees. 3,348 officially registered unaccompanied minors for last year. From them, only 70 are girls, 430 are under 14 years old, and only 162 have been granted status. The rest have fled while their proceedings are being considered. So we know that they left to West Europe. And unfortunately, later we understood that some of them died somewhere in the forest because of this. They took a very high risk for their life. So who we are? A few things about Mission Wings Foundation. This is local, small organization, and we work from 2018 when we established this organization. And we are a few people with psychologists, therapeutics, and social fields backgrounds. Also we are professional social service provider. We have 6 different kind of license from the agency. Also, we have a shelter that we provide accommodation for women and children. In organizations, around 45 people are working. Most of them are social workers, psychologists, culture mediators, which is very, very important. So we're trying to support and encourage the people to empower and to take the control of their life again. Our main understanding is that the people doesn't really matter how they're vulnerable, but they're experts of their problems. We just try to facilitate, to encourage the personal change that they want to make. A few things about where we work. You can see the capital with the black line, and Stara Zagora is in the middle in the country region, and Haskovo is also a region near to Bulgarian-Turkish border. So we work in both these regions, and we have 3 advisory centers and 1 shelter. Most of our budget is coming from the states. We receive delegate budget, but also we have a lot of projects, and we're trying to to increase different kind of services. This is some of our colleagues who are working in frontline. We have medical staff, we have legal advisors, lawyers, we have also social workers, ecologists, and especially social and culture mediators, who is very, very important in our work. What we are doing, with a few words, we have a lot of things, but I'm trying to focus with only with a few words about some activities we think that is very, very useful. One of them is sports activities with unaccompanied minors in the reception center in Harmanli. Harmanli is a small town near to the Bulgarian-Turkish border, where is the biggest reception center in the country. We have 6 reception centers. One of them is near to the Turkish border, and we have advisory center there. So what we are doing, we are very intensively provide sports activities all day, 3 times a week in the refugee center, and every time around 50-60 children every day, mostly of them unaccompanied and male, participate. We use the time to create trusting relationship with them, and they have very big interest about these activities. The coach is a young man from Syria, and who has been integrated in Bulgaria for the last 9 years. He takes every opportunity to talk to them and tries in an appropriate way to give them the information that is important to protect themselves from different kind of abuse. This is very important because these children, they're trying to escape from the system, from the territory of Bulgaria as soon they can. So we're trying somehow to keep them, to provide more information, because this is somehow, this is for us, this is the first step for prevention of different kind of human trafficking and different kind of abuse. This is very important in our attempts to help prevent their involvement in trafficking and also in illegal businesses. Sometimes smugglers often use children to transport migrants or to transport drugs. So it's very important to protect these vulnerable children, not only with information and safety space, but to be involved in different kind, interesting activities. So we use sports, and we're so happy that we found a proper person for that, who's talking their language, and who is a very good model for them. Also, we're making self-help groups, and we have for people from Syria, Afghanistan, and countries in North Africa, and also for women from Ukraine. We also try to empower them by creating opportunities for part-time employment, and the women's interested a lot about this. So a few words about our social enterprise that we started last year, I will share it later. So one thing very interesting is our mentorship program. This is one of the best practice, and we're so proud that Active Citizen Fund Bulgaria support this project. So somehow we identified leaders from asylum seekers in the reception center and trying to empower them more. We fund them with a small amount and encourage them with the training and different kind of discussions with different kind of ideas that they share with us, how they can be useful in their refugee community until they're waiting their status. We really didn't expect that that will be reflected that much positively, and we have so many trainings we found two amazing, wonderful people with different kind of expertise, because this provoked me a lot, because when they're in the reception center, then coming into our advisory center, we treat them that they're victims. We treat them that they're vulnerable. But when they enter our mentorship program, not only our point of view about change, but also the way they think about themselves. That they're individuals, they have a lot of skills and unique personality that they can share with the others. So in the end of this mentorship program, we give them opportunity with this small amount to realize their ideas. It was wonderful that some of them prefer to cooking, the others provide different kind of workshops to protect the children in the reception center with interesting sessions. Some of them was expert about painting, teachers, different kind of expertise they share with the others, because in the reception center during this time was placed around 1,500 refugees. So this around 20 people reach a lot through different way. They spread our messages about preventions, empowerment to the others. And so we are so happy and proud and so thankful to Active Citizen to support this. A few words about social enterprise. This was absolutely spontaneous idea, and we're trying to empower women, and they make art products, souvenirs, which we sell through our partner organization. So far, over 30 women have joined and are participating in these activities. It was very, very successful, and we are so happy somehow to help them, even to pay their rents, to buy some medicines for their children. Even for this small amount, somehow we encourage to keep their dignity, not to defense all the time from our activities. This is some of the pictures from the social enterprise activities. Yeah, and this is the last pictures from the social enterprise from the Valentine Days. So with these few pictures, I wanted to somehow to encourage you to feel, not only to receive information, but to feel what we are doing. Probably, I'm sure that all of you or some of you making similar things. And the most important for us is that we accept this work like a mission. This is not only work that you start from 8 to 5 o'clock. And yes, we provide 24/7 services, and we are a big team, but in the same time, this is a mission for us. Because even we have only a meeting for a few minutes, for 10 minutes with somebody, and never after that we'll see it, it's important to leave our specific message. And part from this message is prevention. Because really, a lot of, we have so heartbreaking experience. Every week we receive reports of 2 or 3 missing people. Their relatives contact us from Turkey, Syria, Iraq, or Afghanistan looking for them. In the last month alone, one of the children we worked with, 14 years old, escaped. He was found a few days later dead in a fall into a ravine near the Serbian border. From these cases, very often we understand that our meetings with them is very important. One of the things that help most in our practice to prevent future abuse of refugees, especially children and women, is to build trust with them. Because they hear a lot of voices from their uncles in West Europe, from their relatives from country of origins. They're so confused. And the most important thing that we understood from our work, not exactly what we are doing with them, but to give them space to share, to listen them, and to build this trust with them. Only then can they listen to us and eventually pay attention and take advice. It really, we know that it takes a lot of efforts, but I think it's a challenge for all of us. So this is the end of my speech, and I wanted to say you in the end that somehow the ball is in our court. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Diana, for this interesting presentation. I'm tempted to comment, but we have a lot of respectable guests. I would just want to mention that following what you said on people's capacity, on survivors' capacity, and I think also from the previous panel, Landa Gelaki mentioned about we should not forget that people have agency, they have capacities, they can, as long as we provide them with accurate and detailed information about their rights, about the procedures, etc., they can take action. And for us, either we work as state authorities, either as NGOs, we have to keep in mind that we are not saviors. We have to refrain the savior approach and not putting like dipolar dilemmas of saviors and victims, but of our place as supporters or as authorities and the people that they have their own capacity. So thanks a lot. I will pass the floor to Nadia Kozukharova. This time I did it correct, I hope. So she's a clinical psychologist and psychotherapist. She works mainly with survivors of violence and people who have experienced psychological trauma. She has been working with Animus Association Foundation for more than 25 years. She is one of the creators of the specialized services for victims of violence in the organization, such as the hotlines for victims of violence and the crisis center. She is also a trainer and supervisor of professionals working with victims of violence. She is also the national coordinator of La Strada program in Bulgaria and a member of the working group at the National Commission for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings. And also she has also many publications in the field of human rights. So her presentation has the title Prevention of Trafficking and Re-Trafficking in a Transit Country in the Context of Intensive Migration. So, Nadia, please.
Thank you. Just a short introduction of my organization. Animus is mainly a service provider. We have created different services for victims of violence, for families and children. We have a helpline, we have a crisis unit, and we have different programs for psychological and social support and empowering victims of violence. Based on our experience in the direct work, we are able to formulate messages to the authorities and to protect the rights of the victims and to advocate for their rights. Of course, we do also a lot of prevention work and a lot of training work to different professionals, trying to give them our model of work. Maybe I have to take this. So my presentation, I would like to emphasize, especially in my presentation, on the word transit country, because Bulgaria and maybe Greece, as far as I hear today,
we are transit countries. And I think the whole anti-trafficking movement has been developed mainly from countries of destination, including countries of origin. And so the transit countries somehow fall from the whole system. But at the same time, I think this is very important because there are specific things we should not overlook when talking about prevention of trafficking in human beings. So I think a lot has been already told about the context in Bulgaria. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues already said, but there is a big difference in the situation in Bulgaria after the crisis with the Syria war. We definitely became, our role as an external border of the EU was strengthened. And what is important, that refugees were seen not only as a humanitarian problem, but mainly as a threat to the national security, people from Syria and from Afghanistan. Then about 20,000 requests for protection per year have been made. And after 2017, the situation dropped down, the figures dropped down, and we had no more than 2,000 requests per year. And my refugees were people from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Morocco. And what is interesting, only 7% among them were women. These were mainly men. What I can say is Bulgaria is a transit country for all these people. They want to continue their way to Western Europe. The situation changed in 2022 with the Ukrainian war, and for 1 year we have over 135,000 refugees who were registered for temporary protection in Bulgaria. They are not seen as national threat as threat to the national security, and at the beginning people were very empathic, very open to help those people. Currently, a little bit more than 51,000 are in the country, and as has been already said, around 11,000 are accommodated by the state. The others are taken care by themselves. This is the third largest group of refugees currently in Bulgaria. And what is interesting is there are 7% of all refugees, but actually this group is shrinking because I tried to use the figures from my previous presentation that I made in the summer, but then I checked the latest statistics and I realized that they were shrinking with 5%. In August there were 20% of all refugees, now they are 7% of all refugees. And what is interesting, that 68% of all Ukrainians are women. And Ukrainian women are 50% of all refugees, of all women refugees. Both is that for both groups is interesting that no trafficked persons have been identified among them. Not by the people from Afghanistan, Syria, Morocco, neither from the Ukrainian people. I will come back to this later because I think this is very important. You may agree. So some graphics to see how it looks in 21 and in 23. So to know better what is our target group, you can see that in 2023, with the Ukrainians, the share of the women has increased. Now we have 12% of women among all refugees. And this is official data from the State Agency of Refugees. So these are the people who have been granted status. No victims of trafficking have been identified officially by the state authorities, but several have been identified by Animus Association. And these were people, women, who have been referred to our services for different reasons, either because they have small children and babies, because we have a special unit for mother and babies, or they were victims of other forms of gender-based violence. And I can say that after 2 or 3 months, after 2-3 months staying in our services, finally they're able to talk about their experience, and they're able to share with us that they have gone also through trafficking or trafficking-like, similar to trafficking experience on their way to Europe. We have been always very critical to the institutions why they don't identify properly. There have been many trainings delivered by us, by the National Commission for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings, by Dignita, by many other organizations to these first-line workers and officers, trying to teach them how to identify. But it never happens. What we learned, and I forgot to tell that, sorry, I will go a little bit back. Oops, no. Oh, I made a big mess, sorry. Sorry, okay, go to the same. We have implemented the last 5 years a few projects. One is called Tolerant, another is called Activate. Okay, I will, but maybe we have to go to the, yeah. Also together with Greek partners, targeting women victims of trafficking, but in our case we never had women victims of trafficking, third country nationals, because they were not identified. And what we learned working with these people is actually they absolutely don't have the interest to be identified in our country. First, of course, they don't know their rights as victims of trafficking. They don't know how they can benefit if they are victims of trafficking. But there are many other reasons. They think that if they share what has happened to them, they can be detained or deported. And sometimes this happens because maybe they won't be seen as victims, but also as part of criminal groups. Also, they don't want to take part in complex criminal proceedings because they don't have any control over it. It's something that happens in another language. Maybe someone will explain them what they do, but what will be their benefit as a witness? Maybe not much. Only if they have a very good lawyer who is going to also fight for compensation or fight for their right to receive a status based on their trafficking experience. They don't want to delay their journey to Western Europe because they hurry, their families are waiting there. And sometimes they are very much concerned to share traumatic experience with people they don't trust, with someone they don't know, and especially if it is about sexual violence, they are afraid because some cultural specificities, they're afraid that they could be excluded for their communities. And sometimes they don't have a lot, they have only a few people they know from these communities. So it's not only the lack of proactive identification from the side of the authorities, but it is also because the victims have kind of resistance to be identified because they see Bulgaria as a transit country and they want as soon as possible to leave it. Which makes us to think that we have to change the perspective. That means if we want to prevent trafficking and re-trafficking, we should not be that much focused on identifying trafficking, like means, exploitation, you know, the 3 elements according to the definition, and actions, but we have to focus more on identifying vulnerabilities. Because for some people we will maybe never know whether they have been trafficked or not, but they are vulnerable, and they look vulnerable. And we need to work with these vulnerabilities in order to prevent trafficking in Europe, in order to prevent trafficking on their way to the destination, dreamed country they want to go. And yeah. That's why we, based also on our experience with vulnerable women within this few projects, we created we grouped the vulnerable factors, and we came to this. First, there are factors that are related to the demographic, personal, and social characteristics like age, younger people or older people are more vulnerable, gender, of course, health status, nationality, you know, people from some countries are less welcome than other people. Economic status, you know, poverty has always been a factor. Family status, especially for women who have to take care about children and elderly people in their homes. Religious belief and practices. And I would like to emphasize here that these personal characteristics are not disadvantages or deficiencies of the people. It's just something that the system can't work with. So the system makes it vulnerable, because to be young is, for me, is not a problem. It's better to be young than old. But paradoxically, for these people is the opposite. Then we have factors related to obstacles to integration in the EU, because it's not easy to integrate in EU. First, we have the language barriers, and that the whole system, maybe NGOs are better prepared to work with people with other languages. But for example, in Bulgaria, the whole social system, the whole social services, the hospitals are not prepared to how to work with interpreters, for example. So these people lack access to these basic things. They're entitled because of their status. Then we have the socio-cultural barriers. Of course, in our societies, we have a lot of discrimination, prejudice, stigma, lack of access to legal aid also, because legal aid is provided only for the case for granting status. But these people have many other issues, for example, domestic violence, or child custody, or hiring an apartment, for example. Sometimes you need a lawyer. Then we have another group of factors which are very important, and these are factors related to the existing procedures, policies, and legislation on human trafficking, migration, and asylum in EU. We already have talked about the fast procedures here that don't allow for proper identification. The Dublin III regulation, which was not implemented, actually shouldn't be implemented in situation of trafficking. The individual interviews, no confidentiality, groups of people, men and women together, family members together. You don't know whether someone is abuser or trafficker. They're just interviewed together. Lack of sufficient information, what are their rights in Europe. No safe procedures for reporting crimes. If people are non-documented, they can't report crimes because they will be repatriated in many cases. The asylum and refugee system and the anti-trafficking system are not well synchronized, and people have to decide whether they should go to the following the trafficking system or the asylum system. Trafficking is very often mistaken with smuggling, so very often victims are accused for being smuggled, not trafficked. Very important, there are not clear criteria on security and integration when they leave the reception centers. In Bulgaria, if they are granted status, they have, I think, 1 week to leave the center. 14 days.
14 days, sorry, 2 weeks to leave the center. So they're not prepared with housing, with nothing, and this makes them vulnerable. And because we were functioning and working during the pandemic, the COVID is also mentioned. I hope this last group of factors will be deleted forever, but you never know what will come next. So when talking about prevention of human trafficking, it means that we have to work not only
with the victims, but also with the vulnerable people, which means that we have to open the doors of our services, not only for trafficked persons, but also to highly vulnerable people. This is what we do in Animus. We work with third country nationals, we work with people in migration that are vulnerable. In our case, it's women and children, so we don't exclude them. If they are not victims of trafficking, we never exclude them. We work with them. And we provide unconditional and immediate support, victim-centered and trauma-informed approach. I think you're all familiar with this, but for us as psychologists, it's very important that trauma is manifested in very different, sometimes unexpected ways in the behavior of the person. Gender-based approach, intersectional approach. Intersectional means that usually we have a combination of vulnerability factors, and usually, for example, one factor can increase the effect of the other factors. For example, gender increases the effect of all other factors, or age also. What we provide is accommodation and safety, psychological counseling, social support, integration to the labor market. So this is the first and most important level of prevention, is to take care about vulnerable people in a very practical way. Then the next level is to train specialists and build their capacity. Here are a few examples of resources that we have created within the Activate project together with our partners from Greece. KMOP, is there someone from KMOP here? They're our partners within this project. The first one is very good one. It's Guide of Typologists, and it exactly says what it means to work with victim of trafficking who is child, who is addicted, who is with some handicaps. So these different typologies of vulnerabilities. Training manuals for lawyers, training manuals for people working in the reception centers. Here are some other instruments. Actually, all this you can find on a website called NRMBG, which is, we call it the NRM Online. This is a platform we have created where we put the NRM online, so it would be more accessible to different specialists all around the country. So it will facilitate their work on cases of trafficking and vulnerable people. It has all the standard operating procedures, basic information on what is trafficking. So if someone doesn't know anything about trafficking, if he or she goes to this page, they will learn. There are a lot of prevention materials that could be downloaded, victim support information. There is the whole network of all organizations that provide services. We have an interactive map of services, which we think is very useful, because if you go to a specific region, for example, if you go to the region of Stara Zagora, immediately you will have the telephone and the contacts of Diana's organization and the other services that provide support to the victims. We have a library with all these documents and many others that you have just seen. And we created a first database of the victims of trafficking, which is not a real database as you have in Greece, because it has a lot of methodological problems, but it is a first orientational data on the number of victims that we have per year for the last 13 years. And the last level of prevention is the classical classical prevention. This is awareness raising and information. We had a prevention campaign targeting especially refugees from Ukraine, which at the same time targeted also the whole audience. And the main message is not everyone wants to help you. for Ukrainians, and not everyone wants to help them, the materials that were supposed to reach the whole audience. These are posters. We had posts in the Facebook. We had stickers in Viber. We had a video. So it was a broad campaign, and all the materials were leading to a special landing page within our NRM BG platform, which has all the information, all prevention information in Ukrainian for those who may read it. I think it was this from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Diana. Dear Nadia, sorry. There were a lot of interesting topics that you raised, and we will have the opportunity to discuss and take comments from the audience. I just want very briefly to mention and highlight what you said about the lack of identification. This is an issue that we also face here, and despite the establishment of NRM, as we mentioned, and the previous panel speakers mentioned, there is a low number still. They are, I mean, important and significant efforts, but we have a road to cross. It is very interesting what you say about identifying vulnerabilities, because this can lead us to evidence or to signs, etc. And I'm very briefly sharing that because you mentioned the Ukrainian response. With DRC Greece, we are operating a helpline in collaboration with the Ukrainian diaspora organizations. And what we have noticed and discussing with the representatives of the organizations is that they are, when approaching in person the organizations, they are signs or let's say things that could lead to potential victims of trafficking, but there is a cultural, if I may say, element of shame shared between these two, I mean the service provider and the receiver of support, that show us that we need to work a lot on establishing rapport and gain the trust of the victims and the survivors. We need to work on this. And also I do agree about supporting and capacity building on staff, and I can mention that since also you said about CMOP, that in DRC Greece, together with SolidarityNow, CMOP and ECA, the National Center for Social Solidarity, we have a project in the pipeline, let's say, that apart from service provision of psychosocial support, legal aid and escort, accompaniment and cultural mediation services, has an element of capacity building to unspecialized staff, because it is staff that might be critical, I mean in the airports, in ports, in entry points, that we usually, and I say we, the organizations, the authorities, do not target. So thanks a lot. I will pass the floor to Mr. Vasilis Fragos. He's a lawyer. He's specialized in refugee and international human rights law. So Vasilis is currently working as a legal advisor to the Special Secretariat for Unaccompanied Minors in the Ministry of Migration and Asylum in Greece. He has contributed a lot to the establishment and operation of the National Emergency Response Mechanism. We had a short discussion before you join us, Vasilis. I'm sure that you can be open to questions if there's still any about an ERM, I mean. So Vasilis has worked in the past with UNHCR as protection expert, with the Greek Council of refugees as a lawyer, and he has contributed to reports on the asylum and reception system in Greece, and reports on administrative detention as well. Vasilis' title will be today the National Emergency Response Mechanism for Unaccompanied Minors as a preventive mechanism for trafficking in human beings. Vasili,
thanks very much. So today I'm here to present briefly the National Emergency Response Mechanism, which is a different mechanism than the NRM. It's based and established in the Special Secretariat for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors. Just very briefly, some introductory remarks on the Special Secretariat. This is a new service which was established in February 2020. Its mission is to, as you can see, to plan the national strategy and to implement this national strategy for the protection of minors, and implement, design, and all the necessary policies addressed to the protection of this group of nationals, their country nationals. This is very briefly the layout of the service. It's the National Emergency Response Mechanism. We have a unit for the monitoring and evaluation of the shelters. There's a unit of social integration, the institutional protection unit, and the unit of accommodation and relocation. Just to mention that the National Strategy for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors was published on January 2022. There are 4 basic pillars that are mentioned in this strategy. 2 pillars pertaining to the mechanism, also to trafficking in human beings, is the first one and the third one, meaning that ensuring prevention and effective protection from all forms of violence, exploitation, and abuse. Now, specifically on the National Emergency Response Mechanism, this was designed by the Special Secretariat and the UNHCR in 2020. And it was established in 2021. Its legal basis initially was the abolishment of protective custody, then the legislative abolishment with the Article 43 of Law 4760, sorry, and which ended, this law ended the practice of children remaining for a long time in police stations in very bad conditions, waiting for accommodation. So the mechanism was established as the operational branch of this legislative clause in order to be able to quickly take all the children, all the unaccompanied minors who were residing in police facilities and transfer them to safe accommodation. On July of 2022, the law 4960 established the National Emergency Response Mechanism, and in this, in Article 39, we have the mission of the mechanism, which is the tracing and the immediate placement in emergency shelters of minors, unaccompanied minors who are homeless, or minors living in precarious conditions. This is a very broad term. Of course, it includes minors who are in police stations as well. As you can see in paragraph 4 of the clause, there is also a specific mention that NERM is also responsible for the planning and development of specialized actions regarding the tracing and transfer of minors in danger or victims of violence, of trafficking in human beings, exploitation, or maltreatment. This to us is a very high priority, as we have now in our third year of operation, and we have managed to end the practice of protective custody. Our high priority right now is exactly that, to be able to design a more tailored-based approaches to children who are facing these vulnerabilities. So the mission of our mechanism is broader, and it's to create a safety net and to offer protection to the most vulnerable of unaccompanied minors who have been invisible, who have been off the radar for a long time. Many of them were not able to have access to services. And also we aspire to be a preventive mechanism by offering immediate protection and long-lasting protection, and also by offering protection to children, even to children who choose to fall out of the protection system of the shelters by designing actions that follow these children even in this situation. So briefly, just the components of the mechanism is the central team that is operating in the Special Secretariat, which is comprised of a tracing line. This is a protection hotline, a protection telephone line, which receives referrals for unaccompanied minors in the street from every actor in the field, from the police, from the asylum offices, even, of course, from the children themselves or from citizens. There is, of course, the teleinterpretation services which support the line. And these services, they are operated by the NGO Metadrasi. These services are available also to the police when the police trace a minor in the street. So the police can call this line in order to be able to take the first, to register the child with an interpreter. We are partnering with the NGO Arsis in Thessaloniki, which they operate a mobile unit and an info desk, and they are also conducting street work activities. Also, Arsis has developed and established, in collaboration with us, the project in Promachonas, in the land border of Promachonas, for the reception of minors from Ukraine. I will talk about that in a while. In Athens, we have the NCR, which is an NGO which operates 2 mobile units and an info desk as well. They are conducting street work activities. IOM is operating and managing the emergency accommodation facilities. And lastly, Intersos, together with NCR, they are operating the program Protection for All Minors. I will describe it briefly as well in a while. So the tracing line, as I mentioned before, is operated centrally by specialized scientists, and when a referral is received, it coordinates the mobile units and the relevant authorities for the immediate transfer of the children who are on the street or in precarious accommodation to emergency facilities. I think I mentioned as well some information about the mobile units. Just to add that when the tracing line receives a referral about a child, the mobile units immediately locate the child on the street, and they escort the child they accompany the child to the accommodation facility. Sorry. Okay. So the emergency shelters, they are operated by IOM. We have currently 3 in Athens and 2 in Central Macedonia. The total capacity is 240 places, 220 plus 20 places in case we have emergency needs to shelter more children. These facilities provide a full spectrum of services. They provide psychosocial and legal support, connection to the asylum procedure, and also there is a best interest assessment procedure, which is very critical for the subsequent placement to long-term accommodation facility. So just to mention that the children are staying in these facilities for a brief period of 3 weeks, and then they are transferred to long-term accommodation. So some numbers from the start of the tracing line until the 5th of March to 2023. We have accommodated 3,258 unaccompanied minors. we have received 8,605 calls. In 2021, we have accommodated 670 unaccompanied minors, a very small number of girls, as you can see, 20 girls and 650 boys. Out of this number, 230 minors were primarily, they were traced first by the police, and the police referred the case to us in order to accommodate the children. The main nationalities were Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria, Bangladesh, and Somalia. In 2022, we noticed that we had a sharp rise in cases. This also was due to the fact that the the mechanism became more known to the authorities and the field as well. But also we had an increase in arrivals. So we accommodated a total of 2,363 minors, from whom 891 were referred by the police. The most common nationality in this case was Afghanistan. We had a slight change, but Pakistan, Syria, Egypt, and Bangladesh were also among the most. Oh, this doesn't work? Okay. Just to mention some notable cases, we had the case of a child from Pakistan who called the line and asked for accommodation, who was homeless in Athens. This child, as we found out later, he was sold to a trafficking network at the age of 3 from Pakistan to Turkey, and then he stayed for very many years in Turkey as a slave to a shepherd in the mountains, and he managed to get out and come to Greece. And upon his placement in accommodation, and he received psychosocial support and legal support, and he was recognized as a refugee. Also, we had the case that a citizen called in an agricultural area near Sparti and told the line that she sees children coming and going out of a derelict house near some fields, and we immediately notified the police, and they managed to trace 3 unaccompanied minors who have probably been working under labor trafficking conditions, and we managed to accommodate them. This line also has received another call, a call from a woman from Afghanistan who notified us that she was held in an apartment by her smuggler, and we immediately also notified the police, and they intervened successfully. This is to showcase that it's very important to have protection lines that are operating, and of course the more the better, because the interconnection between services is very, very important. From the start of the war in Ukraine, the National Emergency Response Mechanism was also designated responsible for the reception of unaccompanied and separated minors arriving in Greece from the Ukraine. From the start, we were very alarmed, and the European Union was also ringing the alarm about the very high risk of trafficking for this population. So we very quickly rushed to design a system of registration for every child that enters Greece. So we have created a registration form which we disseminated to every police authority in entry points in Greece. And this registration form is filled by the police, and we are immediately notified by the police for the entry of children arriving from the Ukraine without their parents. Upon receival of the referral, we follow up these cases either by referring the cases to our partner NGOs, who then conduct best interest assessment procedures, or we liaise with the social services of the municipalities that the children are staying. The most common phenomenon in Greece was that we have very little, a very small number of unaccompanied minors, but we have a high number of separated minors. In the first period, when we have a large numbers of arrival, we also deployed, with the help of NGO RCs, a BIA team in Promachonas, which is the main entry point that people from Ukraine were arriving in Greece, in the northern border. This was a team that was operating on the site, and they were conducting assessment of familial relationship every time a child was entering without their parents in a child-friendly space. So from the start of the war until the 28th February, we had 545 separated minors and unaccompanied minors from the Ukraine. As far as we can know by our referrals, in Greece today we have 229 separated minors, 3 unaccompanied minors, and 9 minors from the Ukrainian institutions that are accompanied by their caretakers. Yes, so just briefly, new developments. We have added a second mobile unit in Athens because we have increased needs in Athens of children who are traced homeless. We want to focus our efforts in street work activities in order to be able to trace children in also maybe in forced criminality or other types of trafficking. And also, as I mentioned before, our main, a big challenge that we're facing is the phenomenon of children absconding from shelters who are falling out of the protection system. And that is why we have established the Protection for All Minors program. This is a program dedicated for minors who, to follow up on cases of minors who do not want to be accommodated or have left the shelter. So InterSOS and NCR are trying to not lose contact with these children and have sessions with them and be able to be there for them in order to try to reintegrate them back to the protection system. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Vasilis. I will try to restrict myself not to comment so that we have time for discussion as well. So I will give the floor to Fontini Pantopoukou from IOM and Tomomi Shinozaki from IOM. And then we will also be happy to include in our panel Ms. Ragnhild Torstensen. She is the CEO of Light Up Norway, so I will then call her to contribute as well in this unit, in this panel. So Fontini Pantopoukou works as a protection coordinator in IOM. She has studied international relations and she is currently pursuing a master's degree in climate change and development. She has more than 7 years experience in the humanitarian sector. With IOM, she has focused on projects aiming to support and offering specialized and holistic assistance to vulnerable migrants, including victims of trafficking. And Tomomi Shinozaki is a protection officer for IOM. She has completed her master's in post-war recovery studies at the University of York, and she has worked for Peace Wing Japan between 2019 and 20, where she coordinated its humanitarian programs in South Sudan and Uganda. Prior to Greece, Tomomi joined the IOM mission in Nigeria as the program support officer back in 2021. So this presentation has the title IOM's Assessment on Human Trafficking in Greek Accommodation Centers. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very very tempted today to speak a bit about the direct assistance that IOM is providing to victims of trafficking, but I will remain dedicated to what we have agreed. And today we will focus on the project that I'm representing and I'm working for. It's the HAT project. It stands for Harmonizing Protection Practices in Greece. It's a project that has been developed in coordination with the Greek authorities, the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, and is funded by the European Commission. The project started in January 2022, but IOM has a long history in the accommodation centers in Greece. Along with, we started back in 2016 when the big migration crisis started, and since then we have been building about projects that had to continue because the assistance and the support, especially to vulnerable groups, was something that IOM and a lot of the partners that I also see here today could offer on the best possible way, let's say. So among the different operations that IOM have in the sites, we have a long experience in the implementation of activities that aim in preventing trafficking, but also, as I said before, we offer direct assistance to, we have also offered assistance to a very big number of survivors. The organization is working in 25 different locations currently. We started back in 2016-17 with 33 camps, but now we are working in 25 because also the flows have decreased and some of them have closed. So IOM and the partners have deployed at some point more than 160 psychosocial staff in the field, most of them also specialized to respond to the needs of very vulnerable persons, including victims of trafficking. We are working either directly, so we directly implement activities, or indirectly, as I mentioned before, with valuable partners, both international and national NGOs, such as DRC, SolidarityNow, GCR, and other organizations that I totally believe that bring a lot of experience and specialized experience in different areas of supporting vulnerable groups. So on prevention activities, I was not going to mention it because it's an activity that IOM recently handed over to the national authorities, but because today we gave a lot of importance in talking about the early identification of vulnerable persons, I can't not think of our main activity for many years that was in the reception of migrants in the camps, doing a dedicated assessment of vulnerabilities, which allowed us, in most of the cases, to have an idea of what are the needs of the people. And I think that this also, in the beginning of the migration crisis, was very important because people were coming in the mainland Greece that before that they were either homeless or they had stayed in the islands, they were somewhere around Greece, and there was no follow-up of their stories. So IOM for many years focused on the early identification of vulnerabilities, which also led us to support more than 200 or 250 potential victims of trafficking, among many other vulnerable persons. But today I was going to aim on some prevention activities that we have. One of these, of course, is the information provision, the sensitization, and in using all our means in order to make sure that people have the correct information about service and support they can get. most of this work has happened indeed in women and girls safe spaces. Ada from UNICEF mentioned it before, and we will mention it more. Other than that, other activities include the establishment of referral pathways at the local and the national level. The reason why I included that is because, honestly, not everyone can deal with the information around trafficking. And by having so many people inside accommodation centers and so much staff, sometimes the information is not channeled to the correct people. So I am from the very beginning of operation, focused on building referral pathways in each location we were operating, so everyone knows to whom they should talk. Capacity building and trainings, and also skills development and employability. As I said, I will talk a bit more about the safe spaces. So IOM and partners have established 18 spaces across Greece, where a lot of the magic happened, because I think that we measure the success of these spaces by thinking that approximately 3,500 migrants have visited these spaces, mainly women and girls, of course, and taking a bit what was discussed before about the participation of the people that we assist in how we design activities. Most of the safe spaces were actually created by taking into consideration what are their needs. And what I also personally love about these spaces, and I love visiting them and actually spending some time there when I do my field visits, is the fact that we are starting with women and girls to build these spaces. We ask them to paint the spaces so they can feel comfortable, because having a space in the camps where a woman and a girl can feel safe and comfortable is not an easy task. Yes, indeed, they are here, most of them with their families, for example, or they are building some kind of supportive network. But to be honest, to find a place where they can stay, drink some tea, discuss with their friends is not. It's not for granted. So we have promoted a lot the ongoing operation of the safe spaces, where there is definitely gender and cultural sensitiveness when we design the activities. And we also find the correct space to convey the message around trafficking and around exploitation, depending on the groups that we are talking to and we are addressing the activities. Of course, we change the way we talk. We use different language and materials and games and recreational activities in order to approach the participants. And I think we can measure, of course, the success, as I said, with all these people that have been attending, but I think the most important is taking into account all these women and girls that came back to IOM or partners, willing to discuss more. Because the one thing is having an info session and giving the message, and the other thing is understanding that your message has been conveyed and people understood, and they come back to you and they say, I heard this, or someone is talking to me through Facebook and approached me and I just don't know what to do. And this is, I think, one of the biggest successes that we have through these activities. I mentioned before the establishment of referral pathways and also the partnerships. I was supposed to say what I said before here, but so I will continue by saying that we are trying. I think it takes a lot of time to establish updated referral pathways in the sites. Focal points are changing the whole time. Services are changing the whole time. Even, you know, in small sites with only, 2 or 3 actors involved in the management of the site, still there is a lot of effort to be able to establish updated referral pathways. So again, our focus there is anyone that can identify any potential victim of trafficking or indicators or some profiles that exist in the sites, they know whom they should contact in case they need to give some information or even try to get direct assistance for someone. And building partnerships, I could not avoid mentioning the fact that we are working with specialized actors, including A21. It has been a saver for most of the cases we have been working with. Because in our country still it's very difficult to find an accommodation for cases that either are potential victims and we need time to work with them in order to support their cases, or actually cases that are recognized victims of trafficking, and it's very difficult to find a place and a space where they can stay for a longer time and get the necessary support. We have also been working a lot with the anti-trafficking police department, an excellent actually example of cooperation, and also with the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, that it could not be part of our partnership, because in the end of the day they're going to be the ones supporting these cases once also IOM will leave the sites. Capacity building and training, we have been working a lot on training material in different projects of IOM, but within our project we very quickly understood that it's very important to train our staff. So over the years we have trained numerous staff. This year Tomomi actually organized around 80-90 staff that were trained on the issue, and we have been working, and of course capacity building doesn't always have to be in a strict form of a training. We have been developing SOPs in cooperation with the Ministry of Migration and Asylum, as well as we are also giving a lot of emphasis to day-to-day and on-the-job training. It's something that I always mention, because IOM, by being the whole time in the sites, we have the opportunity, let's say, to be able to work with different stakeholders and different field staff, and they are introduced on the job on what they should do and when. So there are a lot of times that the IOM staff will be partnering with medical staff or staff of the Reception Identification Centers service, and we will be hand in hand working on cases. And I think that this is something that in the long run it will help a lot, because as we see, IOM and Greece in general actually started with staff that had never worked before with very vulnerable groups, and we have now a capacity that today we can also talk about it. I feel it's kind of the same with the work that we do on the job and in the sites. And the last one, I have not very much been involved in this specific component of the project, but I could not also not mention this one, and I think it's very important to mention it, because I haven't heard a lot of such examples in our discussions. So the skills development and employability, that I didn't include for some reason, is one of the components of the project that was introduced within the HARP project. It's a series of learning activities and skills development for the migrants and refugees residing in the sites, where IOM, along with partners, including SolidarityNow, we are working on learning activities for Greek, English, and also for softer skills, for example, computer lessons. And and our aim is, through this component, to identify what are the skills of the people we have inside the site and empower them either to get back to them, because many have forgotten over this trip they had until reaching Greece, but also to put it at the right place in order for them later on to continue their life by finding a job. So we also have the employability component, where actually a lot of migrants that have been through these activities and they have concluded, let's say, the seminars, they end up seeking a job. This is also particularly very important for our discussion today because, first of all, we remind people of their skills. We build we build the skills of people. We have also worked with women and men that they have never been to school before, and after a series of courses, they are able to speak, and sometimes we have seen migrants never have something in written in their own language, and the first time they write something, they use the alphabet, it's the Greek alphabet. So we do believe within this component that we can build upon the skills of the people, and of course safe employability. Within this component, the people are trained. The people are trained in order to know what they should be looking after when they are offered a job, or we connect them with safe employment. So I think that this is it from my side, and it is very linked to what Tomomi will present to you today, because part of our work as well on prevention is the advocacy part, but also assessing what are what is actually happening in the sites, because research is something that through the operation is not very easy to do, but Tomomi was on board for us for the past year, and she concluded this assessment.
Thank you, Fotini, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tomomi Shinozaki, the Protection Officer to IOM Hub project. And as Fotini mentioned, in 2022, IOM Hub project conducted an assessment on human trafficking in Greek accommodation centers. And today, I would like to share with you a couple of findings, key findings that are relevant to our discussion on prevention, which is the focus of this panel discussion. The background of this assessment is the increased number of victims of trafficking with migrant profiles detected in accommodation centers. According to NRM, or the National Referral Mechanism for Victims of Trafficking, the number of non-European victims of trafficking detected in Greece has increased for the past few years, from 55% in 2019 to 86% in 2021. Based on this background, IOM Hub project conducted this assessment with the aim to identify profiles of victims of trafficking, recruitment, control methods, and routes used by the traffickers, and also in order to identify the gaps in counter-trafficking, including identification, protection of victims of trafficking, as well as prevention. Regarding the methods used for this assessment, IOM Hub project collected and examined 40 individual cases of victims of trafficking identified in Greek accommodation centers. Of the 40 individual cases, 37 cases were identified in mainland accommodation centers by IOM, and the other 3 cases were identified in island accommodation centers by other actors. So one of the key findings that will be relevant to our discussion on prevention of trafficking is the link between trafficking and GBV, gender-based violence. And the assessment found that 78% of victims of trafficking have experienced gender-based violence prior to trafficking incident. GBV can intersect with trafficking in various ways. Of the 3 elements of trafficking, that's action, means, and purpose. GBV can be a means or a purpose, or the purpose of trafficking. And And firstly, GBB can be a form of exploitation or the purpose of trafficking itself. In fact, for the past few years, the most common form of trafficking in Greece has been the sexual exploitation, trafficking for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Secondly, trafficking can also be a means. It can make people vulnerable to trafficking. And among the assessment found that among the victims of trafficking who experienced gender-based violence in the past, 84% were females and 26% were individuals with reverse SOGIASC, which stands for sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics. So, prevention of GBV against women and other overlooked groups, such as people with diverse SOGIASC, would also contribute to preventing trafficking in persons. In this regard, IOM Hub project conducted at least 56 information sessions on prevention of GBV and promoting women's rights, among other activities already presented by my colleague Fontini. Another finding that would be relevant to our discussion on how to prevent trafficking in person is factors that made individuals exposed to trafficking in person. The assessment found that the traffickers use different means at different stages. For recruitment, traffickers use deceptive and manipulative means, and after the recruitment, they turn to physical and psychological abuse. When traffickers recruited victims, many of the traffickers took advantage of vulnerable situations of individuals instead of using violence. In other words, the traffickers targeted people who are in difficult situations. So the assessment found that prior to trafficking, most victims were exposed to violence and discrimination or marginalization, and they did not have a support network in the community. Some other traffickers also took advantage of irregular migration status of the individuals, and in the assessment, at least 3 irregular migrants were trafficked while being homeless in central Athens. Therefore, it is important to address vulnerabilities of individuals in addition to raising awareness among vulnerable groups of migrants in order to prevent further trafficking. And failing to do so would increase the risks of re-trafficking of those persons. And the assessment found that 10% of victims were trafficked twice by different traffickers in different locations because the vulnerabilities of those persons were not addressed after they somehow escaped from the first trafficker. In this regard, in addition to various awareness-raising sessions, IOM assisted vulnerable migrants through a case management approach. This is an approach to address vulnerabilities of individuals and enhance their resilience. And since January 2021, IOM has assisted at least 189 presumed victims of trafficking in Greek accommodation centers in mainland Greece in order to protect the individuals and also to prevent re-trafficking of these persons. In summary, the assessment found that there are various factors that make people vulnerable to trafficking, including GBV. Therefore, responding to GBV, especially against women and people with diverse SOGIASC, and addressing other factors that make people vulnerable to trafficking, such as irregular migration status, should be addressed, and they are very critical in terms of preventing trafficking and re-trafficking of the individuals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fotini and Tomomi, for this presentation and for sharing the findings as well of your assessment. I will now call in the podium Ms. Ragnhild Torstensen to contribute in this panel as well. Thanks a lot.
It's working? Yes. Hi, everybody. I'm Ragnhild Torstensen. I'm the CEO of a youth organization from Norway called Light Up Norway. And I'm very happy and honored to be able to attend this conference here today and listen to all your insights and from people working really in the front line here in Greece and also in Bulgaria. I wanted to share briefly about the organization I represent and the work that we do on preventing human trafficking. So we are an international, democratic and member-based youth organization committed to preventing human trafficking and sexual exploitation, and we also focus on online sexual exploitation a lot and exploitation connected to the porn industry. It's a topic that engages young people in Norway nowadays. And as of today, Light Up exists in Norway, but we also have sister organizations in Austria and Germany. And our main target group are young people between the age of 13 and 35 years old. So the history of Light Up Norway was that back in 2013, there was a group of young people who worked directly with victims of human trafficking and people in prostitution in the streets of Oslo within other organizations, and then they saw the real need to address like the large questions, and Fontini from IOM talked about the root causes. So that was like the real, that sparked the inspiration to start the organization to address like why is human trafficking happening in the first place and how can we prevent it from happening through targeting the demand and talking about root causes, about what is making people vulnerable and how can we get together and especially encourage young people to take part in creating a positive change. So this is why Light Up exists, and we mobilize young people both by raising awareness, increasing knowledge about the topic, but also encouraging them to take part actively themselves. Our work primarily consists of raising awareness, as I said, about human trafficking. We develop resource material for young people and for teachers. We write different policy reports on specific topics. We made one report, it's unfortunately in Norwegian, but about the use of terminology, where we discussed like the use of human trafficking versus modern slavery and what are the challenges with the use of different terminology. And we also wrote a report about online sexual exploitation. And we have developed a board game about human trafficking that we use when we visit schools to create engagement about the topic, like a card game. And our aim is not only to mobilize young people to become engaged about this, but also that they can have tools themselves to create positive change in their local communities. So that's why we work to create local teams around the country. And even though young people are our main target group, we also target adults, especially professionals like teachers working with children and adults, and also parents. And a bit more than a year ago, together with my colleague, we had the opportunity to write a book. It's in Norwegian, but it's called Porn Talk. And it was based on our experience with talking to youth about human trafficking and then sexual exploitation, entering into like porn industry, and how the porn industry is very like for youth in Norway today, it's really accessible, and not only in Norway, I know, but porn is only 2 clicks away. And we saw really when we visited schools that young people said that they had never talked about this with anybody in the schools or at home, and that it's really still a taboo topic, and it's important to address both the gender stereotypes that are presented in porn, and also the narratives about violence being very much intertwined with sexuality, and the harmful attitudes that this can create, and also, of course, the exploitation within the industry. So that was why we wrote this book, because we wanted parents and adults to be aware of like how is it possible to talk with children and youth about this topic, and we think that it's a part of a preventive effort to also like address this issue. And in addition to this, we do social media awareness campaigns, and we had one campaign where we have been focusing on the issue of unaccompanied children, refugee children in Norway disappearing from reception centers. And for Norway, it's quite a huge number. Since 2015, more than 400 children have disappeared from these reception centers, and nobody are looking for them. So it's like a really serious issue. So it's really, we've been focusing on how this is in particular a vulnerable group also in Norway, and that we need to make effort as a society to protect these children. Yeah, and we participate in the public debate, and also we work to influence politicians. And we have been focusing on the need for Norway to strengthen the effort further against human trafficking and sexual exploitation. And here we have pointed to both our international obligations in general, but also to the Sustainable Development Goals, because it's been, yeah, it's important if we are to reach or attain these goals, we need to also strengthen the effort against human trafficking. And in particular, also protect the most vulnerable groups, such as unaccompanied children and refugees. And then we have criticized how Norway do not yet have an NRM. It's very interesting to hear about your experiences with the NRM in your countries. And how we also lack, at this point, a national action plan to combat human trafficking, and it's quite hard to have like a sustainable strategic effort if we do not have a plan. So that is among the topics that we're working on. Yeah, and we of course also partner with other organizations from the civil society sector to create lasting change, both on a national basis and internationally. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out afterwards, and we're always open for getting in touch with other people and connecting, and for new partnerships and cooperations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anhild, and I just wanted to, very briefly to add on this panel my experience as a good practice with DRC Greece on a free-to-link project that was a 2 years transnational project on e-trafficking. So we didn't have the opportunity to discuss also the risks. I mean, we mentioned a bit about the pandemic and how this changed everyone's lives. It changed also the capacity of the recruiters and the traffickers. It strengthened actually their capacities to exploit people. So I want to share very briefly about this project and then open the floor to questions. So Free2Link was a project led by Progetto Tenda, an Italian organization, with DRC Greece, LABC Italy, and SWEP Poland. This project was funded by the European Union's Rights and Equality and Citizen Program of the Commission, and our aim was to inform and raise awareness to the field protection, to the field professionals, to the authorities about online human trafficking, and prevent and work on early identification of potential victims. I will not take time because we had a lot of information shared, and what would be interesting would be to discuss on these matters. I'm just sharing the link where you can follow www.free2link.eu. It is a site where you can also find our educational platform. So this project worked on capacity building. We trained a lot of frontline workers in Italy and Greece. We first conducted a thorough survey to assess the needs of the professionals, and then responded to the needs by creating specific materials and then transferring it to an educational platform where you can register and follow these unities to train yourselves or your colleagues. So more than 229 professionals were assessed, their needs, their level of knowledge, etc. And the results are also available in the website. What I want to share is the different unities, because we speak about online exploitation and abuse, we speak about e-trafficking, but it is a very new area. I mean, there is no references a lot, there is no bibliography on this matter. So we have produced, worked a lot, I mean, with the Italian colleagues, and produced these 5 modules on the legal framework, on criminological aspects of the digitalization of human trafficking. And what I will only add here is, because it was mentioned, I think, in the previous panel as well, the different measures, the different recruitment ways that the traffickers use. It was mentioned the lover boy technique, or deceptive job offers, or advertisements, etc. And new grooming techniques like sextortion, that is a way of blackmailing the victims with having their personal, let's say, photos or messages, etc., and they blame them that they will share them and put them online. What is important to say, and I will close with this, is that e-trafficking, online trafficking, is not only something that it is on the dark web, it is also on the surface web. The traffickers are recruiting through WhatsApp, through Facebook, through apps that are easily accessible to people. This is our educational platform. You can see the Greek and the English version. You can register, and the trainings are in English, available in English, in Greek, and in Italian. And I would like to close this presentation sharing a very short video about online trafficking. And just to mention that we have also created an advocacy toolkit, that it is available on the same address shared, free2link.eu. Let's watch the video.
We use digital technologies every day. They help us process, store, generate, and share data with other people. These tools are also used by human traffickers. In fact, e-trafficking is closer than you think. The International Labour Organization estimates that there are 40.3 million victims of human trafficking around the world. 75% are women and girls. 1 in 4 victims of human trafficking are children. But how does it work? How can you spot e-trafficking? Traffickers invest time in building relationships with potential victims. They may phish their victims using social media and apps. They use grooming techniques. They lurk to take advantage of people in need. They use social media, chat applications, and popular sites to profile, allure, coerce, threaten, and eventually exploit them. E-trafficking results in sexual exploitation, forced labor, begging, criminal activity, forced marriage, baby selling, removal of organs. E-trafficking is human trafficking. If you cannot spot it, you cannot fight it. Learn more about the signs and how to advocate against e-trafficking at free2link.eu.
So thanks a lot. This is my contribution on the good practices representing DRC Greece. It was like a project we worked the last couple of years. And it is to highlight that I'm sharing, to highlight that we need also to proact and think about the online abuse as well. So are there any comments, any questions? We had fruitful presentations. I know we shared a lot of information, and some of you might wait to take the coffee break, but it is an opportunity now to raise questions and comments.
Thank you to all of the panelists for your very interesting presentations. I have a few reflections as well as a question. Many of you spoke to the awareness activities that you are doing. And my question is really to all of us, how can we engage more in society at large in terms of public awareness, education? And this also includes the mechanisms that we have in place. How can we make them more accessible to communities? And I'll give you an example in Athens. We are engaging as UNHCR with refugee communities in Athens, and we found that the scale of trafficking is larger than we can imagine in urban Athens. And how do we reach these individuals that are largely invisible in the urban network? How do we reach them? How do we educate them? And I think some of the examples shared by the colleague from Norway about also education in schools, to educate children as prevention. So this is one observation for us to think about. How can we really have larger scale outreach? And two, on the mechanisms, for example, e-trafficking. Cybercrime. This is a rising issue in today's time, and how can we educate individuals about this at a larger scale? And I'm thinking again more of refugees, asylum seekers. We have over 50 different languages here to cover in Greece. How do we make these materials available to individuals upon arriving in Greece
to warn them about the risks in the digital sphere and to educate them. So this is one question I have. And another question, just for all of us to reflect on. And I really was a bit surprised at the comment earlier by our colleague from 821 that 1 in 4 Greek men, is that what I understood, use sex workers. So there is a huge demand. There is a huge demand, and all of our interventions are like putting a Band-Aid over a larger problem. And again, this comes back to the question is, how do we reach also the perpetrators? How do we educate them? How do we engage them in prevention and response and change their behavior? And I wonder if there's any actors here in the audience or the panelists who have best practices in this regard. How do you work with those individuals that are also using these services where you may have victims of trafficking? Thank you.
You know, each prevention work is like a drop in the sea. While listening to you, several things came into my mind. First, we have to know very well our target group. So if we want to reach them, we need to know which channels of information they use, what is their lifestyle a little bit. For example, there is no need to put anything on TV for third country nationals because they don't watch the Bulgarian TV and they don't understand it. But maybe we can use other channels, their communities, the leaders of their communities, cultural mediators, and things like this. And also, things has to be done really professional. That's why I think it's very important to use good designers, PR agencies that know how to formulate messages, they know what kind of images to put. And last but not least, a good prevention campaign is always expensive. It always takes money. And when we had successful prevention campaigns, we had it several years ago, we had for first time consistent prevention campaigns, like 4 years, one after another. Each year we had resources to evaluate professionally by a special agency to evaluate how well our messages were understood, how much they penetrated the society. So this is another very important factor to evaluate what you have done so you can do it next time better.
And if I may add, before we give the floor to other comments, I to agree with the comment raised, and to my mind, because access to information needs to be strengthened, what we can keep in mind is that we're speaking, for example, about technology and the bad use of technology. We can, as organizations, as stakeholders, we can build of how we will use technology as an asset. And I mean digitalization of flyers accessible in multiple languages, service mapping information online. And it was very interesting to hear that NRM Bulgaria is also online and receives online referrals and has the material there. I think this is, it's not everything cannot replace the direct support and info provision, but it is an area where we can all work on, I mean, digitalization and access to information. Other comments, please?
Okay. Just a comment. I think the only tool we actually have is to openly discuss and destigmatize the trafficking as much as we can in the society, because in fact, I think we are failing to touch what is the economic impact of trafficking in all its terms. We are talking about how many are the victims in the various forms of trafficking, but we don't know who is profiting out of them and what is the impact it will have in general. I mean, that goes with all the black markets, actually. You know, drugs, guns, and people in several forms. So as long as we are very distant from touching the real issues there, we don't touch the desperation of people to really look for a better future for themselves and their families. We are totally unable to protect their families back home because they may also be at risk. I think we can at least respect our limited effort to really start discussing it as much as possible and start involving as many as possible to really compact it. Because I think we are really far away from the reality in certain aspects. And I don't underestimate our efforts, but I think we need to acknowledge at least how much we can do collectively, because it has a lot of frustrations with it. Then I think about the perpetrators and all this stuff. The little thing I know for sex work is legit since ancient times, and as much as it's respected as a profession, the more the people are in the profession can be protected as well. There are rights, there are insurance capacities, so I think it starts from the people, let's say, in the field as well, to acknowledge their rights and go for them as well. Just to know that, I mean, we will not stop sex work in existing, we just can respect it as a profession and protect it from other violations. That's...
Thank you. Other questions?
Hello. Hi, I'm Tara from the IRC, and I kind of wanted just to give a little comment, maybe less from an organizational perspective, but from a personal one. So I'm Iranian, and I'm part of the Farsi Dari-speaking community actively in Athens, and that's where I engage in, because it's the language I have to communicate information in. And I think a key issue, I'm speaking specifically to the context I've experienced from Lesbos, Samos to here, is that speaking for this parts of this community, which maybe I've experienced, is that a lot of members of the community, they don't have a relationship of trust with NGOs, just as they don't with the government. And it's not about the association, but it's also about the negative experiences that they've directly had with NGOs. So for example, when your only understanding of the UNHCR is the tent that you've lived in, or IOM for a lot of Iranians is seen as the deportation organization, then you can't really trust them, and then you don't feel a sense of trusting, and you also don't take the information that is very good, that's provided, but because of the associations you have. So I think it's about a larger discussion of primarily that there is no, for example, we're talking about people who've been forced to migrate. There is not that many, I think, people here who've been forced to migrate to engage in the discussion, and I think that's probably a primary problem, that we need to engage actually the communities a lot more in discussions, not just individually in camps, but actually on the larger level where we're having these important discussions. Because I think we could gain a lot of insights from why they're not reaching out or why certain things happen a lot better than talking about it within each other. And yeah, that's kind of my general statement related to trafficking, but also related to a lot of other topics. It can be smuggling, it can be other things. So that's my kind of general statement.
Thank you very much. I think there was a hand here and then from the other side. Here.
Thank you very much. I would also like to address the previous questions. I was very much interested to see models at the international level looking into the challenges that Romania faces as a main country of origin. And during my research, I identified as models Thailand and Mexico. What was extremely useful in Mexico was to have 1 month each year of massive campaign. There used to be a very conservative society, and the difference between human trafficking and prostitution was not actually understood at the society level. Doing these awareness campaigns, very large, using mass media, mainly televisions, the state authorities, because they've been directly involved into these awareness campaigns, were able to make the distinction between human trafficking and also prostitution. Following that aspect, they went into the abolitionist system, which at the moment is considered the most effective one at the international level, actually to address the clients and to sanction the clients if they have a sexual relation with the prostitutes or victims of human trafficking. In fact, is the Swedish model that was recently implemented in France, and we see that in France the number of victims identified, mainly children, in the last years increased a lot, just because the clients are sanctioned, and during this investigation they've been able to identify that the victims or the prostitutes of the clients were actually victims of human trafficking, not prostitutes themselves. So starting the investigation against the clients, they identified that we have actually cases of human trafficking. Talking about perpetrators, I think one of the largest challenge is following the money, and now we see that they moved very much into crypto system. I think that the investigation systems in most of the countries are not able to follow the money. So as their main mobile is the huge amount of money, and a study that I've been involved in 2018 shows that for the Romanian networks, the daily income is about 27 million euros per day. With 25 million euros per day, they can use the best technology, they can have access to the best experts to explain them how to move this money and how to protect themselves. So from my perspective, the criminal investigation is not enough, because the networks have huge amounts of money in order to replace that low-level people that are arrested, and the high-level people are not able to be identified if we don't follow the money and we don't really see who are those that are really beneficiaries of these funds. This is based on my research and somehow answers partially your questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and we have comments from the other side.
Croatia. I would agree with a colleague from Romania. We're also lobbying for the abolitionist model for many years. I would just like to add that trafficking in persons is built on big social inequalities, and we would need to have really many changes in societies, and as long as these inequalities exist, trafficking will also be profiting on it. And I think one of good start point is basic education, to include discussions like a colleague from Norway said, these on sexuality, on inequalities in sexuality, for example. And what we have in Croatia as a problem is a lot of religious education in schools, which is really harmful. And there are a lot of obstacles to have citizens education and sex education in schools. So this would need to be included, and education on human rights. And what is more important, not to use the terminology that is a little bit, you know, away from understanding of people, but to go through discussions among students from early age to highest education to tackle these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's accept two last questions, comments from that side, because we are behind time.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Anna Maria Kunturi, and I'm the head of the legal department at the Home Project, where we have 14 shelters, and we accommodate unaccompanied minor boys and minor girls and mother with their babies. It's not a question, it's like a concern that I wanted to raise more. I've seen over the years that we have actually we have dealt and we have seen many of these children which are vulnerable and have been victims of trafficking, either victims of child labor or victims of rape, etc. So my concern is that there is a process that these children can be identified as victims of trafficking, but it is very difficult for them to disclose this kind of information. So until we have a certification that these children are indeed victims of trafficking, until then, from a legal perspective, how they are legally protected by the state until they are certified as victims of trafficking. So, for example, at the Asylum Service Office, when they carried out their interviews, and they are victims of trafficking, but we don't have a certification to provide, sometimes they are rejected. So, as a concern, I raise this concern in order to for you to have it in your mind. Thank you.
Have a final comment from Dimitris, and then I think that the colleagues from the next panel could also address this question.
The only I just want to share was a response regarding prostitution in Greece. The fun part is that clients in brothels are educated about human trafficking. A lot of reports in the hotline come from clients who know exactly the names of the girls, specific characteristics, where exactly you can find them, and they call because they see signs of bruises or they see someone who is not willing or crying while they are servicing the person, so they stop. They remove themselves and they call anonymously to the hotline. Actually, there are websites, sorry for that, it's a terrible thing, but there are websites in Greece that they rate the brothels and the girls with stars. And there we have received information that someone was suspicious about specific women and specific brothels. And when they start referring to 1109, someone said, call the 1109 anonymously, then there were numerous people trying to say, no, this woman, I know her, she's okay, she's a professional, she's whatever. So clients know. But still, we, as A21, we try right now to cooperate with several street work organizations to provide training and to provide material that in case they see something, they will be able to give a number or leave a flyer or stickers or whatever. We try to find the way we're going to do this, and then to try to find specific other professions that are close to that in order to help. But the main thing, I think, is that since we have a law system that there is sex work officially in Greece, we need to enforce this and make it clear and separate from the illegal prostitution in order to protect the sex workers and for them to protect themselves. Okay, so that's the main thing since we are in this path.
Dimitri, thanks a lot. And I think that we could continue this conversation over the coffee break. So thanks a lot to everyone for your contributions, the panelists and your comments as well. And let's go to a coffee break.
title Addressing Obstacles to Victims' Access to Justice, I would like to present our facilitator, mainly to the non-Greek audience, because I believe in Greece is quite well known, an accomplished attorney at law, researcher and trainer with a wealth of experience. Please take your seats. Hello, could you all take your seats, please? Thank you. So, from the top, I would like to introduce you the third panel facilitator, Irini Vlachou, an accomplished attorney at law, researcher and trainer with a wealth of experience in human trafficking, refugee and migration law, and the access of refugees to fundamental rights. Through her career, Irini has worked with various organizations, including the Greek National Referral Mechanism, Doctors Without Borders, SolidarityNow, among others. Today, we are fortunate to have Irini with us, please. So, give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina, for this really warm welcome and advertisement of my career. I would like to thank everyone who is courageous enough to be here until now, to have this very, very interesting, in my opinion, panel, and not because I'm a lawyer, but because I think also from the last panel and from the last comment that led to this fruitful exchange of opinions and questions about the essence of the protection that we need to give the victims and survivors of trafficking, and not only to talk among ourselves. And I think the subject of our panel, which is access to justice, complements with the best way the actual protection that we want to give in many ways. I would like to say a few words before presenting our first panelist and speaker, that besides the access to justice and the protection that we want to give, since the subject is also forced migration, and I was also very intrigued by the presentation by our colleague from the Animus organization, that we need to give also the people that are going to stay in Greece and Bulgaria, the refugees, the recognized refugees and migrants, actual protection for the labor market. I mean, the documents, work permits, etc., in order not to be vulnerable to the trafficking of labor or sex trafficking, etc. So if we don't fight the vulnerabilities, as you said, we cannot fight THB, in my opinion. Because we don't have much time, and because I would like to have the most, the biggest outcome of this very interesting panel, I will present my first key speaker, Ms. Diliana Giteva, which is a colleague, a lawyer with the Glass Foundation. Correct me if anything is wrong, okay? With an extensive experience as a human rights lawyer, with cases of violation of human rights and human rights standards, but also an author of articles and analyses on the subjects that we are going to talk about today. And Diliana is going to present us how to address the obstacles to victims' access to justice to begin this very, very interesting panel. Diliana, the floor is yours.
Thanks. First of all, I would like to start with one sentence explaining what survivors of human trafficking understand talking about access to justice. Justice is defined as their ability to move on from their trafficking experiences, achieve autonomy, and feel empowered by accomplishing self-defined goals. And why I start with this sentence, because it's very important talking about access to justice, to know that we're talking about access to justice of people who suffered, in our case, trafficking in human beings. And probably at the end of my speaking, I will come back again to this sentence. Next thing which I think is important to be pointed out, and actually in several occasions it has been pointed out earlier today, it was that legal services are very important in leading to positive outcome for the clients, meaning people who suffered from and survived from trafficking. And actually this, at some point, one of the challenges is actually exactly the access to legal services. And I will try to explain why we as a lawyer face this challenge and why we think that our clients are facing the hindrances in their access to justice and protection. First of all, survivors of human trafficking, and also this also was pointed earlier, often have complex legal issues, complex legal needs, and they need assistance and representation not only in the criminal proceedings against the traffickers, but also in issues connected with safety planning, securing housing, access to medical aid, healthcare, identifying educational needs and resources for employment also, reducing the barriers to employment and accessing public benefits too. And these are also legal issues, not only participation in criminal proceedings. Another issue already underlined is vulnerability, establishing vulnerability. We as lawyers, if we struggle to provide the best quality legal aid to our clients, need to have the skills to identify, first to identify the vulnerability, and second to know how to behave in such cases, how in practice to acknowledge and to support people with vulnerable situation. Yes, everybody can be victim of trafficking regardless the age, gender, race, nationality, but some groups seem to be particularly overrepresented among survivors, and some groups which are identified, the runaway youth, children who have past contact with child care system, children from ethnic minorities, migrant, undocumented migrant, something on which we are brainstorming all day today. And here I would like to emphasize the significant vulnerability of undocumented migrants. And I want to make one linkage between the victims of trafficking, because usually we're saying they're invisible. So can you imagine how invisible can be the invisible person while not having documents and while being in an irregular stay in some country, facing the risks of migration detention and also even criminal charges in some cases. Unaccompanied migrant youth, children and young people. It was pointed out, victims of gender-based violence, including domestic violence, also taking into account that some people are involved in case in exploitation actually by their partners and other family neighbors. People with limited economic opportunities or extreme poverty, and also people with some disabilities. There are cases where people have more than one vulnerability characteristic, and also at some instances this needs additional specific approach. So I, again, to mention about the types of legal aid, what we can say, we represent our clients in criminal proceedings, but also we have issues connected with family cases, for example, separation, divorce, child custody and support, guardianship, adoption. Very important aspect is immigration legal services. So with this issue are connected many of the barriers about reporting, about staying in contact with the authorities. As I said, many of victims of trafficking face immigration detention and deportation, another fear which migrant victims of trafficking face. And here the lawyers also have this duty and need the knowledge and to be active in supporting people through the immigration procedure. In Bulgarian context, there are very limited pathways for regularization of people staying without documents in the country, irregular migrants. Very limited, and it's very difficult actually to go through this procedure. Another issue is that trafficked people are also under control of the trafficker. Another legal issues, labor rights, conflict and situation with juvenile legal system, child welfare also, and the issue, another issue which already has been mentioned was the fact that some of the people, victims of trafficking, also have criminal records and face a fear to be criminally responsible for other offenses. Another obstacles connected with access to justice. People are traumatized, disoriented. Some of them are with needs connected with their mental health. It was already said, but speaking from perspective of lawyer, it is very important the fact that many of people, they don't understand their situation actually, and then don't understand what have been done to them. And that they have rights, that they have a right to protection, that they are not offenders, that they will be not charged, etc. Lack of trust in the institutions. Here I can say that the first contact of the survivor with the representative of the institutions is very important. And this first contact actually can decide the case afterwards. And it's very important for the people to know that they will be protected and that they will be treated with dignity, etc. Also, there are some moral prejudice when people speak about sexual violence, sexual exploitation. It's very common to hear, I'm from such community, I cannot speak about this. So there are people clearly articulating that the community they're coming from, the things like this are not the topic. They cannot speak about it. It's their taboo. Everybody knows migrants are isolated, socially, culturally isolated. There are many cases where we can find attachment to the trafficker, dependence, fear of returning to the country of origin, fear of being detained because they're without documents. We said involved in various illegal activities, also fear of revenge against them from their relatives. We said lack of trust in the system, not identifying themselves as victims, no guarantee for a positive outcome. Talking about stories, I think that it will be useful to send a message that one legal case concerning victim of trafficking can be successful. Because people, they don't know too much about such cases. People don't believe that they can have a positive outcome following such procedure. Also, the need to recognize the unique legal needs of children people with disabilities, etc. Talking about different legal procedures where people surviving of traffickers can appear, we can say that they require special skills, actually, of the lawyers, and not only lawyers, but all other professionals working with them. And here, one of the very important things for lawyers, judges, prosecutors, police officers are training, non-stop training, training about the most recent development in the field, training about also other skills connected with specifics of vulnerable victims, including sensitivity, specialization, to work with specific groups, well, knowledge of the social welfare system. And here I can mention about the need of this holistic approach, because we as lawyers and police officers and judges, we cannot provide all the necessary help which somebody needs. So we as lawyers, we need to know the legislation, we need to know what are the specific needs of our clients, but also we need to know the other players in their role, and to know how to help our clients to find support, medical support, psychological support, housing also in many of the cases. Mediators, facilitators, very important role, people from the community, people who know the language, people who know the culture and traditions. Case management. Here I can say that the Center for Legal Aid Voice in Bulgaria managed to develop the methodology for case management in cases concerning alternatives to detention. But many of the principles during this case management actually are very well applicable in cases of victims of trafficking in human beings. For example, issues like identifying vulnerability, providing support, case management based on human rights, also case management trying to help the people to have informed decisions for their future, because everything what we are doing, finally it will not have any value if the people themselves don't take the necessary decisions to change the situation. So it's very important for us as specialists, as practitioners, to help the people to take informed decisions and to be responsible for their decisions, and to know what the consequences will be, and also to know the legal opportunities which they have to make their situation better. Cross-training, partnership, issues connected with interpretation, very significant issue. Talking about hindrances, talking about barriers. Me as a practicing lawyer, it's a very big problem for me having to finding a good interpreter, or having in place interpreter to help me in communication with the client, because many of the people, they don't speak English, they don't speak Bulgarian, and we don't speak their language also. Support by NGOs, we said holistic approach, coordinated and collaborative legal response, and also very important thing is the community support. And here we also talked about how we can identify victims, and one of the responses was through people from the community, community leaders, and people who are connected with the victims. Talking about barriers, I was thinking what we can do, not just talking how difficult is everything and how impossible, but what we can do to make the situation better, to improve the situation, to improve the mechanism. So one of the things is to improve the referral mechanisms. The frontline officers and officers who are face-to-face in contact with the trafficked person to be trained to provide clear information about the remedies and how to obtain legal aid also. Because in Bulgaria, for example, we have very well developed system of state-funded legal aid, and very broad cases can fall within the state-funded legal aid. And here we will say that also we need well-trained lawyer to provide such aid. Access to legal aid is actually only one of the aspects of access to justice. There are also very important things connected with redress, with compensation, difficulties connected with compensation. In Bulgaria, we have many difficulties connected with compensation of victims of trafficking, and not only receiving a judgment providing compensation, but receiving the compensation in fact. That's a huge issue in Bulgaria. Also, the criminal procedure itself, it can create obstacles to the access to justice while humiliating the person participating in the proceedings, while asking one and same questions many times, while taking too much time for solution. So it's also a question of access to justice, not allowing the victims to be victim of secondary abuse. And what I can say, I will be happy to have more questions, to answer your questions, to have a discussion on this issue, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Tiliana. I have a lot of notes, but I will not go on them right now. However, I loved the definition of justice as the ability to move on, and everything that went down after it later, and also the perception, in my opinion, of the lawyer also as an empowerment tool within the holistic approach, of course, and also you have opened some issues that are common between the two countries. Compensation is one of them, access to free legal aid is another. Many things, but let's leave them to the questions and answers, because everyone is looking at me, threatening me about the time. So I will proceed to our next speaker, Ms. Eva Puskarova. She's an associate professor with extensive experience in teaching and an author of more than 150 studies on the organized crime and the issues we are talking about, legal advisor and consultant to national and EU institutions. And I could go on with her resume, but I will leave her the floor. She will speak to us about the changes in the victims' profiles, as I have gone through your presentation, Eva, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, although we've been here already the whole day. But I think,
still an honor.
Yeah, still an honor and still a pleasure. With your permission, I will stand in order to be able to see you better. My presentation will be mostly focused on certain issues that are or could be subject to discussion, so I don't know all the answers. Actually, I don't know any answers, but I have some questions and problems, and although you shared a lot of questions and problems, I can add something to them. What do we understand by access to justice? In fact, what does justice mean? This is a very broad interpretation. If we stand to this, which I really do like much, then I actually cannot access, because my understanding of moving on is very, very subjective. So when we are talking about access to justice, actually what we mean is that access should be accessible, subject to the needs and recognition of the needs of the person who seeks justice, but it cannot be necessarily accessed. So what we need is to make justice accessible and to make people who need justice more and more able, skillful to seek for it and to find it when and to the extent to which they need it. What we cannot do is make justice necessary and force people to use it. This is something that probably we sometimes do when we think that we know better what the person needs. And also one preliminary remark is the different responses the state and the society, the public, have in relation to such a complex phenomenon as human trafficking. It's not always human trafficking, it's not only human trafficking, and it's never something that ends. I mean that human trafficking is based on very complex, very personal and very long stories. It doesn't, it has consequences after criminal cases and our contacts with victims end. Even as a crime, it is never only human trafficking. It is also discrimination. It is also violent crimes. It is also sexual abuse. It is also documentary crime. It is also illegal crossing of borders, perhaps. It's also illegal residence in different states. It's many other issues, especially when we usually when we talk about how human trafficking is wrong and is evil, we don't talk about human trafficking. We're talking about the exploitation phase, which is after the human trafficking, but which is never responded to as a separate event or as a separate phenomena. We call it human trafficking, but it is already not human trafficking. It's something else. In not every country in Europe we have a response towards it, and in Bulgaria and I think in Greece too, we don't have criminal prosecution for slavery and for exploitation per se, and that's why when we face exploitation we try to use the mechanisms we have in the human trafficking legislation in order to provide access to justice, but actually the justice is accessible to victims of trafficking. It is not accessible to victims of something that looks like human trafficking, and it's far more complex phenomena. In a manner of maybe not so cynical speaking, in the environment of legal protection for the last 70 years, the West societies have been living in an unprecedented legal state of recognition of the human being as a carrier of rights per se, as a human being. We actually live in an environment of human rights where more and more people are considered victims, and where, although it is defined as a space of freedom and human rights, there are floods of slaves who are still moving within and coming towards. Although these are rather preliminary remarks, I think we have to distinguish between justice and especially criminal justice as a type of response of the state, and all other types of responses such as protection, social services responses, NGO responses, other types of legal responses such as the responses we see in health, in education, in migrant legal systems, in prevention. All of these, I understand about the holistic approach, but still we have to distinguish between all these different types. And when we demand justice, we have to know that it is maybe the most restricted response but it's very, very, very important because it goes to the very core of human rights. And looking at the difference between the profiles of victims, why it is important? Because if you have different types of victims, then they need different types of access, and they understand justice in different ways. So this is the traditional profile. In the transit countries such as Bulgaria and Greece, we still have this profile as predominant, but there is an emerging new profile. I hope you can even intuitively see the difference. These victims do not look like victims. They look like people who have adapted to exploitation and do not really perceive it as evil. And these are the trends in Europe. Why am I talking about Europe? Because if we are transit countries, then we see parts of these victims striving towards other countries. And we need to know what these victims are seeking and whether they find it. We've been talking here during the day about how to approach victims, different kinds of victims, how to approach clients and how to approach perpetrators. But of course we know that if you have a demand, you will have the response to this demand. So if victims are sought and welcomed anywhere, they will go to that place. I'm not going to repeat what you see here. Maybe you recognize some of these trends. They are not universal. Europe is the markets in Europe are not integrated. They are rather structured. However, I would like to focus on the introduction of new forms of exploitation, more specifically the forced marriages with non-European non-EU citizens. This is a huge problem because this is not really a trafficking. This might be exploitation, but nobody's trafficked. Or sometimes someone is trafficked. And do we really distinguish between pure human trafficking when someone is forced to follow a forced husband? Let's talk about husband, although we may imagine that it may be a wife, but it's not. It's husband because of the cultural issues and because of the profile of the perpetrators. Why do these people enter such marriages with a female EU citizen? Because they want to have a legal residence in the European Union member states. And this is an exploitation of the marital status. But if such a husband does not have any kind of connection with the wife, they never met, they don't live together, then why do we perceive this as human trafficking? It is not human trafficking. It will be only if this exploitation qualifies, matches the qualifications of slavery. There are a lot of institutes of forced marriages as slavery. I will not dive into this, but these are very well constructed legal instruments, and if we find a similar phenomena, then we have to adapt the legal response to it. The proactive seeking of exploitation as a preferable life strategy by the trafficked persons is something that I will talk about in the next slides. I here want just to have your attention on it. And the exploitation or the slavery state without trafficking, this is something very important, especially for Bulgaria and Greece, because we have people who are exploited within our territories, but they haven't been trafficked. They're not trafficked either within the territory, or although they came here from outside, they did not come for the purpose of being exploited. They came in following some other mechanism, and the exploitation finds him here. Again, this is not trafficking per se. This is something else, which is far more, far graver, far more complex, and far less recognized by the legal systems. These are some relevant changes in the exploitation markets, which may give some insight on why some victims strive to achieve specific member states. Maybe you will see here the diversification of profiles of victims. We have very specific profiles. Why is that? Because in the Western markets, the exploitation markets focus on very specific services that can be provided only by very specific profiles of victims. So these victims are very small in number, their shares are not big, but they respond to specific needs of the clients, and these clients do not agree to substitute services by someone else. That's why these markets are really very strong markets. This is the difference of these profiles, which are relevant for the criminal and legal response. When the currently enforced legal instruments to combat human trafficking have been created, this was from the second half of the 90s until the first half of the first decade of the new century. Then the only profile was the traditional. But now this profile is changing, and in the Western member states it is already changed. This is something that has not yet happened here, but it will. And then we will face increased inadequacy of the legal standards because they don't match to this new profile of the victims. You see, the new victims are, they come from very different cultures. These cultures are mainly different from the European one in one basic legal feature, and this is the complete absence of human rights component. So they come from legal systems which do not recognize the value of a human being. These legal systems are objectively, and this is for the first time in European history, these legal systems objectively are more dangerous, more injurious, more threatening than exploitation in the Western countries in the European Union. This is objectively. So, objectively speaking, it's better for these victims to be exploited in Western Europe than to be returned to their own countries. And this is a very huge difference, because then how can we really accept these victims as being put in a worse position by the exploitation? It is not a worse position. It is a strategy for survival. And then how do you approach such a victim? It is not such a victim is not responsive to protection and to justice and to being treated as a carrier of human rights, because such a victim does not have the need and the recognition of the possibility to use these rights in order to achieve freedom. Why not? Because freedom is not necessarily a universal human value. Freedom is a value in Europe. Freedom, personal freedom, and personal rights are not values everywhere else. Do we really wish to force these people to adapt to our values? Yes, of course, they're within our territory. But we face here the factual, the limits of the human capacities, the human abilities. While the victims from the modern profile, the traditional profile, they have the social skills to adapt to a legal system where human rights are the dominant value. And they understand, recognize this need is integrated within them, and they have the cultural understanding that this is something that will make them happier. Actually, this is what they thought when they came to the country of exploitation, but things somehow dramatically failed. Well, the new victims are not interested in being integrated, they're not interested in being helped, and something which I would like here to stress very deeply. Sometimes the status of a migrant gives you more legal opportunities and better legal status, more rights, more opportunities to move on than the status of the victim of human trafficking. There are states where it's better to be a migrant and not so better to be, it will not be something desirable to be identified as a victim of human trafficking. This is also an access, a barrier to access. If we have this change in the profile, how the legal instruments get deformed. The first and foremost is the recognition of the legal element, consent of the victim. Again, we say that consent doesn't matter. This is not exactly the case. It does matter when the victim is an adult. I think Bulgaria is the only one. I'm actually certain Bulgaria is the only one, the only state which criminalizes the human trafficking of an adult with the consent of the adult. In all other member states, they follow the minimum international standard, which says that in these cases this conduct is not criminal. So if you have an adult who is trafficked, then the nature of consent is very, very important. When we say that consent is not important, we say this because it is it is actually impossible to be sure that the traditional victim, if a traditional victim says, I consent, I want exploitation, then we have all the arguments not to agree or not to confide in this, because exploitation injures the very understanding of human will, and you cannot have consent in exploitation. This is the traditional idea. But how about a victim who never had will? I'm talking about legal will, legally recognizable will. How about a victim who comes from a legal system which does not recognize this, never had recognized it? What does consent mean then? A part of these victims are very proactive. They're very aware of where they're going to and what they want, and they have a positive attitude towards exploitation. And again, I need to stress this. Objectively, exploitation in Western Europe is a better condition than repatriation. That's why they avoid being returned to their own states. This is a situation rather different from migrant floods, because migrants are different from these types of victims in very basic features. These people have their will, they come from legal systems who provide them with a preferable environment to live in. They don't want to leave their countries, they're forced to do it, and they have social skills to adapt. They're very different, very difficult to get exploited, and that's why they're not preferable victims. Contemporary perpetrators seek partnership with victims. There are a lot of people who can be partners in their own exploitation. That's why you don't really need to look for victims who will torment you and who have the skills to escape. And last thing, and I will close, this is the problem of identification. The practices in the different states are very different in the identification of a victim. We need to understand that a victim of human trafficking can enjoy rights and can access, as in this capacity, justice, only if it has been legally recognized, identified as such. And if we have identified a person in one country and then this person has been returned to the country of origin and the criminal procedure is also transferred, then what happens with the mutual recognition of the identification status between states? Well, nobody knows. But this is can be a barrier to access to justice, because the victim only accesses justice in the state this person resides in. So something very easily to understand and very difficult to do is the unification of victims' rights during different member states, among different member states, unification of the identification practices, and mutual recognition of identification. I don't believe this will happen soon. Thank you.
Presentation. I have many notes. I want to say this was very interesting regarding the change in profiles and all the discussion about the consent, which is also a discussion that whomever is taking their time with survivors or victims, or the theoretical approach does this discussion. Just to say that I think also in Greece, trafficking in human being is punished regardless the consent, even if the consent of an adult is there, because we use the means to overcome it, right, Agilki? Okay. So there are many things to say about this approach, and I will leave again things to discussion to you so that I will not be bothered. And I will give the floor to Marina Farmakidi, an associate lawyer of the OTIMA, the well-known Center for Gender Rights and Equality. She will talk to us about supporting and representing women victims of trafficking. Marina, the floor is yours. Thank you, Eva, for this very interesting presentation.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. I work with Yotima. I am a lawyer, and I will present to you 3 cases that I handled in the course of my profession and my collaboration with Yotima. Because I will approach the crime of human trafficking in a more technical way through these 3 examples. I apologize that I will have to read from my text instead of addressing you without reading. So before starting, I must say that Yotima, to all of you that you don't know Yotima, is a center of is a non-profit organization with a female NGO profile. And amongst other things, it supports survivors of gender-based violence and provides to them legal aid and psychological and social support. So I will present to you briefly the 3 cases that I handled. The 2 of them had to do with the procedure of recognition, legal recognition of victims of human trafficking by the Public Prosecutor Authority, which is the appointed authority for the recognition of human trafficking victims. And here I am telling you that I say to you that I choose the term victim instead over the term survivor, because it's more correct in terms of Greek penal code. And the other case that I will present to you very briefly again is a case before the joint jury court, the first instance, not the joint jury appeal court, which resulted in the conviction of the perpetrators for the crime of human trafficking. So commencing from the 2 cases before the, which started, first of all, I have to say to you, to all of you that you don't know, that in order for a victim of trafficking to be recognized, she must testify before the Police General Headquarters of Athens, the subsection for dealing with organized crime and human trafficking. And after that, and after the General Headquarters have formulated anyway a proposition, either negative or positive, about the aspects of the trafficking and the real sustainability of the crime, then it addresses the. I think Angeliki will further to that explain what is exactly the procedure. Will address the proposition to the authority of public prosecution, and the negative or positive act or decision of the prosecutor will then be issued. So, to commence from the particulars of the cases. It had to do with 2 victims of human trafficking, which were beneficiaries of Yotima Center. They both were from Cameroon, and they were at that time asylum seekers. In both cases, the public prosecutor expressed the opinion that the beneficiaries, that is, the victims, provided no sufficient and convincing evidence, accompanied by other supporting evidence, and hence it rejected the claim for recognition of them as human trafficking victims. However, in both cases, the prosecutor reserved his position in case of further evidentiary material is submitted in the context of a future preliminary police investigation. Of course, this reservation was a priori inapplicable, since all perpetrators in both cases were practically unknown foreigners living abroad. I must say here that these 2 victims of human trafficking suffered human trafficking abroad, that is in Cameroon, in their country of origin, and in Turkey also, not in Greece. So the prosecutor's rejection decisions in both cases were issued. It is very important to state here that both rejection decisions were issued following a positive recommendation on the part of the Police General Headquarters of Athens, which stated that both women, met the conditions of the provisions of Article 12 of Law 3064/2002, which is the law governing the combat of human trafficking crimes against sexual freedom, as well as the respective presidential decree. In fact, one of the 2 rejection decisions of the prosecutor supported further that the incidents at stake were not proven not only due to a lack of substantial evidence, but because they had been committed in Turkey and not in Greece, as well as in the victim's country of origin, at a time well before her statement. That means 3 years before the statement of the victim. Here I must say to you that both the two rejection acts of the public prosecutor had just one paragraph justification, were justified very briefly. Despite the lack of legally provided remedy against these acts, these are acts that cannot be challenged before a higher authority or before a court. Diotima filed an appeal before the prosecutor's authority, seeking the reversement of these acts for the following reasons. First of all, for violating Article 139 of the Greek Code of Criminal Procedure, which requires the specific and thorough reasoning of all decisions, criminal orders and decrees, especially in cases where the decision critically affects the rights of the human trafficking victims. Furthermore, we challenge the decisions, the acts, because they are not decisions, for violation of Article 8 of the Hellenic Penal Code, of Greek Penal Code, according to which, when it comes to human trafficking, the penal laws apply to nationals and foreigners regardless of the laws governing the offense and regardless of where that means in which country the crimes took place. We challenged the acts for violation of the right of victims to prove that they have been victims of human trafficking by any legal means, that is, by their sole statement, especially since the commission of the offense of human trafficking cannot apparently and inherently be proven by documents or other tangible and concrete piece of evidence. Repeatedly in the acts, the public prosecutor stated that the statement of the victims was insufficient and vague, and that no other means of evidence were provided. It is noteworthy, however, that in one of the two cases, one of our beneficiaries mentioned specific places where the crime was committed, the existence of which was cross-referenced via Google by Human Trafficking Subdivision of the Police General Headquarters of Athens. That is, that this shows that the evidence, the statement was of the victim was checked against, was verified against real information and accurate information derived from Google. The two prosecutors' acts violated also the principles of the Greek investigative system, from which no requirement to produce formal evidence can be derived. Especially with regard to the investigation of the offense of human trafficking, the principle of non-priority of formal evidence is applied for reasons intrinsic to the characteristics of the offense. Both rejection acts of the public prosecutor failed to consider or even mention the opinion of the social worker and psychologist. Angeliki will explain to you later on that, who stated that the beneficiaries of Diotima had post-traumatic symptoms related to the trafficking itself. They also, the two acts, completely ignored the submitted expert opinion of the police psychologist. The two prosecutors were confused about the purpose of recognizing a victim of human trafficking, considering inaccurately that the perpetrator should be able to be arrested and brought to trial before a Greek court in order for a victim to be recognized as such. This was not stated directly, but it was implied by the justification of the acts. When I further, indeed, I verified this when I further contacted the anti-trafficking subsection of the Police General Headquarters to report the issuance of the two rejection acts, when I was informed that the Public Prosecutor's Office usually issues positive acts on victims who reside in Greece and report acts committed here in Greek territory, whose perpetrators can be traced, arrested, and convicted. Policemen there also informed me that as a result of the above, public prosecutor, the policemen, and generally the headquarters of the subsection of tackling of combating trafficking here, human trafficking in Gada, as we say, in the general police headquarters, would be very skeptical from then on in accepting statements from women who have been trafficked outside Greece, and equally hesitant in issuing positive recommendations for such incidents. The above rejection acts violated also the obligation of the Greek state arising from Article 5 of one law, it is not important for you, which requires the adoption of effective measures and policies for the prevention of human trafficking. This law incorporated and ratified the Convention of Council of Europe on Action Against Human Trafficking. Also, because I don't want to be very extensive about that, the Greek state and Greek authorities violated European Convention of Human Rights, which obliges states to recognize the human rights of all persons subject to their jurisdiction, in conjunction with Article 3, Prohibition of Torture, which requires states to take positive measures to ensure that the rights of citizens are not violated. Also, the Greek state obviously deviated from its obligation to establish effective criminal law provisions in order to prevent the commission of criminal offences against the individual. And speaking, yes, okay. So it's mostly, it's not that important that you read what I have wrote here, because mainly I read it for you. Finally, the prosecutor's rejection acts as well as the non-provision in the Greek legal system of filing an appeal against them constitute a violation of the obligations of the Greek state to establish effective remedies for the victims of criminal acts. This is based in Article 47 of the European Convention for Human Rights. I believe that in relation to this principle, it is very characteristic that from the two appeals that were filed against the two rejection acts of the public prosecutor by the UTIMA, the one was overruled tacitly, and the other comprised the exact same brief reasoning, that is, that the beneficiary did not provide sufficient evidence and that her statement was completely insufficient and vague. Finally, the two rejection acts violated Directive 2012-29 of the EU on the rights of victims, and especially Article 11, which provides for the victims' rights to seek the reviewing of their case in the event that a decision suspending the criminal proceedings is issued. It is obvious, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of everyone here and of Angeliki, that the above acts of the public prosecutors, there were two separate public prosecutors, as it is it's obvious from what I said until now, who issued the negative acts of recognition, lack expertise and awareness in the matter of human trafficking, and unreasonably and illegally required from the victims, when they are refugees, to remember details, names, telephone numbers, addresses, etc., despite the fact that the absence of such knowledge or memories is inherent to the offense of human trafficking itself. For the record, I must mention that from the two women, the one was already recognized as refugee, thanks partly to the positive opinion of the Police General Headquarters, and despite the rejection act of the public prosecutor, and the other is in the middle of her asylum interview procedure, which has been evolved in many sessions, in which the beneficiary explains in detail all the aspects and incidents of human trafficking which she suffered in Cameroon and in Turkey. How different an approach when compared to the brief, almost automatic dismissal of the validity of her story by the Greek public prosecutor, that is, by the Greek authorities. Furthermore, I had the opportunity, with the collaboration of the organization A21, to represent a beneficiary of ours, of Diotima, before the first instance mixed jury court. She came from Moldavia. I won't state many details about the case, just the main ones. She came to Greece responding to an advertisement on a tourist visa. The advertisement was about the offer of a job as a child carer for the main defendant. When she came here, she was eventually recruited to work in a brothel in the center of Athens. In order to prevent her from leaving, the main defendant kept telling her that she had connections to the police and that if she escaped, she would be murdered, as other women were murdered before her. Prior to being recruited, our beneficiary underwent surgery for the expenses of which she was ostensibly told that she had to work at the brothel until being able to pay them back. In order to be able to leave, the main defendant told our beneficiary to recruit other women from Moldavia, which she did with the help of the perpetrator, placing an advertisement on the internet for work in health care stores. And now we are in, okay. One of the women who came to Greece in response to this advertisement stayed for some time and worked at the brothel, but she then temporarily returned to her country in order to complete her studies at the college, and after that came back to Greece to continue working for the defendants, at which point she brought with her her mother-in-law. Her supposedly voluntary return to Greece led the court to find the defendants non-guilty for the crime of human trafficking against her, with one judge expressing the following very interesting, in my opinion, thought: that her behavior does not in itself negate the violation of her personal freedom, as it was nothing but the result of her involuntary submission to being treated as an object by the defendants, who were able to dominate her by causing her fear for her physical integrity and for the lives of her loved ones. Finally, through a process of difficult and painful testimony on the part of the prosecution in this court procedure, where the lack of consent to the defendant's illegal acts was questioned several times, as my colleague explained and described before me, while the beneficiaries, the victims, were repeatedly interrogated as to why they did not recourse to the police or why they entered into relationships with the defendants were found guilty on the basis that by using violence or the threat of violence or other coercive means, or by imposing or abusing power, they illegally recruited and detained the victims, including our beneficiary, with the aim of exploiting them, taking advantage of their vulnerable position, since the latter was under conditions of absolute inability to self-protect their lives. The above case is pending before the mixed jury appeal court right now, following an appeal of the public prosecutor for the imposition of very low penalties to the perpetrators. Unfortunately, our beneficiary had in the meantime changed all her contact details and did not appear and does not want to appeal to the court, to appear to the appeal court. If I had to draw conclusions from what I said, I would say the following, very brief again, realizations. In general, in my experience, women victims of human trafficking are very reluctant to testify before the police as well as before the court for fear of retaliation or for fear of rejection of their statement. The competent department of the Police General Headquarters for combating human trafficking has progressively become very reluctant in accepting statements of women victims of trafficking when it comes to offensive acts which took place outside the Greek territory. The public prosecutor approaches human trafficking committed against women refugees or asylum seekers outside Greece as a crime not falling within the scope of the Greek legal system. The statement of the asylum seekers or refugee women is considered many times inadequate as means of proof, contrary to the principles governing the investigating system, if not coupled by other piece of evidence. Overall, human trafficking affecting foreign women who became victims of unknown perpetrators abroad needs to be substantially re-evaluated by the Greek legal system, not only in theory, but in practice, as a crime equally important to the respective crimes committed by perpetrators living in Greece who can be traced and identified. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marina. Okay, again, a very interesting presentation about the rejection of the one means that the Greek state has to officially recognize a victim of trafficking, and then also after that to have a very specific protection. I will not talk much about it. And very interesting reasoning of the court about the free will and the consent also that Eva approached before, and how this is affected by the coercive means. I will give the floor to Angeliki Serafim, our last key speaker, who is an attorney at law with an extensive also experience in representing victims of gender-based violence and human trafficking, and for the last 4 years, legal advisor to the National Referral Mechanism for the Protection of Victims of Trafficking since its birth. So, Angeliki, the floor is yours for the overall remarks on access to justice, and then we will talk.
Thank you, Irini. I think that Marina gave us very tangible examples of how the law applies in practice in some cases at a grade that we as legal professionals cannot guarantee to our client, if we use this terminology, that their rights will be respected. And despite of having, let's say, a good and harmonized to the EU legislation legal framework, we are in this difficult position not to be sure how it will apply. I am at the privileged position of having the opportunity to get a broader picture of how these cases proceed, and I will explain this, why NRM is in reality a crossroad, amongst others, of course, a crossroad of information. So many information, much information comes in front of us, and it is a responsibility how to handle this information, how to capitalize our experience, how to disseminate again this information to all our colleagues, and enhance the protection of the victims and promote good practices in applying the law in regards to the prosecution of the perpetrators and the protection of the victims. So allow me just to give an overview, a brief overview of the NRM in Greece. Why I write ECA? ECA stands for the National Center for Social Solidarity. It is a public authority that is responsible in Greece for administrating the National Referral Mechanism. And ECA has many activities in terms of protection. So this is why it was considered as the proper authority to undertake this responsibility of administrating the NRM. So you should imagine the National Referral Mechanism in Greece not as a separate service, but as an umbrella under which all actors active in the field operate, coordinate among other, and build relationships, not only from the public sector, but from civil society as well, including, of course, international organizations. The main responsibility of ECA, the NRM administrator, is receiving the reporting forms and processing the data that are included in these reporting forms, producing statistics. These are the national reliable statistics that, of course, do not give the exact picture of the phenomenon in Greece, but they are a base, a good base to discuss upon. The tip of the iceberg, of course, but we didn't even have this until 2019 that the NRM started functioning in Greece. We had scarce data from the police, from the NGOs. We could not even compare if we were talking about the same cases. We had no harmonized definition of what human trafficking is, what a victim of human trafficking is as a definition. So now we have achieved, more or less, to follow a harmonized approach on those terms. Among others, the ECA team, the team that is supporting the everyday functioning of the NRM, is monitoring the provision of services to the victims in a way that our statistics cover also this topic. What kind of protection services are needed and are delivered. At the same time, we are available as a help desk for the first-line professionals, and I think that it is a very important aspect of our work, because it is important for the professionals to know that they can pick up the phone and just ask something concrete or something general, whatever, but it is also a great source of information for us. Additional information and of live, let's say, exchange of concerns and on the situation on the ground. Of course, a big part of our energy goes to the trainings and the seminars. We have achieved to reach more than 1,000 professionals. We have been engaged in raising awareness activities, talking about prevention in the previous panel, and we disseminate our newsletters. We are trying to be extroversial, let's say. To give you an idea of the amount of the referrals, we started in 2019, we started receiving referrals. This means reporting forms, to be exact. And you see that we managed to keep a high level of engagement of the actors that send the referrals, because it is very easy to start and receive referrals, and then the actors could just stop sending referrals. They don't really need us practically in order to deliver services to their beneficiaries. So we're trying to be useful. This is a way to engage our colleagues to share information. And how can we be useful? By giving back information in terms of statistics and by participating in advocacy initiatives as well. I will not be very analytical on that, but you can see that in 2022, meaning past year, we had a great amount of reporting forms, more than 350. This is above the average of 150 reporting forms that we have been receiving the last 3 years, 19, 20, and 21, I mean. And this is another topic for discussion, why we had this increase, but I just note that for now. We publish semi-annual and annual reports. All this material is available in Greek and in English on our site, which I will not, I can share afterwards. And we are very proud for our handbook. This is also available in Greek and in English. It's on our site, and it is also available typed. And it contains the collaborative work of many people in ECA, and it reflects also our trainings and the feedback that we received from our colleagues on the field. At the same time, we also have published a practical guide for first-line professionals, which is currently being translated into English. It's also available in Greek on our site, ECA's site, meaning. We produce leaflets with informative material, and just to give you an idea for the data, to know the profile of the victims that we talk about, based on the data of the 3 years, 1920-21, as you can imagine, the 1/3, let's say, of the victims are children. And speaking of gender, most adult victims are women. We don't see the same gender segregation percentage in children. We see that the most adult victims come from African countries. So the asylum applicants population is the majority of the victims that are being reporting to us, and the majority has suffered exploitation before entering Greece. But they have the same rights. As Marina said, no matter where the exploitation or the human trafficking crime in general took place, they are entitled to the same rights and same protection with the victims of the crime that has been committed within the territory. That is the important thing that we are trying to advocate, of course. And regarding women victims' exploitation in Greece, the majority regards the form of sexual exploitation that you discussed before. But if you remember the gender balance in regards to children victims, we see that the picture there is different. Forced begging is the majority of the victims that have been exploited in Greece regard forced begging. This is the primary form of exploitation. And of course, sexual exploitation is not quite rare. It's there, but we see forced begging is the first one. In regards to men, labor exploitation comes first, and then we have also other forms of exploitation in Greece. Regarding children, boys, again, forced begging is the vast majority of the cases. So, main findings that correspond to obstacles in access to justice. This is a very important topic for us because it has to do with the culture of impunity, and every puzzle piece that all colleagues here mention is a brick in the wall of this culture of impunity. And that's why these are very important topics for us. So we have problem with the state legal aid, as our Bulgarian colleague mentioned. Yes, the state legal aid in Greece also is a problem. Unfortunately, whatever in Greece, whatever is related to expenses by the state is problematic, does not work or works problematically, and that's why we cannot really solve it. It has, the whole framework must change. So in our cases, in the cases that are referred to NRM, we had only one case that received state legal aid. All the other cases have been supported by NGOs, and we see there that it's not the common thing that the NGOs are are supporting just the cases. They are constituting the states, they are substituting, I'm sorry, the state's obligation to give access to the right of free legal aid. Totally. We have lengthy procedures. I mean, this is, I think it is very common in the European territories. And this is partially a reason why we lose contact with the victims. As Marina said, when it comes after 3 or 4 years at the second instance, then it is very difficult to have kept the contact with the victim. And since the courts do not apply the legal framework in the way they should apply it, meaning not being necessarily based on the victim's testimony in the court, then it might be a problem for the whole case. We have cases reportedly that have been lost because the victim was not there as a witness at second instance. And this is unacceptable because we have the legal framework to proceed without the victim's testimony. The Greek law says very clearly that the victim's very first testimony is enough in principle, and the victim, the witness, should not be invited to the court afterwards. But we see that many courts do not take advantage of this, do not follow, do not comply with this legal provision. And a part that has to do with our lack of, our inability to guarantee the respect of the rights to the victim and get the whole collaboration of them is the risk of re-victimization or further victimization during the criminal proceedings. And it's the appearance before the court that I mentioned that is not necessary. It is the way the questions are being posed by the court or by the advocates. There are many ways to re-victimize a victim. The delays in the official recognition of the victim status is also maybe crucial. Not only the rejection that Marina spoke about, which is, of course, could be very, could be worse than just the delays, but even the delays, 1 or 1.5 years, we have also a case reported that the court at first instance has finished, there is a conviction, and the victim has not yet been recognized. We have, these are clear cases of breaching the legal obligation to protect the victims by the state. And of course, when talking about justice, it is not only the criminal justice, it is also the restorative justice, meaning the compensation. We could say that the Greek state has been like 100% failing to grant this right to the victims. We have the legal framework. It's there. It has problems. We could discuss this separately, but the results speak on their own. There is no case of compensation from the Greek state received. Just this. Okay, we have some reasons to be optimist or to focus on some steps or paths that we have opened, we think. We contributed as an ECA team, I mean, to the amendment of the criminal code. Okay, the law may not be applied in the best way, but it is a good start to have the law as a tool to advocate. And the definition of the human trafficking is fully harmonized with EU legislation and our international instruments, of course. There is also an anti-trafficking working group at the Ministry of Justice, which is developing some initiatives in regards to changing some things in the legal framework. It is being informed by our also information that come from the field. There is also a circular that has been issued addressing the issues, among others, that Marina said about the prosecutor's rejection on 2 cases. And this Supreme Court prosecutor's circular spoke exactly about these rejections and some other cases that the prosecutors, again, didn't really apply the law, and gave directions in order to apply the law as they should. We will see positive results, we hope, in the future from this circular. And we believe, we hope that the participation of the law enforcement officials in our trainings is also helping in giving this aspect of the protection of the victim that is not always there. And we have not yet achieved to have judges and this part of the process in our trainings. But this working group in the Ministry of Justice has achieved to include a specific topic in the judges, how to say, school, academy, how we say this, I don't know. So a seminar is included regarding victims' rights. And we hope that the new judges will be more sensitized and will have better knowledge of the respective legal framework. Thank you for your attention. I know that it's difficult, the time was difficult. We're here, yeah.
Thank you, Angeliki. You gave an overview of the problems, what to say about that, okay? And about, in my opinion, the biggest problem, that the law exists and we as legal persons, as lawyers, rely on it, but the judges and the prosecutors lack awareness on how to implement these laws. Thank you all for this very interesting panel. The topics that were opened are many and difficult. If there are any questions or comments, now it's your time to speak up.
Or to remain silent forever.
Yes. They chose to be married. Okay, Angeliki, do it.
Okay, I had a question for my Bulgarian colleague, Mrs. Iva. I mean, I heard that you said that slavery might exist without the crime of human trafficking, outside the human trafficking crime. To our knowledge, and how we interpret the Greek legislation, slavery has a specific definition coming from the 1930 International Convention on the Abolition of Slavery and things. Okay, let's not be analytical about that. Following this structure of the definition of human trafficking means action, one action with any of the means and with the purpose of exploitation. How could there be a case of slavery, but without what? Without the action?
How about having your own child exploited in your own home?
Okay, yes.
It's not trafficking. It's exploitation. It's direct exploitation because you don't have recruitment, you don't have transportation, you don't have
sheltering,
or
you
don't have harboring because this is the home of the child.
Okay, I meant this as this conversation. For okay, for me it's harboring. So you have the act. The
No,
vulnerable
it's not-
position
it's
and
not-
the exploitation.
No, human trafficking is one of these four, or all of them as actions, but with the purpose of exploitation. So exploitation has not yet started, and the very term traffic means that you change the normal habitual environment of the victim. You take the victim from where the victim resides and exploit the victim somewhere else. So that's why you first recruit it, then there is a transportation by all means, and then you harbor or shelter. These two can be together or one of them, and this is the last stage before entering the exploitation phase. And once you start exploitation, then the trafficking ends. That's why trafficking is a preliminary crime. It is not it is not as dangerous and as injurious as the exploitation phase itself. And if we don't have effective criminalization of the exploitation phase, well separated from the phase of trafficking, we cannot have a holistic approach towards both. How do we understand that someone has been trafficked? There are two approaches to this. One is the traditional approach, which looks from the perspective of the perpetrator. We see whether this person recruited someone, whether this person transported, and whatever. And then again, we say, and we are right, that each perpetrator can be prosecuted for only one of these forms, so this is not necessary to have prosecutable trafficking in human beings, which includes all the four forms of the actus reus. Right, I think this is unanimous. But if we look from the perspective of the victim, then we see all of these four. A victim must be recruited, a victim must be displaced, and the victim must be sheltered. And this is the experience of the victim of human trafficking. If there is no such experience, then this is not human trafficking. This is something else. And this else is usually the immediate entry in the exploitation phase. This legal separation of these both phenomena mean that for example, in Bulgaria, this is the case. We don't have criminalization of the exploitation phase as such. That's why we use, to a certain extent, the provisions for human trafficking to fill the gap. And also the structure of the multiple concurrent offenses. For the exploitation phase, we say, for example, this is a number of numerous sexual offenses against the person, together with kidnapping, together with illegal smuggling, together with whatever. We see the connection with human trafficking, and there is a legal qualification which mixes everything up. In states which recognize slavery, or I'm talking about slavery, but this is only part of the possible exploitation, forms of exploitation. We see that the response is much more structured and much more effective, because it well distinguishes between different types of criminological phenomena. I understand that you can point at certain issues or certain stories where it looks like as if these two are mixed up, or it looks like that what I'm saying is not entirely correct. However, as I stand behind this approach, I will invite you to elaborate on if you had the distinguished separate criminalization of exploitation and human trafficking were the purpose of exploitation. Wouldn't that be clearer?
Thank you very much. It's clear to me, your approach. I mean, thanks.
Yeah, for
thanks.
a lawyer, it's clear.
Yes, for a lawyer.
Yes. Lina, there is the mic. Remember your name? Diana, not Diana.
It's not a question,
Nadia.
maybe it's more an opinion. You know, we have the Convention on Modern Slavery, and I think trafficking is one of the forms of modern slavery. It's not limited to trafficking. We have other forms of modern slavery. For example, there is institutional slavery in some countries, and even it could be legal there.
Not every exploitation is slavery.
Yeah, also not every exploitation is slavery. But here I come to my point that if we start treating people through definitions, we go to nowhere. Because we always say that trafficking is very dynamic phenomenon, and I think it's getting more and more vague. And of course, we have one definition in our penal code and in the convention and directive everywhere. But when we identify people, victims of trafficking or something like trafficking, we have to consider for what purpose we identify them. To help them to receive help, to help them to recover, to have life with dignity, or for the penal procedures. Because for penal procedures, maybe we need this action means, maybe not, you say, not every, and you also say, but for help, we don't need it at all. That's why sometimes we say there are reasonable grounds to think that a person is victim.
Can I respond? Very briefly, unfortunately in criminal law you need definitions, because if you don't have definitions you end up with totalitarian dictatorship. If we prosecute someone, we need to know what we are prosecuting him from, and the penal policy of the state is not about the victim. I'm sorry, it's not about protection of the victim, it's not about moving on of the victim or identification of the victim. It has only one purpose, to find the perpetrator and punish him. And to keep the state. Well, this is not entirely the penal policy, these are other issues. But if we, again, we try to make this in a way that is friendly with the victim, but the only, I'm sorry if this sounds cynical, but that's why I made this distinction between the different types of responses. In the criminal procedure, we are only interested in protection of the victim as long as this protection ensures effective, rational and adequate procedural behavior. This person should be in shape in order to sustain procedure, in order to be sustainable provider of proof, and I'm sorry, but this is it. And again, these two purposes of the different responses, they are not in competition. The protective response tries to ensure the integrity and the dignity and the future of this person. That's why we help this person during the procedure, but during the criminal procedure we actually are not interested in whether and how this person will move on. And these distinctions between different concepts, between different definitions and between different purposes, as you say, of the different types of responses are very important, so that notions are not fluid and we know what we're speaking about. This is a response, this is not a contradiction.
I also disagree a little bit, but okay, it's not the time now.
I think it sounds a bit horrifying, because what we are identifying as a problem, the re-traumatization of the victim, is like, yeah, you will be there and suck it. I mean, that is because this is a criminal procedure and we care to prove whether this, so we need to really find out, and that may enable a victim to be re-traumatized as many times as necessary.
No, I didn't say this.
No, I mean, that is my understanding, that I'm not a lawyer.
No, it's not it.
But, I mean, it's like by really, yeah, just to be clear, because the point is that I don't need that. I have a
we are having people online following the track. Sorry.
Yeah, me, public. Okay, so just to understand that what I receive is like when we reach a point, a very difficult point, to convince someone to go through, really stand on the court and really naming perpetrators and go through this difficult procedure. What we are actually need to prepare these people is that they will be attacked as many times as they need it in order to verify their stories in the way a prosecutor or whomever defends the perpetrator, because he has a right to defend the perpetrator, has a right to be defended as well. So that is part of the process, and that's okay.
Well, it depends. We need to protect the victim in order to ensure that this person will sustain the procedure. That means that we never convince only one such person, that this person needs protection and support and confidence during the whole procedure. That's why that's why I say that protection and criminal procedure do not compete here. They need each other, because, I mean, the criminal procedure needs the protective mechanisms because they sustain the victim. But they sustain the victim as a resource of proof. And that's it.
Just to add that in any case, we have to keep in mind the absolute right of every human being not to be subject to inhuman and degrading treatment. So in any case, we as an institution are responsible not to behave in a way to suppress the dignity of the person, to humiliate the person, etc. So that's very important issue. Which is a barrier, which is a guarantee that will not happen, the thing you're saying, that whatever it takes, you can torture the victim in order to receive evidence which will help you to prove that the perpetrator. So,
receive it from a torture.
yes, you cannot humiliate, you cannot cross some barrier. And here, the guarantees are going bigger and better in connection in the EU legislation, for example, Victims Directive, and other relevant directives connected with trafficking and children victims of crimes, specific crimes. So the standards are going higher and higher in order to protect the integrity, in order to protect the dignity of the victim. So we cannot say that arbitrarily we can use the victim. But finally, the criminal procedure is about the punishment of the perpetrator, yes.
Collaboration between psychologist, lawyer, and law enforcement. So when we were in good collaboration, then the case went well in the court and the victim was able to witness.
But everyone knows his own role.
And usually such measures, they are benefits for, not exactly benefits, but they're in interest of the victim, but they're in interest of the justice. So there is no contradiction usually between these two concepts.
Actually, as Nadia mentioned, the human trafficking definitions and concepts are all over going, and we can discuss about this and how each state applies it. I think we should look into the protocol, Palermo Protocol, EU directive. They mention very well that it's enough to have only one action. For example, if I want to exploit my own children, it's enough to transport it to the street. So it's not need to go through all the 5 actions that are actually recognized at the international level. However, going back to access to justice and real justice, effective justice, I'm interested in the sentences in your countries and how long they are usually, because we see in Romania very often suspended sentences for trafficking in children. And for me, it's crazy because for a rape of a child, you have 10 years sentence, but for human trafficking, that actually is a more serious crime, you have a very leisure sentence. I'm very much interested to see how the system, justice system, works when it comes to the sentences in your countries. Thank you.
Bulgaria is very similar to Romania here, but again, Bulgaria has a very huge difference from everyone else, and this is, it criminalizes the human trafficking of adults with their consent. This is a situation where this consent has not been influenced by some specific means. Yeah. Now I think we made this distinction because these means that influence the consent of the adult to the extent that we cannot state that there is consent. Actually, they exclude the consent of the adult.
Not a genuine consent.
Yes, these means in Bulgaria are aggravated circumstances.
Okay.
But we have a rather significant statistical share of penalties which are rather low. They are suspended or they're low sentences. They're below 5 years of imprisonment or they're suspended, which means that they're below 3 years of imprisonment to a person who is with a free criminal record. However, all of these are actually imposed for human trafficking of adults with this consent, which is not a crime anywhere else. It is crime only in Bulgaria. So we are not comparable as jurisdictions in this. When
Because what I'm wondering is the fact that in many countries, when you have a rape of a child.
Yeah, I will reach to this. I will reach to this.
When actually you have repeated rapes, 10 rapes per day, the sentence is
Again, 10 rapes a day is exploitation phase. This is post-traffic situation. This is not the traffic. That's why trafficking is actually less grave crime than the exploitation crimes. But if you don't have criminalization of the exploitation, then you end up with using the provisions for trafficking in order to fill the gap in the exploitation phase. I think you will agree that if you have a child or whoever, if you just transport the child with the exploitation, in case of a child, this will not be a sexual exploitation, this will be slavery purpose. So let's take an adult, for example. If you simply move someone from place A to place B with the idea to exploit this person at place B, but this exploitation has not started, then you only have the transport. This person has not suffered anything else than being moved. And this, if you look at this, this is not so injurious. What we are shocked by are the events of the exploitation phase. And there we don't have sustainable criminalization. This is the problem. And because I would like to yeah, I'm wrapping up. What is in relation to comparison? When we compare the jurisdictions in the level of criminality which is comparable, then we're actually equal, and Bulgaria penalizes rather gravely.
Okay. Thank you very much. We need to wrap up. Angeliki, do you want to say 2 words about the sentences in Greece?
Sentences,
and then we
yes, generally speaking, it is within the culture of impunity to give low sentences. At that case of Marina, the sentences were so low, and of course suspended, that they also appealed, yes, and the public, yes, they made the application to the public prosecutor, and the public prosecutor appealed against the decision that was a conviction, but the sentences were very low. So apart from the cases where children are involved as victims, it is true that the sentences are relatively low also in regards to adults.
I think that from my experience as a lawyer of victims of mainly gender-based violence, the main concern of the law and of penal code is not to condemn innocent defendants and not vice versa, which is the reason for low penalties, especially in the first instance procedure. And also it is the reason for putting so much pressure on the victims to prove 100% or at least 100% their allegations against the defendants. This is, I think, an expression of the impunity, and also I think that reflects how conservative Greek judges are and how reluctant are in taking the perspective of understanding the perspective of the victim and understanding the situations under which the victim was placed in such a situation as to be treated by a perpetrator. I think this is generally this appears not only before the courts, but also when a victim goes to the police. Usually the questions that are addressed to her are aiming at disempower her narration rather than enhancing and encouraging her to formulate a sustainable narration.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your patience to our legal dogmatic problems. And let's hope that we meet again and discuss more about legal notions that are very important, because behind them there are people's stories. So these are very interesting and should be interesting for you too. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being with us today. It's been a long day, but I think we all learned something new here from our experts from Greece, Bulgaria. Thank you very much from our partners, specifically from the Active Citizens Fund Bulgaria, Valerie and Iliana Nikolova, who unfortunately could not be with us today, but I'm sure she's watching us through the live stream. Our esteemed colleagues from Romania, Croatia, and from Norway, who traveled all the way to Greece to be with us today. Our facilitators, Ildigo Konstantinos and Irini Vlahu, thank you so much. Our keynote speakers and our wonderful speakers of all the panels of today. Special thanks to my colleague Lina, who organized this workshop and made sure that you were all here today. We aim to stay in touch with you. As a next step, we will continue this collaboration and exchange of good practices among our countries, and we will also develop some training material that will be available online in the coming months, so we will share that with you. And this conference was also videotaped, and we will also share the video and the presentations with you later on. If you think this was a useful conference, we also have a QR code. You can scan it and evaluate the conference. And I don't know if, Valerie, you would also like to say something. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just one sentence and a half.
Yeah, just a few words from me. A big thank you for all of you for your participation, for your valuable insights, for your contribution. I mean, it's been a really exciting experience to be here. From me being not professional in this field, not an experienced specialist, but from my viewpoint of programming, I see a lot of possibilities, a room for mutual learning, experience sharing in the future, future joint efforts, combined efforts to pursue our common goal for future possible partnership, hopefully, cross-border collaboration. So once again, from me and from the Bulgarian fund operator, a big thank you to all of you, and let's give one final applause to end this successful event, please.